Hey everyone, and welcome to this course on GitHub Action. What if I told you you can automate everything in your development workflow, like testing, building, deployment, without running a single command? And all of it happens while you sleep. So, welcome to GitHub Action, your personal DevOps engine built right into GitHub. In the next chapters, I will show you how developers automate releases, detect bugs instantly, deploy to cloud platforms automatically, and save hours every single week using just a few lines of YML, that is your GitHub Actions. So, if you have ever pushed to GitHub, you might definitely heard of GitHub, and you are already one step away from becoming a DevOps superhero because GitHub Action is the automation tool that's silently powering the biggest project on the planet. In your IT world, you definitely might have heard of term CI/CD, and there are various tools out there which are open source, and there are some licensed tool which is used to achieve CI/CD. Also, there is a very famous cloud repository hosting service that is called GitHub. You might definitely heard of it, or also you might have definitely stored your repo on GitHub platform. Now, what if I told you that there is no other tool required to automate CI/CD? If you want to achieve CI/CD, you just need your GitHub. So that is the GitHub Actions. GitHub Action is a kind of a feature of GitHub company itself, which is inbuilt in GitHub that is used to achieve CI/CD automation in your development workflow. So let's see what we are going to learn in this series of chapters. So first, we will learn and we will have some quick introduction about GitHub Action, what it is, how it is linked to Git and GitHub. Then after it, we will have a very optional chapter that is Git and GitHub crash course. So if you are already aware of Git and GitHub basics, then definitely you can skip this chapter. But if you still want to go through some core concept quickly, then please go ahead and navigate to this course. Also, if you want to learn about Git and GitHub in depth, I have a course of Git and GitHub on my YouTube channel, which is around 9 hours long, in which I have talked about from basics to advanced all about Git and GitHub. After this, we will cover GitHub Action, the basics. After GitHub Actions, we will see all about events and workflows. Then we will understand what is job artifacts and how you can have an output in accord to the events or workflow. After this, we will see how you can use environment variable or secrets in your workflow. Then after it, we will look more about job execution, what features does it provides. After this, we will also integrate it with Docker. So we will integrate our GitHub action with Docker. Then we will also try to create our custom action. You don't need to use the action provided by GitHub itself. You can create your own customs. Then after it, we will also have a look on security and permissions. So I'm hoping you are very interested about these topics, and I'm also hoping I will be able to make you understand these topics at the end of this chapter. So be with me, stay with me, just practice along with me. Let me know if you face any issue, and let's move ahead. Now, let's move ahead to our first chapter, that is Introduction to GitHub Action. First, let's understand about what is Git and GitHub. And I am ensuring that you might have already aware of these terms earlier, but let's quickly go through it. So Git is like your tool or software that's stuck in the inner layer of the GitHub. Basically, it is a parent company, but Git is like a tool or a software that is used to interact with your repository. Now, what is the repository? The repository is like source code where all of your code changes and all of your codes are being placed. So it is a distributed version control system. Why I am saying distributed? Because this is not a centralized version control system in which you have only one server. Multiple developer can work on same copy and they can integrate at the end. And once they are done, they can integrate afterwards to their main branch or the main server. Okay. Now it has its own file structure and every file is stored in separate document that has a unique hash value. So you want to explore more about hash values, hash mapping inside the Git. So please navigate to my Git and GitHub for complete guide course in which I have talked about all these things in depth. On the other hand, we have GitHub. So this is a web-based Git repository hosting service in which you host your service so that you don't need to worry about how you can access your repository while you are traveling for the collaborative purpose also if you are only using it, so you are using it directly on your local environment, so you cannot even share it with your other colleagues unlike you want to share it with the pen drive or other things, right? Also, if you are traveling, you cannot have access to the source code so that you can check if something is urgent, but GitHub provides you functionality of that. GitHub is a cloud-based hosting service in which you store your repository, you grant permission to the other developer in your team, and all the source code management functionality are provided as a GitHub feature. As it's on cloud, so you definitely need internet. Also, you can think of as a backup of your repository. Although we have some limitation in the free version of GitHub account, in free version of GitHub account, there are some restrictions on CI/CD minutes or private repository. But in case of if you want to use a paid GitHub account, so the limitation goes away. So I'm hoping you are clear with Git and GitHub. We will also see the working of Git and GitHub in our crash course in our next chapter. So as we have now understanding and we have gone through Git and GitHub quickly, so let's understand about what is GitHub Action. GitHub Action is an automation platform built inside GitHub. So it was built by GitHub company itself that lets you automate run tasks whenever something happens in your repository. So there should be kind of a event trigger. So whenever something will be changed in the repository, you will write your YML configuration file so that whatever changes you will define in your YML file, whatever changes it will done, it will trigger an event. With GitHub Action, you don't need to rely on other tools for achieving CI/CD. Okay, so think of it as your CI/CD engine directly integrated with GitHub. Now, why it is so much popular? Most of the developer, organization or company rely on GitHub for hosting their repository, and also they don't want an extra tool to be installed for achieving CI/CD. So this is the tool that GitHub provides or feature that GitHub provides to automate CI/CD within their GitHub repository itself. So this makes easier for developer or other organization so that there are no extra tools or setup is required. That's why GitHub Action is so much popular. We have also one more definition of it, which we will see next. Now, how it works in the background, it uses workflows for achieving CI/CD. And how these workflows are defined? These are defined using YML file. If you are not aware of YML language or YML configuration, so please navigate to my 30 minutes of crash course on YML in which you can see how you can create YML file or what are its syntaxes, what are indentation, all these things. Now it can automate things like building your code. You can define your build artifact and then it will build automatically whenever there will be event trigger on your repository. Also, if you want to run test, if you want to deploy application directly on cloud, whether it's a AWS, Elastic Beanstalk or Azure Web App, if you want to send notification, if you want to run a scheduled job, or also if you want to trigger action on pull request, pushes or issues. Okay, so these things, pull requests, pushes or issues are linked to GitHub, and these are basically feature of GitHub repository on the basis of collaborative purposes. Okay, and these are very helpful. So let's look about GitHub Action in another definition. So it's an automation and CI/CD platform inside GitHub itself, right? That uses events and workflows to automate tasks in your software project. So all these things evolve around events and workflow. Now let's understand what is an event. The event is a something that happens in your repository. Okay, and it could be anything like push, pull request, issue creation, or even a scheduled time without any trigger. On the other hand, a workflow is the set of automated steps that you want to run when that event occurs. And these are written in YML files. We will see all these things, how it works, how you can trigger events, what options they supported. So we'll see all these things in the upcoming chapters. Now let's understand about what is or are events, because there could be multiple events within your same workflow, right? An event, anything will happen in your repository that can trigger a workflow. That is called an event. So you can think of an event as something happened, now start the automation. Event tell GitHub action when to run the workflow. Okay, so basically these are the triggering kind of thing which is going to trigger your workflow. All right. So you define one condition and based on that it will trigger the workflow. Now let's understand some basics event that you might be using, or those are so much popular. First one is push events, and in your YML file you will define the event as on and push. If you will use GitHub Action extension for VS Code, and whenever you will write your YML file for GitHub Action, and whenever you will type on push, so it will automatically detect the color coding, and it will detect that hey, this push is referring to anything that is being pushed to our repository. It is going to trigger that particular event. The next type of event is pull request event. So you can define as on pull request. Third one is workflow dispatch or manual trigger. So you can define it as on workflow dispatch. The fourth type is schedule cron jobs. So you need to define it as cron jobs. I am hoping you are already aware of it. Fifth is release event. So if you want to release anything and if you want to set a trigger event, you can type on release. These were some very much popular events, but of course there are more events that is possible, which we will see in the upcoming chapters. Once we are done with events, let's understand about workflow. A workflow is an automated process defined in your YML file inside your GitHub repository, and it will be stored in .github and workflows folder. So if you are seeing any project, a very big project in any GitHub profile or any GitHub repository, so you will be seeing this .github folder for sure. So you can go inside it and then you can go inside workflow. If there is something, that means the workflow is set up for that particular repository. It will guide GitHub on what to run, how to run it, and when to run it. Okay, let's discuss some key points. So, a workflow is triggered by an event like push, pull, or schedule that just we talked about. A workflow can contain multiple jobs, of course, because if it will run only one job, then how it could be a workflow? Because it could be a series of jobs that it can trigger. So, yes, workflow contains multiple jobs. Each job will run on a runner machine, okay, and these are particular job assigned to a runner machine. If they are independent job, then definitely they can run on same runner machine, but if there are individual job, so each job will run on one runner machine. There are no way that two jobs can run on a same runner machine. Now these runner machine can be self-hosted, means whenever if you have bring it from Azure or AWS, or else it could be GitHub hosted itself. And whether it is a self-hosted or GitHub hosted, it supports all of the OS type like Ubuntu, Windows, or Mac OS. In case of GitHub hosted, you have two options of runner machine. First one is basic kind of machine like normal CPU and normal RAM, and the other kind of you have is bigger RAM and bigger CPU. In case of self-hosted, you definitely need to first set up to use in your GitHub workflow, but if they are GitHub hosted, you don't need any extra configuration. And within your job, so workflow is created or triggered by an event. Then a workflow can contain multiple jobs, and these jobs will be run on particular machines, runner machine. Now within the jobs, you can have multiple steps, and these steps are basically your main work line that is going to happen or build or test your code on a runner machine. And the basic example are like if you want to execute some cell commands, if you want to have an actions from marketplace, or even if you want to create a custom scripts. So the series of events is like workflow. Workflows will be triggered by events, and the workflow will contain jobs. The jobs will be run on a runner machine, and these runner will run steps. Let's understand from the diagram perspective also. So we will have one workflow that we will define using our YML file, and these will get triggered whenever whatever event we have described in our YML file. Now these workflow can contain job or multiple jobs, and these jobs can contain runner machine. One job can have only one runner machine, and if the jobs are linked to each other, then they might try to run on a single runner machine. And these runner machine either could have a GitHub hosted or self-hosted as I have described earlier. And also this could have steps or series of steps that should be executing on this runner machine for your testing for your deploying environment. All right. I'm hoping you have now clear understanding of GitHub Action, how it works, what things it requires for their action, and what are event and workflow. With it, let's meet in the next chapter. Till then, take care everyone. Hey everyone, and welcome to this course on Git and GitHub. This is completely going to be a crash course and a very fundamental course. If you want to learn about Git and GitHub in depth, please navigate to my course called Git and GitHub, the complete guide, in which I have talked about all the topics or all the concepts related to Git and GitHub in detail. I will also try to provide the link of this course in my description. We have already discussed Git, but let's go through it again. So Git is distributed version control system that tracks changes of your source code, and also it allows multiple people in your team work together without conflict. Yes, there might be conflict, but while merging all the changes to your main branch, you need to first resolve them. So there are two developer, and there will be a remote Git repo on the cloud that is called GitHub, which we will cover in the next slides. And this Git is used to communicate central Git repository to all the developer around your team. So you can think of Git as a time machine plus also as a collaboration tool. How it is time machine? Because you have a snapshot of your code with the help of commits, and then you are going to switch those commits so that you will be able to get back in time if you find that some release causes the issue, so you can get back to that fixed version. So that is the Git. Let's understand working with the Git, and let's understand about some commands. So first of all, you will be working in your working area. So there are total three area if you are working in local Git repository. First one is working area. Second one is staging area, that kind of intermediate stage between your local environment and Git environment. And the third one is your local Git repo. So first of all, whenever you will install Git, you need to run command git config, and then you need to set your username and email. Now this username and email does not necessary that it should be on your Git. So you can pass any dummy mail or email ID, but logging on GitHub, which we will cover in the next slides, it needs a authentic mail ID or username. So after configuring your username and email, you will be entering in your working area where all of your code are there. Now from that current repository, you need to type git in it. Now what this command will do, this command will create a .git file, .git folder in which Git will look for all these things related that it needs to be worked on, and all the related settings configuration is going to be stored inside the Git. Okay. Now after you have initialized your working area using git init command, you need to add those particular file in your staging area with the help of command git add and then file name. If you want to add all the files, so you can just type dot means current directory. If you want to add previous file path or previous location, so you can also give absolute path here. So it will be add to the staging area. Now, once you have added to staging area, then you can also revert it back to the working area if you have find that something is not working. So you can use command git rm-hyphen cast, then file name. So it will move staging area to the working area so that you can continue to work. If you don't want get in working area and if you are sure that it should be ready to be committed, so you can type command git commit hyphen m and then message. So it will be finally committed. It will create a snapshot of your source code and it will also create a hash value, basically SHA-1 hash value. Again, if you want to learn about SHA-1 hash value in depth, all the object type in Git, I have talked about all these things in detail with illustration on my Git and GitHub course. So make sure to check them out. So these are the basics command. If you will just type git commit, so it will open a default terminal to put in your message. But if you don't want that, if you just want to pass a small message, so you can type hyphen m and pass your message within the double quotes. Okay. So once you have committed your message and if your local repository is linked to any remote repository and if you have access, you can just type git push command, then it will get pushed to your remote repository, which we will cover in the upcoming slides. Okay. So this is overall workflow of working of Git. Now there are also two commands that you need to think about. The first one is git log. It will tell you the details of all the snapshot make or made till now, and also it will give you the details about what the message was entered, who was the author that pushed the changes, and at what time. Okay, and also it will give you the SHA-1 hash value of each commit because these commit are distinguishable via hash value, the SHA-1 hash value. Okay, so you can use those hash value to check them out, to check any particular commit and to get back in time. There is also one command that you need to be aware, that is git status. So at any point of time, at any timeline, you can just type git status. It will tell you the details whether if any file is staged, whether if any file was modified, or whether if any file was deleted. So it is very helpful if there are multiple developers involved while you are developing your code, and suppose they have worked when you were off hours and you have pushed the changes to your local repository. Now how you will check those things? So you can check this with the help of git status and git log command. Okay, with it let's understand about lifecycle. So first one will be your untracked or newly created file. Then you will add it to the staging area with the help of git add command. If it is also modified, then you need to add it to staging area. Okay, now after staging area you just need to type git commit command, so it will go to the unmodified stage. Okay, also from modified stage you need to type git add so that it could be staged. So there are four life cycle: untracked, modified, stage, and unmodified or committed. Okay, so this stage is also called committed. So that's it for the git life cycle, and also we have seen some basic commands of git. So now let's move ahead on our Ubuntu VM, on which I will show you how you can install git and get it ready for your working. For installing it, you can go to any of your favorite browser and just type git downloads. You will land to this very page, that is from gitscm.com, and once if you will click on it, so it will give you the details or installation step for all of the OS that you can. So if you are on Windows, so you might go ahead and click on this thing and it will download the MSI file for your git, and you can just go ahead and just it will have just click procedure and the git will be installed. In case of Windows, you won't be able to operate the git from your terminal or PowerShell because The PowerShell uses its own version, but this Git is made on the architecture of Linux or Unix like operating system. So on Windows, it will install something called Git Bash as an application. So you in Windows, after installation, just go ahead and search for Git Bash and install it and launch it. And now you are ready to use Git. In case of Mac OS and Linux, they are kind of a Unix like operating system. So you can definitely go ahead. Once the installation is done, you can just open your base terminal and start using your Git. Now, installation of Git, if you are using any package manager, for example, if you are using Mac OS Homebrew, you can just type one command brew install Git and it will install it for you. Similarly, for Windows, if you are using a Chocolatey package manager, so you can just type choco install Git, it will install the Git for you with just one command with the default settings. But if you are going with this, you will see various options to set up your Git. In case of Linux also, we have some bunch of command which you can go through it, and we need to run only two or three command. So first you just need to type apt update and then apt install git, and that's done. After installation of Git, what you need to do, you need to open your terminal and you need to verify whether Git was installed or not. So you will type Git version, so it should give the version. Also, if you will type Git, so it should give you all the options that it has supported. Okay. Now the very first thing that you should consider after installing Git is configuring your username and email. Again, this does not need that it should be authentic, but for the best practices, yes, it should. So let's give it. It will be git config hyphen hyphen global, then user dot name, and let's give the username as DevOps channel 23, and then I will also give the email a user dot email, and I will give it as DevOps channel 23 at the rate gmail.com. Okay, so after installing it, you definitely need to do this, else you will not be able to perform any operations. Now once done, I will navigate to my desktop, and in here I will create a directory called git crash course. Then I will navigate to this git crash course. I will list the files I don't have any. Now in here I will open my VS Code. Now, as VS Code also provide a terminal for me working, so I can close this terminal as I don't want it. Now, in this git cache course, I will create a dummy file index.html so that I can illustrate you all the working of Git and GitHub. All right. Okay, and I will maximize the window for you. Okay, so in here, what we have done, we have tried to create a very demo HTML file so that we can use it for our illustration purpose and so that we can perform all of our Git operation using one demo file. Now in here, I can go to this three dots and I can click on terminal and I can open a new terminal inside here itself. Also, if I want to access this index.html, I can go to my this page where it is stored and I can just click and open it. So you can see this is the index.html that is currently giving me. All right. Now, as we have configured our git config with the global operator and we have configured our username and email, if I will type git in this thing, so it will tell you that it's currently not a git repository. Basically, if I will try to add it to staging area, so it will tell you that hey, it's not a git repository. First you need to initialize it because it is looking for a .git directory inside your current directory. So let me initialize a git repository. So it will tell you initialize empty git repository in this folder. Also, as I have set up my VS Code to show the hidden file, in your case it might not tell you, but if you want to show all the hidden files also, so you can go to settings and you can search for hidden files and you will be able to see a setting called hidden file. So hidden files, okay, so you can enable it. In my case, I have already enabled it. Now once if I have enabled or initialized my empty git repository, you can see it has automatically created all the things related to Git and GitHub. We will come to all these things later in the section, especially this head and branch. But if you want to learn about this config, refs, object, info, and hooks, please navigate to my Git and GitHub, the complete guide course in which I have talked about all these things in depth, in detail. Okay. Now, once we have initialized our Git repository, you can also see I have now a icon, and also it was now changed to color coding, which is a feature of VS Code that was integrated with the Git itself. Now it's saying that currently it's in untracked stage. Whenever we were discussing about Git lifecycle, so there were four stages: untracked or unmodified, then modified, or then stage. So currently it's a untracked or untracked stage. So to check the status of the file, I can type git status. So it will tell you that this is the file that is untracked, and we can use git add command to add this to the staging area. So let's go ahead and let's add it. So git add, I can add dot to add all the files, or else I can also use file name. If you have multiple file, then you can also use it. Okay, so for now I am good with it and I have done it. So if I will type git status, now it will tell me that it was ready and the index was added, means it was staged. Okay, so the life cycle color coding for stage is not S, it's A. It's because index was added, means the stage. Now it's ready to be committed. Now what I will do, I will type git commit. Now once if I will type git commit, so it will open a default terminal. In my case, I have set my default terminal to VS Code, so it opened the terminal in my VS Code. Now until and unlike I will write some piece of code and I will close it, it will keep these things open. Okay, in here let's give one message like very first commit. Okay, I will save it and I will close it. Now what it will do, it will automatically create a commit object, and you can see in the terminal it is giving this one will be your branch. Main is the default branch that you always get, but if you are working from earlier version, so you might have a default branch called master, which you can of course rename it. Then here it is giving that this is a root commit, means parent commit, and it is here it is giving a hash value of your commit. That is very helpful if you want to use it for any kind of purpose, for rolling back or for doing anything, any stuff related to Git. Okay, and you can also use only four words for your operations. This is the message that we have provided. It is giving what was changed, so one file was changed. And what was it? There were total 14 insertion. So it also so basically it's not a word, it's a lines of code. Here it is permissions that it is telling. One means directory or file or folder, and these are the basic permissions. And what is the file name? The file name was index.html. All right. So let's go ahead and let's change this to, so I give an exclamation mark. Once if I will save it, so Git will tell you that now it is in modified stage. So once we have changed it, now my status was changed to modified. And what I need to do, if I will type git status again, so now you can see that it was modified. So what I can do, I can just type git add dot, and if I will check now git status, so it was now in modified state. If I want to unstage it, so I can use git rms hyphen cast to revert it back to my working area, or else I can do this to unstage it. But I am good with it, and I will use git commit with option hyphen m, so that I can provide the message in the same line, and I will give that fixed heading. Okay, I will hit enter, and now you can see that it is giving the branch name, the new hash value, and what was the message, how many files were changed, what were insertions, so total one insertion, and what was deletion, means what were the lines of code that were modified. So one line was edited, means added, and one line was deleted, means this line was. Okay, so that's how we play with it. Now let's move ahead. we have understood about Git lifecycle. Now we have our root commit earlier. Then after it, we created our very first commit after it whenever we typed our heading. Now let's go ahead, let's create one more commit. How these things are being tracked, how Git is keeping track whether it's my root commit, whether it's my first commit, and whether it is my latest commit. So branch pointer, that is your main pointer, is used to track all these changes. And on the upper level, there is a pointer called head, which is used to track change of on the branch level. So the main, this pointer is used to keep track of changes at your commits level inside your current branch. We will come to the branch section later, but just for a quick overview, I wanted to discuss it here. And the head will be the pointer on the branch level also. Means suppose if there will be one more branch that will be created here, so head will point to here. Okay, because the head is like, it is a pointer to your current working area. Wherever you are working, it will be pointing to it. But this branch pointer will be pointing to the latest commit inside your current branch. Once we will try to create another branch, so you will understand these things faster. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see this. If I will expand my git and if I will go to head, so you can see that currently it's referring to refs heads main, right? Now how I can verify the logs, I can go and type git log. So you can see earlier this one was my first commit and this one is my latest commit, and the head is pointing to main and this main is pointing to this latest commit, that is the fixed head. Also this git log command is giving the commit means the type of object. Actually there are four types of object. I would not like to talk here because it's a crash course. If you want to learn about it, you might go to my advanced course in which I have talked about all these things in detail. Okay, then there is a complete hash value, but for operation purpose you can only take 3 or 4. Then there is a author, and the author would be like what the username and email ID that you have configured, then the date and time, and also the message. So let's go ahead, let's try to create one more, let's try to modify one more thing, right? And I will save it. Now I will do all the operation quickly. So git add dot, then git commit -m modified paragraph, and it was done. Now if I will type git log, so now you can see my main pointer, my main branch pointer is pointing to the latest paragraph, my latest commit, and also the head was moved to this pointer. Okay, now to see this in the graphical way, you can use you can use git kraken, that is an application, or a github desktop, that is an additional application that is only built for git and github purposes. Okay, so I'm hoping you have understood. So these were all these three commits that we have got so far. Now can we change or check out to our other commits? Means, can we go to this commit? Of course we can. So let's go to this commit here. For checking out any commit, you have command called git checkout and then your commit name. So let's give it 8ed, this one. So at this commit, we didn't have modified our heading and neither our paragraph, means it will remove this exclamation mark. Now once if I will hit enter, okay, let's give it 8ed and also give 94. I think it's not taking three values, but it should take four values. So now you can see I am switched and my all these things were changed. If I will go to head, so you can see my head was changed because that is my current working area, that is my current status, means I am back to this 8ed. If I will type git log, so you can see I am back, but in the background it is not stored there, it is just in the something called detached head state, means my head was detached to a specific commit. You should not make change to this type, but you can use it for an experimental purpose to see what were the changes made to this commit. Okay, so I will not make any changes or commit it. I can go back with the help of command git checkout main. Now once if I will check out to my main, head will be again back to my main, and also my all the exclamation mark are back. Alright, I will clear the terminal and I will move ahead. We have seen how we can create more commits and how head and main branch pointer are tracking changes of all the changes that we are doing so far. Also, we have seen what are detached head state, and you should not use it because it might be some disruptive operation, because all these things will be lost if you will check out to your root commit and after it if you will commit it. Okay, so you should not do that. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about git revert. Now what is git revert? Suppose if you have make changes and if you don't want to do that, if you want to just rewind it, so you can undo a commit without rewriting a history. So git revert will create one new commit based on the commit history that you will provide, and based on that commit it will try to create a new hash and it will revert back those changes. So let's see the working of it. So you can see if I will type git log, so at the very latest commit, I have my modified paragraph in which I have added exclamation mark in my paragraph. Then before that, I have added exclamation mark in my heading too, right? Now let's me exit from here. Okay. Now I'm in here. Now suppose if I want to go to my this commit, so what it will do, git revert, then I need only four characters, so D61C, and once if I will hit enter it will revert the changes. So you can see it has reverted the changes, but it will give you the default message. If you want you can change the methods. And why it is giving it? Because it is going to create a new commit of whatever changes that were done here. So once if I will close it, it will write here. So you can see that we didn't type git a commit, we just type git revert, but it just write kind of thing, right? Now if I will type git log, you can see it is reverted to my first commit that was only till paragraph was modified. And also if I will type git log, so you can see now I have four commits in total, and this commit was created in the new. Okay, and it was just reverted till the fixed heading. All right, I'm hoping you are clear with git revert. Now let's go ahead and let's move ahead and let's understand about git reset. So basically the git reset moves the head. Revert was not moving the head, it was just creating a new commit and the head was moving further. But the reset is very tricky, and it basically moves head and it will delete the commit that was created earlier. Okay, so you should be very careful with using of git reset. There are three versions of git reset. The first one is soft and it is considered to be safe because it just moves heads to a previous commit, but it keeps the changes stage. It is not going to directly apply to your working area. Okay. Now the command for it is git reset hyphen hyphen soft. The second command is git reset hyphen hyphen mixed. It is also sometimes considered as safe and sometimes it's unsafe. It also moves heads back, but it's also unstages files. So it will also try to bring back the changes and keep the unstages file, but it will also keep the changes in your working directory. So whatever you were doing earlier, it will be in the staging area, but all the change that were done with the help of git reset command, the changes will be come to the working directory. So it's kind of mixed. And the third one is git reset hyphen hyphen hard, and this is considered dangerous among all of them. Basically, it moves head directly back to your first pointer or the mentioned commit SHA-1 value, and it deletes all the changes till the commit hash that you have mentioned, and it cannot be undone. Okay, so you need to be very sure while using this git reset hyphen hyphen hard command. Okay, so let's see git reset while moving on our VS Code. If I will type git log, so you can see I have various options here. Means I have just had fixed my and I have used revert command for fixed my heading. Then I went to and use modified paragraph. Then I went with fixed heading. Now suppose if I want to go to fixed heading, until now I am seeing 4 commits. So what I can do, I can use git reset hyphen soft, and the SHA-1 value I would like to take for 6C2C. Okay, so let's take this 6C2C. So once if I will hit enter, you will be able to see that there were no changes at all in my working area. But if I will check the git status, so these changes are back to my staging area. Means this index.html is in my staging area. So if I want to bring back the changes, I can type git rm hyphen hyphen cast and then file name. It will bring to my working area directly, and it will reset all the changes till 6C26. Okay, but for now let's not go ahead with this. Let's go ahead and use git reset hyphen art and then 6C2C. Okay, or let's not do this. Let's go to the fourth commit that we had, which is for fixed heading. Means we did fixed our paragraph, then we also fixed heading. So let's go to this command with the hard setting. So it should remove this one, right? And it should bring our head pointer and main pointer to this commit, right? That is the hard option. So let's go ahead and let's mention this. So I will use 6C2C. So let's go ahead 6C2C and I will hit enter. Now you can see my head is now 6C2C. If I will type git log, so now you can see I have only 3 commits. I have moved back in the time, right? So you can see I have only 3 commits. So that is what the git reset is for. Now let's move ahead. I'm hoping you have understood the working of git revert, git commit, git add, git log, git status, and git reset. Now there is one more thing that I would like to discuss, that is a special file called .gitignore file. Suppose there is a file and you have stored your password or environment variable that is specific to your particular host, and you don't want to push it to other colleague or other team member, and still you don't want to specify bunch of file while adding them or committing them. So how you will achieve this? So this git ignore file is used, and it is used to avoid committing temporary file that is definitely not needed, your build output that is specific to your OS, log files, secrets, or token file that you should definitely not post on GitHub or commit it. OS specific file like for Mac OS it's ds underscore store. For ID or editor settings, because for other user there might be another setting that could be useful. Okay, so let's see these things. Here is the .gitignore file. In here, this is a node.js dependency. So what I will do, you just create .gitignore file in your current working directory where git was initialized. You just mention the folder path. You can also mention the pattern using wildcard character, and also you mention the specific file. So it will take pattern all the numbers that is ending with log, so it will try to ignore that. Also, if you have some environment file with extension like .env or the file name as .env, you can mention that. For example, if you are working with the Mac OS, and you might definitely have this OS related file that is .ds underscore store that you don't want to expose on GitHub, so you can mention this in .gitignore file. So let's see it's working here. In here, I will create a new folder and I will give the folder name as node underscore modules. Let's suppose that you are working on a Node.js project, and suppose if you have any file here like package log.json, so you have this file in here, right? Now you can see that currently it's untracked, means Git is suggesting to commit the changes and to add this in your Git tracking area. So I don't want to expose this because this is specific to my host, to my operating system, right? So for that, what I will do, I will create a new file and that should be specific to this, that is called .git ignore. You can see the icon also coming here. In here, I can mention as node underscore modules. Okay, so I have saved it. Now you can see that this thing, the untracked change inside here is now gone. Also, whatever folder or files you will mention inside this folder, it will be completely ignored. But for get this .git ignore working, you need to first add it and you need to commit it for the first time. So let's use git add git ignore. I will not use dots so that you might get confused that if I am adding node underscore modules also, right? If I will check git status, so you can see that it is only giving git ignore file. It is not detecting my node underscore modules file. So let's go ahead and let's add it to my git tracking area. So I will type git add git ignore and then I will commit it, commit added git ignore file. Okay, so now it's done. Now I whatever file and folder structure, even I will mention the patterns, they will be get ignored. Okay, so that is the use of get ignore file. Now let's move ahead.
I am hoping you are clear with .gitignore file, how you can use it and where you can use it and how it is so much helpful. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about Git branches, which is also an important aspect when we are talking about Git. Suppose if you want to work on a new feature in your current project, but you don't want to mess it with your current workflow that is currently going. So a developer or you can create a branch, they can switch to that branch, they can parallelly work on it while the main developer is working on their main branch. And after your work is done, you can merge your feature to the main streamline branch. So this is the work of branches. That's how the branches are used. Because most of the organizations prefer to not to directly develop anything in the main branch, as from the safety measure, they will try to create a separate timeline, means branches, and then they will try to merge it. So in here we can see that first of all I will have a root commit, you can see. Then after it I created my very second commit, and pointer is pointing to this latest commit. So this is my main branch and this is the head pointer that is pointing on my main. Okay, so we have seen the head file while we were on the VS Code and it was referring and it was going in the refs heads main, right? Now how you can create branches. So once if you are on this branch, you just type git checkout hyphen b and then the branch name. It will create a branch and it will directly check it out. So you can see I have given a command like git branch and feature. So that command is also used to create a branch. And then after creating branch, you can use git checkout and then the branch name to check out that branch. The another option is directly create the branch and check it out. So for that we have command git checkout hyphen b and then your branch name. So in my case I've just typed, so after this I've just typed git checkout hyphen b and then feature. So what it did, a new commit was created and from here it was moved to another streamline. Now the branch is called feature, that is pointing to the latest commit on my current branch, means my feature branch, and as it will be my current working area, so the head will be pointing to here. After this, whenever we will create a new commit on the same branch, so we can create it, our feature will be pointing to this and the head will be pointing to there. Parallelly, other developer can work on this branch and the main will come here and the head will come here. Okay, so that's how branches work. So let's see the working of branches. I am in here. If I will check the branches, so if I will type git branch, so you can see I have only main branch in here and the star tells that it is the current branch. Okay. Also in VS Code, you will see an option called source control. If you will click on it, it will give you the graphical way of all these things that you have done so far. In here, what you can do, you can use git branch and then let's use branch name called feature. Okay, so once if I will hit it, there is nothing changed. It just created a branch in the background. Now, if I will type git branch, so you can see I have feature, but it's not currently checked out. If I want to check it out, so I can type git checkout and then the branch name. But whenever we type a SHA-1 hash value of any commit, so it was going in the detached head. So git checkout option and command is very useful. If I will type git checkout feature, so now it is changed to feature. It will tell you that it's now feature, and now you can make any changes and you can try to add it. Okay, so I will not do with this command because it's lengthy. I need to first create it and then check it out, right? So let's first go to main, git checkout main, and then I will delete this branch, and I need to make sure that whatever branch I am deleting, I am not on that branch. Okay, so I am on main and I want to delete feature. So I will type git branch hyphen capital D and then the branch name. So now my branch was deleted. Now you can see this thing has changed and it's also giving me the graphical way. Okay. Now let use command git checkout hyphen B. So what it will do, it will try to create branch and directly switch to it. And I will give the name as feature one. So now you can see it has created a branch and I have checked it out. So you can see the star was changed. Now let's go in here and let's try to do anything here. Welcome to GitHub Actions course. Okay, I will remove this and I will remove this. I will save it. Now what I will do, I will add this file git add index.html and then I will commit it. And let's give the description as changed paragraph. Okay, so now I am saying that from here the feature one branch was changed, right? And this commit was in here. So if I will type git log, so what do you think? What are the commits that it should give? Can you guess it? So yes, it will give you all the commits till now, means it will give you the commits till very first commit itself because it is going to keep track of all these things. But whenever we checked out this branch to feature one, and after this, if any other developer is working on the main branch, so those will not be shown here. Okay, so if I'll type git log, so you can see I have all these commits. My head is pointing to feature one, and the feature one is at changed paragraph, right? And at the main branch, I just added git ignore file. Now let's check out to main. Now when I checked out to main, you can see I have only these things in here. Let's try to create and modify our paragraph too. Let's try to modify heading here in our main branch. Okay. So welcome to DevOps channel. Here you will find the details about all the tools. Okay. So I have changed headings here. So let's quickly go through it. Git add dot and then git commit hyphen m, and in main branch I have just changed headings. Okay, so now if I will type git log in my main branch, so you can see I have changed headings, and after this it is giving the details of my added git ignore file from the main branch itself, right? So you can see, but modified paragraph, this one was in my feature branch. And let's check out to git checkout and let's check out to feature one. Okay, now if I will type git log, so you can see I have my changed paragraph also, right? This paragraph, but the heading was moved because it is in another timeline. Okay, it is being worked parallelly, so it will not show you in the feature one branch, but it will show you in the main branch that hey, all the changed paragraph, this ignore file, all these things are in here. Okay, so we have done that. Now let's try to merge our changes. How you can merge your changes? I will first verify on which branch I am on. So I am on my feature branch. So let's first check out git checkout main, right? So I am on my main branch and I want to add my paragraph. So in feature one, it was welcome to GitHub Actions course, right? So let's try to merge it in my main branch and let's delete our feature one branch. So I will use git merge and then the branch name that you want to merge. So in my case, it's feature one. So once if I will hit enter, so it is giving you the options for entering a message. So I am good with it. I will save it and I will close it. So now you can see my merge was changed and also the graphical way of VS Code is giving you all these things, right? Now, if I will type git branch, so I am on my main branch and all the things were changed. Now I can definitely go ahead and delete my feature one branch, right? If I will type git log, so I have all the details because it was merged to feature. And also if I will type git branch, so my branch was also deleted. Okay, so that was the overview on working with branches. Let's move ahead. Now let's understand what is merge conflict and how do we resolve it. Merge conflict arises. Suppose one developer is working on this 11th line of code, this one, and the another developer that has checked out to a branch and they are also working on a feature and this line has dependency on that feature, and the developer that is working on main branch didn't notify the user that was working on the feature branch that hey, you should not modify this line, and mistakenly he has modified this line and also committed it. Now while merging the branches to the main, they will get an error called there is some conflict and you should first resolve it. So let's try to achieve that and let's see how you can also resolve it. Okay. So I am on my currently main branch. Let's go ahead. Let's try to add something in here. Let's try to modify headings here. Okay. I am only doing this for my illustration purpose, but in the real world, you will have 1,000 lines of code and you will be editing these in a real life examples. All right. So in my main branch, I will just go ahead and mention hello, welcome to DevOps channel, and I will save it, right? And let's try to add it and commit it. Git add dot and then git commit hyphen m edited headings again. Okay, so now it was changed. Now what I will do, I will go ahead, I will create and switch to a branch called feature 2. Okay, in the feature 2 branch, I will again try to modify it and I will write it as welcome to DevOps channel. This is GitHub Actions course. Okay, so in my feature 2 branch, I am on my feature 2 branch. I have added this heading. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to add it also. Git add dot git commit hyphen m added more stuffs to headings. Okay, so once if I will hit enter, you can see that these things were added. In my main branch, I have only these piece of things, but in my feature 2 branch, I have these part of thing, right? Now let's check out to main. So git checkout main. You can see that in my main, I have this one here. And in here, let's give git. And this is GitHub Actions course. Okay. So in here, I am trying to just giving a random stuff so that it should definitely create a conflict. Now in the main branch, I have also tried to add this so that I should definitely get a conflict here. Let's try to use git add dot and then let's use git commit hyphen m added more in paragraph. Okay, so I will hit enter. Now I have these things conflicting in both of my branches, and currently I am in my main branch, right? Now let's try to merge feature 2. So I will type git merge feature 2. So once if I will hit enter, it will give you that hey, there is a conflict and you should resolve it. So here, if you are using VS Code, so you have option to either use current change, means it will accept only these, either use incoming change, means these, or either combine both of these and accept both changes. Okay. If you haven't set up VS Code as default editor, so you will have your Vim editor open. So you can just close these things, write anything that you want and try to add it and commit it. In my case, I used to like this accept current change, means whatever the main branch is written, I kind of like it. So I will try to click on accept current change, right? Once we are done. Now I will save it. And now let's verify what is git status. So you can see that it was modified. So let's go ahead. Let's try to add it and let's use git merge. git add dot, and you can see we can click on continue here. So now our changes were merged. Okay. So in here also you can do that and you can just type git merge. Now if I will type git status, so you can see I am on my main branch, nothing to clean, my things were merged, I have successfully resolved my merge conflict, right? So if I will type git branch, so all these things were merged. Now I can safely delete my feature 2 branch. So let's use git branch hyphen d and then feature 2, and that's done. Okay, so I'm hoping you are clear with this. Let's move ahead. Till now we were discussing about only git and we were working locally. Now let's move ahead to github. GitHub extends the feature of git. It allows us to store our repository, our git repository that we have created and that we were playing with, to on a cloud-based repository. Means it will host it on the cloud, from where another developers or another members of your team can collaborate through it, push the changes, pull the changes, and work collaboratively. Also, suppose if you want to access your repository while you are traveling, but you don't have your laptop with you, so how you will access it? So if you have stored your repository on GitHub and if you have internet, you can directly navigate to it and you can review your code on your mobile itself, on the web itself, because it's completely on the cloud. So it provide all the features related to code management like issues, projects, pull request, GitHub Actions, that is helpful for your code management and collaborative purposes. To work with GitHub, I will go to github.com, and in here you need to log in with your account. So you can go ahead, click on sign up, and you should provide a authentic mail ID, password, and you should also give a valid username that should be unique in global domain. Okay, for me, I already have created it, so I will click on sign in, and it already detected my username and password, so I'm good with it. I will click on sign in and I am in here. If you are new, if you have just created the account, so for you there should be another UI appearing, but for me this one is the UI. So right here you will be seeing an option to create a new repository. So we will create this in a few, but let's explore what options you are getting here. If you are already working with Git, so here will be your all top repositories that you will be seeing here. Then here are the settings options that is relevant to your account. On the overview, these issues, pull request, project, discussion are related to your project feature and they are very helpful for your code management and collaborative purposes. Issues are like if you want to have a bug fixes introduced in your project or if you want to work on a new feature, so you can create a issue and work on it. Pull request is the best practice in the code development workflow. If you want to merge your changes to your main branch, so you should create a pull request and the pull request gets enabled using branch protection rule. So which we will cover it soon. Next one is repository. So in this you will have the list of all the repository and also you will get list and you will get option to create a repository. The project are also a very helpful feature provided by GitHub that is very helpful in your CI/CD workflow. Discussions are generally for your discussion related to your project. Then comes the code spaces. Code spaces is like another environment that is used to provide similar like your VS Code. It will be running a VM in the GitHub itself. You definitely need to set up the pricing and all these things. And it will open a VM that will have a VS Code like UI so that you can work with your code directly here. Then here it's a Copilot, and using GitHub Copilot, it's similar like your Microsoft Copilot. So you can use features like AI with your repository itself. In right hand side, you are seeing option for creating a new issues repository or importing a repository, new code space, new gist in which. So these are just like repository, but here you don't specify anything. You just post a few snippet of your code to the public or to private users so that you can share some snippet of your code or your project to the other developer with the help of them. Then here is a new organization if you want to create it, and here is the option for new project. This is for issues. If you want to directly list all your issues, you can click on it and you can go through it. This is a pull request. This is the options for repository, and this is your inbox, means it will give you the notification like structure. In here, if you will go to the settings, so there are various settings in here. The one thing I would like to discuss here is developer settings and then personal access token. In recent changes of Git and GitHub, you won't be able to authenticate using passwords. You should create a personal access token so that you can authenticate to GitHub. So you can go to settings, then developer settings, and then personal access token and token classic. And then you can generate a new token. So we will generate it when we will be pushing our changes or pulling the changes from our private repo. Okay. So I'm hoping you are clear with the GitHub introduction, the GitHub UI introduction. Now let's move ahead.
We have now gone through GitHub UI and we have seen all the options that is on GitHub website. Let's go ahead and let's create our GitHub repository. I will again move GitHub website, and then in here, if you are a new user, then for you it will be appearing in here. But for me, it's giving option to create a new repository in here. So I will click on new. In here, if you have assigned or if you have provided access to multiple owners for your account in your organization, you can provide owner of that account. In my case, this is a personal account, not an organization account. So I am by default owner. You should give a repository name. So I will give GitHub Action Demo. Now this should be unique in your account or in your organization. It does not need that it should be unique in global domain. Now in here you if you want you can provide a description, but I will not do that. Now after it, here is the main thing, which is choose visibility. So you have two options, public and private. If you are trying to create this repository as public, so anyone in the world with the URL of your repository can see this repository, can clone this repository, and they can use it for your own purpose. But definitely they cannot push to your repository. But if you will try to create private repository, so you need to provide access to this repository to other developer or member in your team. After then, they will be able to see this repository. So after private, if you will provide the repository URL also, they won't be able to see this repository because it's private. For me, I want to illustrate it for collaborative purposes. I will use public. Now in here, you have an option to add README. What is README? In every project in the GitHub globally, you will see a readme.md file that is stored on the parent location. This readme.md is like a brief description about your project, what your project can do, how it works, and how you can implement in your environment. The syntax for it is readme.md. MD stands for Markdown. If you want to learn about Markdown more, so you can go ahead and search for Markdown syntaxes, and you'll be able to see the AI answers from Google. So if you will specify heading one, so you just need to specify hash. If you want to have bold and italic place, then you can specify 3 stars. So these are the syntax for your Markdown. Okay. For me, I will not add my readme md file also. Now here is a git ignore file. In my case, I already have it in my project, right? So if I'll go in here, so I already have it, so I will not implement that also. And here is a license in which you will see various options for your licenses, which you should not need to worry about. I am good with these settings. I will click on create repository. After creating repository, there is some options like if you want to use GitHub Copilot in this repository, if you want to add collaborator for this repository, and also here it's a giving the link either for HTTPS or SSH connection. Okay. And in here, if you want to create a new repository on the command line, in your local environment. So you can go ahead and follow this command. Now what it's doing, it's trying to create a readme.md file and it's trying to write this thing in this readme.md file. Then it will initialize a new Git repository. It will add it. It will try to commit it. Then if the default branch is not set to main, so it is trying to rename it. Hyphen M stands for renaming this branch, your existing branch. Then these things will be the same in here, right? So we have existing repository, right? So we can follow this command to push it. Now we have created our very first GitHub repository and we have also seen various options whenever we were trying to create our repo. Now let's move ahead and let's push our existing repo that we created for our demo purpose to our GitHub newly created repository. So it's giving already options to use this setting so that you can push it there. In my case, I already have SSH key pair set up. So what it will do, it will try to authenticate it directly. But I will not do that. I will try to delete that SSH key. So for deleting SSH key, I can go to my account. I can go to settings. Then I can go to SSH and GPG key. And you can see for my Linux VM, the SSH key is already there. So I will delete it so that it should not authenticate and push to this branch automatically. And I have deleted the SSH key. I don't have anything. Now, first of all, I need to check whether I have any remote URL or not. The remote URL stands for what are the URL that's been set up to communicate with your local repository. You can also add multiple remote URL for your one local repo. So I will go here and I will first try to set up one URL. Okay. And this is my URL itself. So I should be good with it. I will use I will use this command. So I will copy this command in here, this full command. So what it's trying to do, it's trying to add a remote URL for my this working repository and it's giving the name to it as origin because we don't want to put this long URL for referring to my this repository. Okay, so whenever we will try to push it, we will use just this keyword origin and it will refer to this URL. So let's go ahead and let's try to run it. So I will right click on it and I will click on paste, git remote add, then origin, and then the URL. I will hit enter. Now if I'll type git remote vv, so you can see I have origin name for this URL and origin name for this URL, and both URL will be used for push or to pull or fetch the changes. All right. Now if I will see the branch, so in my case I already have the branch name as main, but if you haven't, you should go ahead and use this command here, git branch -m main, so that it will rename your existing branch to main because GitHub uses main as a default branch. Now I will use git push origin branch. Git push origin means I want to push to this origin means this URL, and what is the branch you want to push it to. So I want to push it to main. So if this branch does not exist, it will try to create on my GitHub. In my case, it's completely new. So yes, it will create a new branch called main. Okay. And it's a best practice. And in here also the name of your URL is origin, but definitely you can give any name you like. Now, once if I will hit enter, it will ask for the GitHub extension will ask for login using GitHub. So now it will try to connect to github.com. So you can see it is giving here option and it will try to ask for authorizing it. So for now I can give continue and it will try to authorize my VS code. And you can see I am successfully authenticated. See, now in case if you being asked to enter some credential and password, so I will show you also how you can do that. So for that, you can go in here. So now as the things were pushed, you can see all these details are giving in here. So all counting object and here it's telling that new branch was pushed called main and it was pushed from my local repository to the remote repository. If I will refresh the page in here, so you can see my all the files that were stored in my VS Code are currently at in here. Now, where is .node underscore modules folder? You can see that it's in here, but why it's not in here? Because we have mentioned in our .gitignore file, right? You can see this. So it will give you that, hey, node underscore modules was hidden. That's why it was not pushed. Now, there is a way that you will get a prompt for entering username and password in VS Code if it is not being authenticated automatically via any browser. So how you will achieve that? So first you need to enter your username, and the username is this one. After this github.com, or the username that you have selected while creating the account, this one. Now about the password, it is not password that is used at GitHub. It is personal access token. For that, you can go to settings, then you can go to developer settings, and then you can go to personal access token, and then you can use token classic, and then in here click on generate new token and click on generate new token for general use. You need to select the name, so let's give the name as GitHub Action token. You need to set one expiry date, and you need to specify the permissions here. So for now I will just select all the accesses in here, delete admin, admin public key, private key, for hook, admin enterprise, audit, and just bunch of stuff. So I have provided some bunch of options, and I will click on generate tokens. Now once you generate the token, it will give you this ID that you should specify. Once it will show you, you definitely need to copy this personal access token at your notepad or any KeyPass like software, because after navigating to other page it will not be visible again. Okay, so as for me it's already giving option to authenticate via browser. I didn't go through these options, but for you it might ask, so you need to go with it. To make sure it authenticating via browser, go to extension and use VS Code extension and search for GitHub. So this GitHub extension will allow you to authenticate from this itself. Okay. For me, I don't need it, so I will try to delete this personal access token, and I am done. Now we have pushed our repository to GitHub. Let's understand about pulling changes from GitHub. Now let's try to modify something, and let's try to push it to our GitHub repository itself. So in index.html, what I will do, I will try to create one file, and let's give the file name as readme.md. Okay, and in here I will give the syntax, and I will give this is this is a course on GitHub Actions. If you want to learn about it, please navigate to my channel. Okay, I have done it. I will save it. Now I'm doing all these things in my main branch, but I don't want to do that. So how I will push it to another branch? So I will just copy these things. I will cut it, and let me try to delete this, right? If I will type git status, I don't have anything in here. Let me try to create a branch. I will give it as feature 3, and let me try to add one file in here, readme.md. I will paste in here. I'll save it. I will try to I will try to add it, and then I will make some comment, added readme file. Okay, so now we have done. If I will go in here, you can see I only have one branch. How I will push another branch? So for pushing another branch, you will use git push origin and then my branch name. So in my case, it will be feature hyphen 3. So if it is not authenticating or it's being timed since your last visit to this repository, so it will try to do that. Else, what it will do, it will try to push it. Now you can see that feature 3 had recent post 3 seconds ago. It has detected, and it is giving option for compare and pull request, which we will come soon on this topic. Okay. Now, if I will try to refresh this page, so I will go in here and I can switch to feature 3 and I will be able to see my readme.md file. And if I will list the contents, you can see that it was in the bold font. Okay, because we have provided hash so that it will be like your heading. Okay, so that's how you can push another branch. Now let's move ahead. After pushing our changes to GitHub, let's understand how you can pull changes from GitHub and how you can make small changes to GitHub, and then you can pull the changes to your local environment. So in here, I will click on add a file and I am on my main branch. I will click in here and I will click on create new file. Then in here, you need to provide a file name. If you want to create a folder, you just need to type forward slash and you should be able to provide a folder name and then you can provide a file name. Okay, let's provide a folder name DevOps channel 23 and then I will provide forward slash so that it will be created as a folder, and that inside this folder I will create a file called demo.txt. Okay, and I will write the contents in here. This is a demo file created at GitHub itself. Okay, I have created one folder and then inside the folder I have created one file and then I have written this bunch of stuff in here. Now there is no option to first make it to staging area and then make it to commit. There is option to direct just commit the changes. Here you need to explain the message, the description, and here it will be the commit message that you use to specify with -m option. So I am good with this thing. Here you are getting option if you want to directly commit to main branch, or else if you want to create a new branch and start a pull request, which we will cover in a bit. For now, I directly want to commit it to main branch. So let's go ahead and let's try to use commit changes. Okay, now I will go to return the repository overview. And if I will go to main page, I am in DevOps channel folder and I have my demo.txt in here. But if I will go to VS Code and if I will check out to main, so you can see I don't have that devotional folder in here. So let's try to pull the changes. So how you can pull the changes? There are total two way. First one is either you use command git fetch. It will apply and bring the changes from the remote URL. Now how this is going to connect to it? So it is going to connect to these URL that you will specify in here. So whenever you will type git fetch or git pull, so it is going to use these operations in here. But there are two commands to pull the changes. First one is git fetch and the another one is git pull. Now what are the operations for it? The git fetch will go and connect this link and it will bring back the changes to your staging area. It is not going to directly attach to your working area. Now what is git pull? So git pull is like git fetch, means it will first bring back the changes to your staging area, then plus git merge, and then it will try to merge it to my working area, means it will directly apply to here. So for now I will use git pull to bring back my latest changes, and I already authenticated it, so it will not ask for any authentication. I will hit enter. And okay, so looks like we need to use my branch. It needs a branch. So I'm good with it. I will type git pull origin main. And here we have specified origin means from which URL I need to specify, and then the main means which branch you need to pull the changes. So main. Once I have typed it, it's giving all the details. There was one insertion, one file changed, and these things were pushed. So you can see I have bring back my changes in here itself. So for creating new files and new folders and bunch of folder on your GitHub itself, you can definitely do that. Okay. Now let's move ahead. We have seen how you can push the changes, how you can pull the changes. Now let's understand what is cloning of your repo. For cloning a repo, you should have a URL of that account, and that repository should be public. If you have the URL of it, and if you will try to access it, you will not be even able to access it. Okay. So for pulling the changes, I will use my another personal account so that I can clone the repository from that one itself. So I will open a new incognito tab, and in the incognito tab, I will log in my personal account. So I have logged in my personal account in the incognito window, and all these are public repository, of course. For example, if I will go to Dockrise node case projects, you can see it's tagged with public. If I will copy the URL, and if I will go to my DevOps channel account, and if I will try to paste it, I will be able to access it. You can see that it's my DevOps channel account, and I am accessing my Sarottam Singh's my personal account from this repository. And as this is a public, so you are able to see the code section. Definitely you will not be able to make any changes. For example, you are seeing the options for add file. So if you will go and click on create new file, so you can see that you need to fork this repository to propose changes. So we will cover this forking also. Forking is a way to contribute to a public repository even if you don't have access to it. Okay, so I will go to this code, and for cloning the repository, cloning is like making a copy of any other developer work, and that work should be public to your local environment. Okay, you can only pull or fetch the changes, but you cannot push it because definitely you do not have access to it. So for cloning the repository, you need to click on this code section, and you will get the option as either you can download it as a zip, or you can get various URL for HTTP, SSH, or even as a GitHub CLI. I will use HTTPS, and I will copy it. Now in here, as I already am in Git crash course, and I already have one Git file initialized, so I won't be able to create another repository in this one. So let's navigate back, and let's create a new folder, or let's use git clone, and then I will right click on it and I will paste the URL, and then what is the name of folder that you want to provide so that it will store all this code repository. So I will provide as cloning example. Okay, and I will hit enter. So it will create a folder called cloning example, and it will try to push all these codes file into that. So if I will list the file, so I have my cloning example here. Let's navigate to cloning example, and let's open my VS Code in that. So you can see my VS Code in here. I will close the previous tab, and I have all these files that were in my personal account. You can see this is my personal account, and I have all these files in here. So that's how you can push it. After cloning any public repository, let's move ahead and let's try to push whether are we able to push the changes to the clone repository. Definitely we will not be able to push it, but let's try that. So I am in here. I will just try to modify something in here in the readme.md file. I will just write bunch of file, and I will write this is demo text. I am entering here. I know it is not going to push, but I want to try. Okay, I will save it, and in here I will open a terminal, new terminal, and if I will type git status, so my readme.md file was modified. Now should we try to check it our remote URL? So you can see that for fetch and pull, it's still my personal account, but I am authenticated via my DevOps channel account. Obviously, I don't have access to it. So I will add git add dot git commit hyphen m modified readme.md file. I have done the insertion. Let's try to use git push origin and main. So as expected, we are not able to push it because my DevOps channel 23 account is not even a collaborator to my these personal accounts. So I'm not able to push it. Okay. Now, my question is how you can push to this repository. So there are currently two ways. The first way is to go ahead and ask your main developer to provide collaborative permission to this repository. So your user can go through it and you can click on add people, search for that account as username DevOps 23. It will search for that and you can click on it and you can click on add DevOps 23 account, right? Then after it, what you can do, once you will click on add DevOps channel, this DevOps channel will get an email that you have been invited for this repository as a collaborator. So you need to accept that. After accepting that, if you will try to push it, it will get pushed. The another way and the more secure way is called forking, which we will see in a bit. Many organizations and even our open source project or other developer also prefer forking instead of giving direct collaborative access to your account. So I will also not go with it because I don't know. I know it will definitely work because I will add my devotional account to my personal account as a collaborative. So definitely it's going to work, but it's not secure, right? So let's discuss that in a bit. For now, I'm hoping you understood. We didn't have access, so we get permission denied. So now we have two options. Either use forking, which we will cover in a bit, and the another one is us reach out to this developer and ask them to provide a direct access, direct collaborative access to your account. Okay, now let's move ahead. We'll see how the forking works, but before that, let's understand what are pull requests in GitHub. For directly pushing the changes to the main branch, it's not a preferred way. Developers and organizations prefer a way that first it should review the changes which is going to be merged so that it should not affect your productivity, and then after reviewing the changes it should directly merge to the main branch after reviewing it. So any other developer who is working on their feature branch, they should not be allowed to merge directly. They should be first get to review the changes and then their changes should be merged to the streamline. So for understanding about pull request, we will also understand the pull request when we will discuss about forking. But for now, I will go to my account, my DevOps channel account, and in here you will be able to see the compare and pull request option. This is the option you are getting, and it's telling that there is some changes in the feature 3 branch which you should push it. But the pull request will come into play whenever you have branch protection rule in place. If you will try to merge it and create a pull request, it will directly get pushed. But it's not recommended way because you don't want to enable directly pushing and merging to your main branch. So let's go ahead and let's set up the branch protection rule. So I will go in here and I will click on branches and I will click on add classic branch protection rule. Now branch name pattern, I will give it as main because I want to protect only my main branch. And in here, you should check this option, require a pull request before merging. And this should be checked means require approval before merging your branches to the main branch. Okay, so you are providing the pattern of your branch, which branch it should protect. So it should protect main branch. And how it is protecting? It is protecting that before merging, it requires a pull request. And in the pull request, what kind of a request is there? So it should require a approval or review. Okay. Now I am good with it and I will click on create. Okay. So now my main branch is protected. I am very excited to see the changes. So I will go to the code. Till I'm getting option to push the feature 3 branches, right? Now what I will do, I will go in here, I will go back and I will go to git crash course and I will open my VS code in here because I want to add one more commit to my feature 3 branch and then again I want to push it. I will maximize the window a bit for you and then I will type git branch. Let's check out feature 3. Okay, so I have these things in here. I don't have demo.txt in feature 3. So in feature 3, let's try to add one file. So let's use echo hello from feature 3 branch before merging. Okay, and I will write it to file call new underscore file dot txt. Okay, so new dot file dot txt was created and is changed to untracked. Let's try to quickly add it and let's try to commit it. Added a new file and it was done. Now let me try to push the changes. So git push origin and then feature 3. So now one more file was pushed to feature 3. So if I will go in here and if I will refresh the page, so you can see that feature 3 has recent push 10 seconds ago. So this is my case of my main branch. If I will go to feature 3, so here is the case of feature 3 branch and the new file.txt is there. You can definitely go ahead, locally try to change these things and try to merge it in your main branch and then try to push it, but it's not a preferable way. The preferable way is create your own branch, your feature branch, work on it, and then push it to the GitHub so that whatever approval will require, they will check it, they will review it, and then they will merge it. So I will click on compare and pull request. So once I am compared, I land to this page, right? To which branch you are going to merge. So from feature 3, I'm going to merge it to main branch. I'm good with it. You need to add a title for that pull request. I am good with it. If you want, you can add a description and you can click on create pull request. Now, once you have created pull request, so you will land to this very page. And as I am developer and I have access, so you can click on merge without waiting for requirements to meet the bypass because I have access to it. But of course, you can assign a reviewer. So currently I don't have any reviewers assigned. So if you have another developer or collaborator assigned, you can definitely go ahead and assign a reviewer to it, right? And as I am owner of this project and I only am the owner, there are no collaborators, so I can bypass this rule, right? So I can click on bypass rule and merge. I need to provide a commit message. Again, as I am owner of this project and only there is one developer, that is me, so I can bypass my branch protection rule. I can click on confirm bypass rule and merge. Now you can see my merge was done. So you can see the option for merged. If you want, you can provide a comment successfully merged by passing the rules and I can click on comment. Now you have done that. If you want, you can delete the feature 3 branch. Okay, so the branch was also deleted. If I will go to the code now, so you can see I don't have any other branch and I have only one main branch and this was pushed around 3 minutes back. Okay, so that's how pull request work. In the real world, the pull request generally works in the organization when there are multiple developer, right? So in our previous demo, we have seen how pull request work, but as I was only one who has access to that repository and also there was only me who had access to repository, so I was able to bypass the rule. But this forking allow us to fork or make a copy of any other developer repository to our own GitHub repository and then we can pull and push the changes to that fork repository and then we can create the pull request from that fork repository to the main account. So let's see it's working. For seeing it's working, I will go to my main account, this main account, and I will go to this code section, means I will verify that I am inside my Dockerized Node.js. And inside here, I will go to settings, I will go to branches, and I will set the branch protection rule for my main branch. Okay, I'll click on require a pull request before merging and require number of approvals. So yeah, only one approval is good. I will click on create. Now branch protection rule is set for my main branch. This is a public account, and if I will go to collaborators, you can see I don't, my DevOps channel 23 account does not have access to it. Okay. So I will navigate to my DevOps channel 23 account. So I'm inside my DevOps channel 23 account. And in here, I will go to the repository of my personal account, Dockerize Node.js. I will refresh the page so that it will refresh the branch protection rule. And in here, I will click on fork. Now, what this forking will do, this forking will try to create a fork, means completely copy of my personal account repository to my DevOps channel account. Okay, and of course, I'm just copying the main branch. I am good with it, and I will click on create fork. Now, this is the repository that is currently and completely mine. I can push it, pull it, and do whatever I can. Okay, but in here, unlike your other repository, you will get that forked from this repository. Okay, this is my personal account, but here I will be able to push it, pull it. If I am contributing to an open source project, I can check and modify all these things in here. And then I can suggest this user that, hey, you should go ahead and make these changes. And if you want, you can create a pull request too. So we'll see the pull request in this example. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's try to clone this forked repository, because this is my account. You can see DevOps channel 23. This is my own account. So I will go in VS Code. I will go to the back, and then I will use git clone. Then I will paste the URL, and then I will give the file name as fork example. Okay. If I will list the file, so I have forked example in here. Let's navigate to fork repository, and then let's open my VS Code in here itself. I will close this earlier project, and I am in here. I will maximize the window a bit. Now, if I will open the terminal, and if I will show you git remote -vv, means what are the URL that is set for push and pull. So you can see it's my account. It's not my personal account. So I will be definitely able to push it. So I will go to this readme.md file, and I will try to add one more line in here, and I will add, this is a good project example. If you are beginner and wants to dive into Docker's world, this is an example of Node.js Dockerizing Node.js app. Okay, so I have written some bunch of stuff which is I am thinking that it should be also added in this readme.md file so that other developer or another user in the world can see this, what it's and what is it's for. Okay, and they need to ensure that it's not a very advanced level, it's for beginner level. So I am good with it. I will try to add it, and then I will try to commit it, modified readme file. Okay, now it's done, but on my work repository on my account, not personal, on DevOps channel account, it will not be there. So let's first push it. So I will use git push origin, because this is the name of origin, and then I will use the branch because I already have one branch, so it's main. It's completely fine, but as a best practice, you should only create a feature branch first before merging it to main. So you always create feature branch, you push it, and then you should create a pull request. Okay. Now I have pushed the changes to my main branch. If I will go to my DevOps channel account, and if I will refresh the page, so in here you will be able to see that this branch, this main branch of yours, is one commit ahead of this account, means personal account and the main branch. Okay. So you can go ahead and click on contribute, and you can click on open pull request. Now here you need to select what is the base repository. So yes, it's Sarvottam. It's good. What is the branch of this repository? So main. And from where? So it's my DevOps channel account of branch main. Now you need to add a title for that pull request. So modify readme.md file, it's good. And here I will add a description and I will call it added some more lines so that public will be able to distinguish this repo more efficiently. Then I will click on create pull request. Now I didn't have access to this repository, so I will not be able to merge it. You can see I am not getting an option to bypass the merge because I am not added as a collaborator to it, and also I am not a reviewer. I cannot change the setting, and also I don't own this repository. So what I will do, I will go to my main account, my personal account, which owns this repository. Then I can go to this pull request. Now, if I will refresh this page, I will be able to see that there is a one pull request pending for me. It was opened by DevOps Channel 23 and the review is definitely required because branch protection rule was set. So let me create on this one. Now in here, you will be able to see what are the things you required in here. So you can see what are the changes that is in here that he has added. So these things were added and he has added these things. So I am good with it and I am liking this third line, so I want to add it. So let's go to this pull request, click on review changes. I will click on approve and I will click on hey, this look fine to me, let's merge. Okay, and I will once if I will submit it, it will be treated as a review because I haven't set any reviewer, but I am owner of this project, so I can approve here. But if you want some more changes, you can click on request review, write your comments and submit request review so that that developer will get notified that he again wants to do these modification. In my case, I like it. I am clicking on approve and I will click on submit review. After this, these changes were approved. There were no conflict with base branch. I can click on merge pull request. I am good with this thing. I will click on confirm merge. Now my merge was done and the pull request was also closed. If I will just try to refresh the page, so you can see my pull request was done and also this thing is showing on the top because this was modified. So I'm hoping you have understood about forking, how it helps, and this is how you contribute in the open source project. Okay, so that's it for Git and GitHub crash course. Again, if you want to learn more about Git and GitHub in depth, please navigate to my Git and GitHub the complete guide course in which I have talked about Git and GitHub all concept in depth. Okay, so let's meet in the next chapter. Let's start our GitHub Action journey finally. Till then, take care everyone. Hey everyone, and welcome to this chapter on GitHub Action Core Building Blocks. In this chapter, we will understand some key elements related to GitHub Actions, its workflow, job, and steps. And before moving forward, you need to make sure that you should have a GitHub account in place. Yes, we will perform all these operations with the help of free account and free tier, so you are good with moving ahead. For more on workflows and events, we have the next chapter. But this chapter focuses on all the core building blocks on creating a workflow. So let's move ahead and let's first understand about workflows, jobs, and steps. Although we have covered it whenever we were starting this series of chapters. So first you will have your workflow triggered by some events in your repository because this will be completely related to your repository. Okay, whatever events that will be applied on repository, based on that these workflows will be triggered. You can create one or more workflows. Now how you can create workflow? For creating a workflow in your parent git repository, you will create a folder called .github. Inside that folder, you will create a folder called workflows, and then inside it, you will create any name pattern with the extension of YAML.
and then you will write your YML configuration file for these workflows. Okay, so we'll see this when we will be on our lab, which is in a bit. Now, within the workflow, you define jobs. In one workflow, there could be multiple job, and in another workflow, there could be only one job. These jobs runs on a runner machine, and this runner machine can be either GitHub provided or even you can use your self-hosted machine. By default, these jobs run parallelly, but you can specify needs keyword so that it will run a job sequentially one after the another. So suppose if you have a test environment that should be test before deploying the application. So in that case, you need to run them sequentially, right? So you just define that, hey, it needs job 1 to be defined first or tested first and then go ahead with the deployment section. And these can be triggered based on the condition. Within your runner machine and particular job, each job can run on a single runner machine. You cannot run two jobs on a single machine. Okay. So we'll see this, but whenever you will specify your jobs, so you need to specify on keyword so that it will select what is the runner machine. Now, each runner machine will run its own steps, and you can have one or more steps running on them. So, I'm hoping you have understood about the concept of events, workflows, jobs, runner machine, and steps. Also, inside the job, you can also implement something called actions. In the steps, we will try to first trigger a simple echo command, means just a bash script or a bash terminal. But instead bash terminal, you can also implement a custom action that is also provided by GitHub itself. So they will have their own syntaxes and some keyword that you need to specify, and those action will be triggered. We will see the actions related stuff whenever we will be on our GitHub documentation. So let's go ahead and let's try to create our very first workflow. For that, I will move to my VM on which I have my GitHub. So in here, I will go to my any of my repo and I am able to see Actions tab, right? But in case if for the current repository, if you have multiple developer involved or collaborators involved, and you were given access to this repository just for testing purpose and just for posting purpose, and you are not able to see the Actions tab, that means your owner didn't give permission you to perform GitHub Actions operation on that. So the owner who has sufficient privilege needs to go to the settings tab on this repository level, and then they need to go to this Actions tab, and then they need to go to the general tab. Okay, and then Actions tab. In my case, I had selected this, so all the collaborator with specific permission will be able to see this Actions tab. So make sure you check that. So we have make sure that we have our Actions tab in place, right? Now let's go ahead and let's create a repo for a demo purpose, and then we will try to clone it, and then we will try to create a workflows there. Okay. So I will click on create new repository. I will give the name as first GitHub action. I will leave it as public. I will initialize at as readme because I am not cloning or deleting my existing repo. I'm just initializing and I will completely clone it. Okay. And I will click on create repository. Now I will click on code. I will copy this. I will go to VS Code and then in here I will open my terminal. Then I will go to desktop and then in here I will type git clone and then I will paste the URL of the git link and then I will provide the name first GitHub action workflow and it's done. Now if I will navigate to first GitHub action workflow and if I will open my VS code, so I will have those that readme.md file in here with the custom name that GitHub provided for me. Now, of course, I can create the things in here, but let's see how you can create inside Git itself. So in my project, I will go to this Actions tab and in here I will click and create a very simple workflow by GitHub. Also, you can see various deployment options in here as an example of some famous cloud technologies, like if you want to deploy a Node.js application to Azure Web App. So this is the way. We have one Node.js application as an example. So we can also use that to deploy to our Azure Web App. If you want to deploy it to Amazon ECS, so you have your pre-configured written YAML configuration file. So if they will show you, you just need to configure some bunch of stuff and it's already ready for you. Okay, so there are various already predefined structure for your GitHub action that you can use to deploy or to play with it. For now, I am just starting my very basic workflow. I will go ahead and click on simple workflow and click on configure. Now it will open a VS kind structure in here itself. And for example, I don't need to worry about this. So I will just select all these and delete it. I will first give the name and you can see that it's going to .github workflows and then you should provide a name. So the folder name it will create .github with the exact name, then workflows, and then here you should provide any file name that you can. So I'll provide first workflow. Okay. Now here you are getting a suggestion by actions. So we'll come to the actions part later in the section. But for now, as this is just basic, so let's go with the basics thing. So first of all, you need to provide a name of your workflow. So I will give first workflow workflows. Okay. Now here you need to specify the next thing you need to specify on which event you need to get this workflow or event trigger. So I want to get trigger on workflow under dispatch. That means trigger it manually. The workflow dispatch means trigger it manually. Okay. So now whenever we will trigger it manually, this whatever operations I will write in here, it will get trigger. Then after it, I need to specify job. Okay. Jobs keyword. Then I need to be sure about the indentation and I have given the indentation. If you want to learn about YML in detail, please go through my 30 minutes of course on YML, in which you will find the details about how you can write YML file. And in here, you need to specify the job name. So I will give the name as first job. Okay. And then you need to provide the property of your first job. But where this first job is going to run. So you need to specify runs on keyword. And now in here, you need to provide a runner. So let's search for GitHub hosted runner. I will go to this very first link and I will see what are the GitHub hosted runners provide in the here. So I will go to this reference link in here and I am able to see these things and I will not go with the large runners. And if I will come in here, so it's giving these things in here and you can use these keyword while mentioning runs on. So we can use Ubuntu Slim and it will have 1V CPU and 5 GB of RAM. This is completely for your free tier. If you want to use this one, so you have 2V CPU and 7 GB of RAM and you need to use Ubuntu hyphen latest. If you want to use Windows host, you can provide this, Mac OS this and Mac OS latest. So let's go ahead and let's use Ubuntu Slim. I will copy this and I will paste it. So I will go in here and I will paste Ubuntu Slim. As I was starting this course, I told you that the GitHub hosted runner provide pre-installed apps and tools, right? So we are going to use Ubuntu Slim. Let's see whether do we get any pre-installed apps with it. So for that, we will go to this GitHub hosted runner reference, right? Or we can go to this Ubuntu latest link here. Then I will expand this Ubuntu one and then I will go to Ubuntu Slim and readme.md file and you will be able to see that it has the OS version of this one, kernel version of this one. Then you have languages and runtime installed with it is bash dash and also it provides a node.js of 24.12 version. It also is comes with pre-installed Python and also it has npm pip pip3 and pipx pre-installed with it. Also It comes with bunch of tools pre-installed like Easy Copy, Bicep, Git, JQ, NVM, OpenSSL. Also, it comes with CLI tool pre-installed like AWS CLI, Azure CLI, GitHub CLI, and Google Cloud CLI. So you can see GitHub runners provide more flexibility so that you don't need to go and set up your own runner, install this tool manually. Okay, so for now, I am good with it, and then after it you need to specify the steps. Now, as it might have multiple steps, so you need to provide them as a dictionary pair. Now, first one, I will give the name as let's print hello. Okay, and then I will provide run. Instead of run, you can also have actions you can define, and you can use your predefined syntax from GitHub Marketplace. But for now, I will not explain actions here. Then in here, I will type the simple command of echo and then hello world. Okay. Then I will give another step and I will give name as bye. Then I will provide run again and I will echo it to bye bye. Okay, and I am done with it. I can just save it. It will automatically save it in my VS Code, right? I don't need to save it. Then I need to click on commit changes. I need to specify and I directly want to click on commit on main branch, right? So I will click on commit changes. I have committed the changes. You can see it was committed. Now I can go to this actions tab and now the UI will be changed. Now you will see all the workflows in here, and for me, as I only have one workflow, how it is. So if you will go to the code section and if you will go to the GitHub workflow section, you will be able to see that you have first workflow. If you have multiple workflow, then the another workflow with the same name, the same file name will be showing in here. So if I will go to first workflow, so you are getting an option for workflow dispatch event trigger. So it has detected that it was a trigger with the help of workflow dispatch, means manual run. So I will click on run workflow, and as I have only one branch, so I'm good with it, and I will click on run workflow. You can also set up to run your workflow on a specific branch, which we will cover later in the sections. And I will click on run workflow. So this workflow run was successfully ran. I need to just refresh my page. So let's refresh it, or I don't need to refresh it. It just refresh automatically. And here is the green check. That means it was ran successfully. If it is blinking as orange or blue, that it means it's being in progress and it's completely processing. If it's in red cross, that means it was failed and something was wrong. To verify about it, to get more details about on our workflow, you can click on this workflow and then you can click on this first job to see the details about your jobs. And I have two jobs in here. First, it try to set up the jobs. If you will expand it, it will get all the details. Then you can read about the first detail. So it ran this one with the command, and also it will show you what command it gave as an output. So it gave the output as this one. Similarly, I ran my second job. Command was used was this one, and the output was this. And then after it, it also giving us that it was my job was completed and all the orphaned processes were cleaned up. All right. So that's how we were able to create our workflows. So I'm hoping you have understood how you can create a very first and basic workflow for your repository. Now let's move ahead and let's add one more workflow and let's understand about it. Before that, before creating one more workflow, let's understand about events and types of event. So you have bunch of types of event you have. For example, push means on pushing the changes on your repository, it will automatically triggered. You can also specify on, so we were specifying workflow dispatch. You also have option for repository dispatch, even on a cron job schedule or a workflow call.
else, instead of this, you can also specify at repository level event workflows or triggers. For example, on pushing anything on the repository, it will trigger the workflow. If any issues is created or done anything with the issues, it will trigger that event. If someone has steered or watched that repository, so it will also trigger that. If someone has commented on any issue, it will also trigger that workflow. If someone has created a discussion, if someone has created something, if someone has forked that repo, or if someone has created a pull request. So based on various type of condition, and this is not limited to only this, there are many more events triggers. Okay. So now let's try to create one more workflow based on the actions. Okay. So to learn about types of events trigger, you can search for types of events triggers in GitHub, GitHub Actions, and you can go to this documentation events that trigger workflows. And whenever you will land on this page, you will be able to see all the documentation about it. You can go in here, you can click on any specific event that you want, and you can learn about it. Okay. So this pull request event supports this kind of activity type, right? And if you want to learn about these detail, you can go ahead in. Also, you can specify on, and also you can specify an optional parameter called types. If you want to trigger an event while pushing on a repository, you can type push, and there are no activity type because you are just pushing the updates to a repository and it will trigger the event. Okay. Now for demo purpose, I have created one repository in here. I will go in here and I will click on new terminal. If I will go back, so I have my React demo app in here. I will open it with my VS Code. I will maximize the window for you a bit. And in here, I am just having it's not the course on Node.js or NPM or React. So it's I have just taken it for testing purpose. I will provide the link of my GitHub repository for this course so that you can take these things and practice them. So in here, we are just starting a server. So if I will type first, you need to make sure. So if you want to test it on your local environment, so first you need to type npm install so that it will install all the dependency, and whenever you will type npm install, it will create a folder called node modules and package log.json. In my case, I already have it. Now, how you can test it? You can type npm start to start your server. Now, it will open a browser in here and it will start your server and you will be able to see these things by default, right? It is taking these things from source and then app.js. If you want, you can modify it. Okay. For now, I will cancel this. And also I have a testing in place so that it will test these things by triggering apptest.js. And it's just testing whether this React demo app is inside that whole directory or not. Or whenever it's building the server, it will try to check whether this keyword React demo app is present or not, right? So if you'll go here, so you can see that it's trying to check for this pattern. So in my case, I already have it, so it will pass the test. See, right? So I am good with it. My server is now completely set up. Now, how I will do these things? So first, I need to first post it to my GitHub so that I will get it ready. Now, before moving forward, I don't want to expose my node underscore modules folders and also package log.json. So I will create a file called .git ignore, and then in here I will provide node underscore modules, and then also I will provide anything with, or let's specify the exact name, so package underscore or hyphen log dot json. Okay, I will save it. Now, as it's not a git repository, so let me first initialize it. So git init, so it has initialized, and I have all these things as untracked, but package log json and node modules
it's not giving as untracked because we have mentioned in .gitignore file. So let me add all these things to my staging area and let me commit it. My first commit for Node.js app. Okay, and it was done. Now let me go ahead, let me create another repository. So let's go to my main in here and I will go to my first repository. I will click on new repository and I will name it as Node.js GitHub Action. Okay, I will not provide any description and I will choose as it as public. I don't want any readme file because I already have it. I will click on create repository. Once it's done, I need to add the origin, means the URL keyword for my this thing. So I will paste it quickly and then I will quickly, so my branch is already by default main. So I just need to type git push hyphen u origin main. So I will copy it and I will paste it. So that's it. So it was pushed. If I will go in here and if I will refresh the page, so it will have my applications data in here. Okay, and node underscore module and package log.json is not here. So we are good now. Now we can go obviously and create files and folders in here itself by going to the actions tab, but I want to do it in my VS code. Now in here, what you need to do, on your parent directory, you need to create a folder called .github. Now inside .github, you need to create one more folder called workflows, and this should be exact same as it is, or else GitHub will not detect that it's a workflow. Now inside this workflow, you can create any file, any name, but they should have an extension with YAML. So we'll click and name it as actions.yml, or let's give it as test and build.yml. Okay, because we will first try to test it and then we will build it. All right, now let's try to use it. So first of all, I will give the name of my workflow. So testing and building my app. Then in here, I need to provide what is the trigger. So I need to use it whenever it will get push. And it should be, I think, small, right? So we have defined that whenever this repository will get pushed to my GitHub repository, the events, whatever I will write from here, it will get triggered, right? Now I need to specify jobs. Now with jobs, you need to specify job name. So first one is this first job I will specify is test. The job name will be the test. Then you need to specify on which you need to define it. So I will click on runs on. Then I will specify Ubuntu Slim. That's enough for me. And then in here, I need to define steps. In the steps, I need to define a name as it's completely will be a new machine and your code will not be here itself. So you will specify, I am going to specify getting my code first. So first it should get my code. Inside this VM, this GitHub hosted runner. In case of bash command, we will specifying run. But in case of getting the code or any other event or other than your bash script, you need to define here the actions. Now, what are the actions? Actions are like predefined structure that is created by GitHub developer in the background. And how you can use it? You can use it via using keyword uses. And then you need to specify what you are going to use. I'm going to use actions and then I will use checkout at the rate versions. So for now, I'm not sure what is the version. So let's check the GitHub Actions documentation. So I will go in here and I will search for GitHub Action Marketplace. So I will go to the marketplace of this very first link and I will go to this actions. All right. Now inside actions, I will go to this checkout and I will be able to learn about this. I can see that currently it's using a checkout of option version V. It's official by action
You also have an checkout of version V6 currently that you can use, and how you can use it if you want to learn about all these things and how to use it with the various options. So you can go ahead and go with all these options supported in here. But I just need fetch the code from my repository, so I am just good with verifying and mentioning that just this uses keyword and this line. Okay, so I will go with actions and checkout and I will provide V6. Okay, if you want to get the details about more actions, you can go to this actions page again and you can learn about various type of actions supported by Git and GitHub, and these are completely maintained by your GitHub developer. After getting our code, I need to first install my dependencies. So installing dependencies, right? And then in here I will again use my any actions. Now what is the action you will use? So let's check it out. I'll go to the marketplace again and can we see so if I'll go to the setup node.js environment, so you can see it's in popular itself. So I will go in here and I can go in here and you can see that for using this I need to specify this thing in here. What it does, how it works, all these things are in here. Okay. So I will go ahead and copy this thing and I will paste it in here. Okay. Setup node v6. Also, as my Ubuntu Slim VM comes with pre-installed node version, but I want to specify a specific version. So can we do that? So yes, we can do that. We have this keyword with and then node version. So let's go ahead and let's take it as 24. So I will specify with and then I will take node underscore version and I need to take it as, let me verify what is the node version in my laptop because it worked here, right? So it's 22.5.1. So I just need to copy this 22.515.1 and I am done with it. I'm done with installing dependencies and getting the details. Okay, in here it's not dependency, it's installing the node. For dependency, we will provide in next thing. After it, I need to specify name and in here I am defining installing dependencies. Okay, and in here dependencies and in here I just need to run some shell command and it will be just npm install, or to install all the related dependency together we have command called npm ci. Okay, so I will use npm ci instead of npm install. So we have installed our this one also. Now I need to test it. So name and then testing app and then I will type one more shell command and it will be npm test. Okay, so first it will try to install the node, then it will try to install dependencies, right? Either by npm ci or npm install, and then it will try to test it. So it looks fine to me. Okay, so in here I have changed something. So I changed runs underscore on to runs hyphen on because runs underscore on will not detect this runner machine. So you need to specify runs hyphen on. Also mention node underscore version, that was wrong. You should specify node hyphen version. And then I need to specify npm install instead of npm ci because for running npm ci you should have a package lock.json on your repository itself. But in our case we have hidden it with the help of .gitignore file and we don't want to expose our package log.json file, so I will use npm install. Now what I will do, I will add all these things to my staging area and then I will commit it. I will mention fixed workflow file and then I'll use git push origin main. And once it will get pushed, I will go to my Google Chrome and I will click on Actions tab. As it was a push event, so it will automatically get pushed whenever we pushed our code. So here it is. Now let's wait for it to get complete. If you want, you can click on this workflow to get real-time data and details about it. And to check about all these steps, you can go ahead and see if you will get any error, it will tell you where you got the error. And same like in our local environment, it's giving all the outputs in here itself. And the test was done. And also I got one green check. That means my test was successful. You can see. And the test one was passed and there was only one test. We have successfully passed our workflow and we have created our workflow for our real world Node.js application. Okay. So that's how you can create it. Make sure you don't provide underscore as you will face the issue. Also, if you are going to specify npm CI, you need to make sure that package lock.json is there. But in my case, I am mentioning .gitignore file, so it's not doing that. I'm hoping you were also able to make a sample workflow for your real world project for your Node.js application. Let's move ahead. Now let's try to create a failed test scenario and let's see how you can check the logs of it and how you can fix it. Okay, so let's move ahead. And in the code, I will go to this source code and I will go to apptest.js and it's telling get by text react demo app. And it is going to be test in the document, but I will specify not keyword in here. Okay, so whenever if I will test in here and pm test locally, so it should fail my test, right? So you can see it was failed. Similarly, let's try to do the same thing on my event. So we'll go in here and I will first need to add it to staging area, then I need to add it to my commit, and then I will push it again. So whenever I pushed it, it will trigger my another event. You can see now I will wait for it and it should definitely fail because the test should be failed. In my earlier workflow, it first tried to download all the npm dependencies on my runner machine, and once the workflow was done, it tried to delete that machine. In the next workflow, it again tried to install all these dependencies together and then it will try to test it. So that's why it's taking time. And as expected, we got the error with the test. I will click on it. So it will tell you that this test was failed and it will not go in here. And it will try to release all the resources. Now also it is giving where it could be the error. So the error is here wherever you have specified a not. Okay. So I will remove not and I will save it. So I will do these things means I will try to add it and I will try to commit it again. But let's move ahead. Let's try to do more modification in my repository and then I will push it together. Okay. So we have seen how we can build our workflow means we just want to use it and show how it works as a testing purpose. Now let's move ahead and let's add our second job. For adding my second job, I can just copy these series of steps again because my second job will run on another runner machine. It will not run on the same machine, right? So on that machine also I need to get my code, I need to install node, then install dependencies. Okay. And I also want to use this Ubuntu Slim, so I am good with it. Now instead of test, that will be build or start your npm server, right? So I will go here and I will copy till here and then I will go in here and I will paste here. Okay. So at the same indentation level of test, you will have build. Okay. I have provided another job, then runs on Ubuntu Slim. I'm good with it. It will get my code. It will install Node on this machine too. Then Node version, it's fine. Then install dependency and then I need to specify start my server or start my app and then I need to specify npm start. That's it. I will save it. Now I will try to add it quickly and then I will provide a same message quickly and then I will try to push it again And once it will get pushed all these changes, it will again try to create one more event in the actions tab. So I will go in the actions and you can see my fixed workflow was again triggered. This time I have fixed my test and also I have tried to create one more job, and on that job also it will try to again install npm install, so it might going to take some time, and then it will also start my npm app. So let's wait for it because it's going to take some time. Okay, and looks like we got some issue. So let's click on this and test was run, but we got an error on build stage. So let's click on build and it's failed on start one because it tried to run npm start. Okay, so looks like on our host it's not able to find PowerShell.exe. So that's okay, but we wanted to test how we can add our multiple jobs in here or multiple builds in here. Okay, but in our local environment it's running fine because on our base machine the PowerShell CLI is completely installed. But on this one it's not installed, so I think that's why it's giving the issue. But can we have npm run build in place? So let's try to use npm run build to build the development server or build the server, and let's use git add dot, then git commit, and then let's use git push origin main, and it will again try to trigger our actions. Let's go ahead and let's see that. And this time it was done because running and building our app does not need to be PowerShell installed, and this time it was succeeded. You can see our job were built successfully. So that's how we can create our multiple jobs and we can implement multiple jobs in our workflow environment. Using npm start, it was not starting because it was not able to found PowerShell.exe in this runner machine. So looks like there is some issue with it. Okay. For now, we are done with testing purpose. For illustration about multiple jobs, let's move ahead. By default, both the jobs were executing parallelly, and sometimes also they also execute parallelly. But suppose if you have a main development app and you have deployed on a web server, now while rolling out an update you first want to test it and then you want to deploy it. So don't you think that there should be a way to control the job so that they should run in a sequence? So yes, GitHub Actions provide you feature about that. For that, for example, I want to first test my app. If it goes successful, then only it should go to the build phase or starting phase or developing phase, right? So for this, after this, I need to specify after build, I need to specify a needs keyword, and then I can specify the first job name like my test. If you want to specify multiple parameter, then you can specify in the curly braces like test, and then also let's specify a job 2, or let's specify any other job name. Okay, for me I only want to be dependent on test, means if the test is passed then only come to this one, but if the test is failed it will stop at here itself and it will not get passed. Okay, for me I know it was succeeded and both the test and build were passed, so we won't be able to test it, right? So let's go ahead and let's try to fail the test again. So I will type dot not. I will save it and I have done needs test. So the test will get failed and it will not come to this build section. So let's verify this. So I will use git add and then git comment and then git push. Okay, it was done. It should trigger one more workflow in here, right? Let's see the details and the logs live. Now you see the things are changed. Now these are dependent. Once the test is completed and once if it will give you the green go ahead, then only the build will get triggered. Else, if it will get failed, then it will not even check and go with the build phase or build job. It will just close the workflow and it will cancel it. As expected, it should close our test. It is not going to pass, so it will not go on the build job itself. So let's wait for it to see in the action. And as expected, our test was stopped because we know that we created our project as it is so that it will get the test failed. Now, once our test was failed, it is not giving the cross option. Means and it didn't go even on the build job. Once it was failed, this was crossed and it was not even ran. Okay, so that's how you can create sequential job. For now, we are good with the illustration. So I will go to apptest.js and I will remove this and I will save it and I will move ahead and I will do all these things and I will push the changes in the next test scenario. For now, let's move ahead. We have understood about parallel versus sequential job. Now let's go ahead. Let's try to add one more event trigger that you can add parallelly, of course, based on the condition. I will go to this YML file and in here you can see that currently the trigger is on push. If you want to specify one more event, you can just go ahead and type quotes and then you can specify in the as push and then you can specify like workflow underscore dispatch and then you can close the braces. So what it will do, it will also get trigger via when it will get pushed and also it will be workflow and also you can manually create a manually you will be able to trigger manually these workflow whenever you want. Okay, so this is very helpful. These running and multiple event trigger are helpful whenever suppose something is passed means you were not able to see the push operation, so you can just manually type it again and again and check the logs again. Okay, so if you want to verify how these things worked, so you can again type all these. You will get an option here to run the workflow again. So you can run the workflow and check all these things again in the lifetime. So that's how it very helpful. For now, I am good with it. I don't want to use another event trigger. So I am good with it. Okay. Now let's move ahead. Now let's move ahead and let's understand how you can get GitHub context detail for integrating inside your workflow. Now in here, what I will do, so I will just try to quickly, before moving forward, I will just try to quickly push these changes, commit -m, then workflow finally fixed, and then I will finally push it. Okay, and once it will get pushed, it will trigger the event, and this time it will be all successfully because we have fixed it. Now, what I will do, I will go to my account and I will first try to create a new repository. Let's give the repository name as GitHub context, GitHub Actions context. Okay, and I will leave all these things default as it is. I will click on create repository. I will go in VS Code. I will go back and in here I will create a directory called GitHub Action Context. I will move to this GitHub Action Context and I will open my VS Code in here. In here I will open a terminal quickly. I will create a readme file. I will quickly write getting GitHub context. I will save it. Then I will quickly initialize an empty Git repository and then I will quickly add it. Then I will quickly commit it. First commit. Now once done, I can go ahead and copy this command to quickly push to it. So this one and then I will paste it and then I will use git push -u for upstream and then origin and then main. Okay, and looks like we have specified something wrong. Okay, so it will be git remote add origin and then git. Okay, let's give another name and I will give the name as origin 2. Okay, because we already have origin as in place. Now I will type git push origin 2 and then main. And now it was pushed here. Okay, now in here I will quickly go and perform all the operations in action itself. Click on configure. I will close all these things in here, and then I will provide a workflow name. Let's give the name as output context info. Then I will use the event trigger as workflow underscore dispatch. Then I will specify jobs. Then what is the job name? Job name is info. Then where it will run. So runs hyphen on. I will use Ubuntu hyphen slim. Then I will provide steps, and I will provide the name, and the name I would like to give it as output context info. Then I'll provide a command echo, and then in here you need to provide expression that is limited to your GitHub. So in here you need to provide GitHub, but you won't be able to read these data. So what you can do, you can type to JSON so that it will parse it to the JSON format. So to learn about more, so you can go ahead and type GitHub action get context information. So you can go to these context references, and you can see you have all type of context name and what is the type. We can also mention secret, strategy, runner. For now, I'm using GitHub. To learn more about it, we can go to the docs. We can even go and type github.event to get the events from. So you can see from the any trigger or any kind of data. For now, I am good with it. And as it's a workflow dispatch, I'm good with it. And let's click OK. So first I need to change it. Let's give the name as context.yml. I will commit the changes. Create context.yml, commit the changes. And as it's a workflow dispatch, so I need to go to the actions tab, and then, okay, have we did something wrong? I think it's good. I will go to the actions tab, and I will go to output context info, our workflow job, and then I will click on run this workflow. So what it should do, it should give the details about all the GitHub parameters related to my repository and my account. So this is very helpful if you want to get any parameter about that. And it was just taking a context info, so it was very quick. So you can go to this thing and you can click on this info job. And if I will go to output context info, so in the JSON format, you will be able to see all these data related to this repository. You see repository URL, repository owner ID, repository owner, what is a repository, what is the server URL, what is the API URL, all the details about repository, links to the collaborators. So this is very helpful if you want to integrate your GitHub action with the help of API, because all these things are related to API. All these calls and URLs are related to APIs. Okay. We can also output any event details. Let's create one more file, and let's give the file name as issues.yml. What we are going to achieve here, whenever if any issue is created, try to print the output of all the event that happened. So how I will achieve that? So first I need to specify a name of the job. So issue event. Then I need to specify on, and the on will be issues. Means whenever the issue will be created, this event will get triggered. Okay. Then I need to specify jobs. Then what is the job name? So let's give output hyphen info. Then I need to specify runs hyphen on, and it will be Ubuntu Slim. Then what is the steps? I am specifying get output info, and then I will use the run shell command again. And in here I will type echo, then in double quotes, and I'll again provide those expressions again. If you are using VS Code, these things will be easier to type. Then in here I will use github.event because this issue creation was an event, and for getting details, as it will be readable, you will be able to read it. But to get the things clearly, you again need to parse it to JSON. Okay, I will save it, create issue.yml. I'm good with it, and I will click on commit changes. Now, if I will go to actions, if I will go to output context info, and if you will go to issue event, so you can see I am not getting even option to run the workflow because it will get trigger whenever any issue will created. So let's go ahead and create one issue, create a new issue, does not matter what you are going to specify, and I will give it demo issue. And whenever I will click on create, it was created. Now if I'll go to the actions, it will get triggered. You can see it was get triggered. Once it get triggered, it will try to details the event of my GitHub account. So it was refreshed here, but not refreshed here. Let's go in here. And if I'll go to get output info, so it give you all the details about issue event that happened just recently. Okay. So you have all the info related to here. If you want to get any parameters from here, you can get it and use it in your project. So that's it for all about basic and core building blocks of GitHub workflows. I am hoping you were also able to create these things with me. So let's meet in the next chapter with more on workflows and events, and let's dive into it. Till then, take care everyone. Hey everyone, and welcome to this chapter on more on workflows and events. In this chapter, we will talk about how we can configure and control our workflows using activity types, and also we will learn about event filters. With it, we will also see how you can cancel your workflows and jobs or steps, or also how you can skip them. So, this is all about activity types and event triggers filters so that you can have more control on your workflows and jobs. We have discussed these types of event and we have seen event triggers like push, workflow dispatch, and pull request. But by default, whenever we were pushing on any branch, it triggered the workflow. Also, for pull requests, the default is if the pull request is opened, or if it is synchronized, or if it is reopened, then it will trigger the workflow. But what if you want to trigger the workflow when any pull request is closed or whenever you will add a comment on a pull request? So this is the chapter all about. So let's discuss about some various and famous type of activity types. We will also see this on our GitHub documentation so that you can have more help on this. I will just take two example of it. First one is pull request, and the common activity types is open, closed, reopen, synchronize, edited, and ready for review. If you will not provide any activity type, so it is going to trigger either via open, synchronize, or reopen. For closed, ready to review, or edited one, you need to specifically mention them. And how what is the syntax of this? So in your YML file, you will mention this kind of thing. If you want to just mention one thing, so you can just mention types and open. If you want multiple things, so you can mention in as of array, or else you can also mention them as a list with the help of hyphen. In case of push, there are no activity types, but you will ask how you will get filter from it. So for that, for these kind of event where you do not have any activity types and you still want to have control on them, so that's what is the event filters are for. So first let's understand the activity types. I will move to my VM, and in here I will look for activity types in GitHub Actions. So we'll go to this very first link, event that trigger workflows. And for example, in here you can see various type of event triggers that is currently supported by GitHub. In upcoming versions of these
GitHub updation, you will see more triggers like this. For example, if I will go to this pull request section, we can see that there are various type of activity types. Even if the pull request is assigned, will get assigned to any particular developer or collaborator, it will trigger the workflow. Even if it is drafted, then also it will go to and it will trigger the workflow. For all the supported activity types, please go to this link and learn more about them. And by default, whenever we were just trying to mention pull request and not any activity types, so what it will do, it will try to by default trigger this open, synchronize, or reopen if you are not mentioning any activity types. Okay. For push, there are no activity types currently supported. For issues, there are various type of activity types supported like open, edited, deleted, transferred, pin, unpin, closed, and more. So in here, I will take the same example that we did in earlier lecture. The current trigger is push. So we'll take the push example in our next example when we will be illustrating event filters. For now, let's rely on activity types illustration. And you know that if you can type various type of event trigger, for example, I can type push and I can also type workflow underscore dispatch, right? So I can have various type of event filter that we discussed in the last chapter. Now let's try to set up our activity types in this YML file and how we are going to achieve that. Suppose if we have any pull request that is attached to this one, right? But what if we want to have a look on if the pull request is closed, then only it should trigger this workflow. Okay, so let's set it up. So for that, I will mention pull underscore request. Also, if you want to see how you can use it and what are the syntaxes, so at the end you will see various type of cheat codes in here. Okay, for example, by default pull request can be for any branch. Suppose if you have 3 4 multiple branch, if you want to specify branches also, then you can use this kind of syntax. Okay, so there you can go and go for various type of events, and one we are looking for is this type of syntaxing. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's mention it. So pull request, and then you can mention types equal to, let's mention as closed. Okay, so that if any pull request is closed, then only try to trigger this result. If you will try to open any pull request, then it should not close. Okay, also if you want to mention it, so you can also mention another workflow like opened and then close. So what it will do, it will try to trigger this workflow 2 times whenever this pull request is open and also the pull request is closed. Twice it will try to result. Now again, if you want to have another workflow trigger, you can also mention this, but you need to have a colon in place. For example, if I want to use workflow underscore dispatch as an external or additional workflow trigger, so you need to mention it as this one. You can keep this as empty, but you need to have a colon in place. Okay, so just keep in mind. So I will close this one. I will save it. Now what I will do, I will try to create one branch and then I will try to create a pull request. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's mention it. Git. First, I need to verify and do this and commit these changes in my main branch. So let's do that quickly. And in here, we are talking about activity types. So I will upload these codes on my GitHub repository. Suppose if you want to go on the illustration on the basics of GitHub Action, means our previous chapter, so you can just go ahead and check out the commits that I am pasting here and you can just check out them. For example, if I am moved ahead on the same repository and on the same example, so you can just go ahead and check out the commit SHA value of with the comment of these activity types. You will be land to this very example. Okay. Now what I will do, I will try to use git push and I think I had name with origin too. So how I can list it? I can list it with hyphen vv. So okay, it's origin. So let's push it. Origin git push origin main. Okay, so now it was push. Now what I can do, I can create one branch, feed one. Okay, I am created new branch and checked it out. Now in app.js, let's try to create something. What I will do in here, I will just cut this from here and I will paste this in my paragraph section. And from the heading, I will write welcome to DevOps channel. Okay, and I will save it. In my branch, I have these changes. So let's quickly add it. Change the heading and paragraph. Okay, and now I will try to push it. So we'll use git push origin and then I will use feed hyphen one. And the new branch was also pushed, right? I will go to my Google Chrome. I will go to this repository and I had the repository called Node.js GitHub Action. Now, once if I will go in here and once if I will go to the action, now I will go to the code and I will get the option for compare and create a pull request. If I will go to actions, so you can see I have deleted earlier workflow and you can see whenever I pushed it, there were no trigger at all because here the triggers are only for if the pull request is open and the pull request is closed. So let's go ahead and let's try to create our pull request. I will go to the code. I will click on compare and pull request. I am good with the title and then I will click on create pull request. Now once I click on create pull request is in place and if I will go to the actions, so you can see my trigger was just triggered right now because I have just created one pull request, right? Now if I will go to pull request and if I will try to close it also, so I will go to this pull request and basically it's trying to test and build my app means it's showing that this is the associated GitHub workflow which is trying to trigger. So I want to keep this thing as it is. Let's leave it as it is and I will click on merge pull request. I am good with the commit message. I will click on confirm merge and the pull request was completed. I can delete the branch as I am reviewer, so I don't need any approval. Look fine to me. I've just given some comment and I will click on comment. Now if I will go to actions, you can see there was another trigger that happened that was due to closing of my pull request. Okay, so that's how the activity types work under the hood so that you can have more control on this kind of thing. So for any kind of event trigger, you can go ahead and you can have your own activity types in place. Okay, now with it, let's move ahead. Let's discuss about event trigger filters. So there are various type of filters that we use to mention in our workflow so that we can have also more control similar like the activity types. For example, we can have a branch filter in place so that it will only run workflow whatever we have specified for our specific branches. Here you can mention like this. So I have used push workflow trigger and also I am filtering out with the branches like hyphen main and hyphen dev means it will only trigger whenever there is a push on main or dev branch. Okay. Also there is a path filter. This is most famous. So you can mention whether if any file in a specific path is changed or not, then only trigger the result. For example, if there is a push and if this path is being changed means if there is something changed inside source folder or inside in Docker file, then only trigger the result. There is also one more type related to it, which is paths ignore, means if there is no modification in this, then only try to trigger that result. Also, there is activity type filter, so it will trigger based on the specific action inside the event. For example, this one. So you have seen this, right? We have seen in our just previous demo and the event tracker basically comes into activity type filter itself. Now I will go to this very same link and once if I will go to push, so here is push and we can see that there is no activity types in here. But if you will go at the bottom, you can see that you can mention them and filter them based on the branches. So what it will do? If the branches is matching pattern like main, so it will try to trigger the result whenever there is push on it. Also, if there is a releases and then hyphen means inside it, if there is a branch inside that folder or path, then also it will try to trigger this result. Okay. If we want to make it more complex, we can mention it. So what it will try to do here, if we use both branches filter and paths filter, the workflow will only run when both the filters are satisfied. Means between these there is an AND operator. Okay, so don't think it as either this or this. Both of them should be satisfied. So this workflow will run when a push that includes a change in JavaScript, means definitely there should be a change in JavaScript file, and also change was made on a branch that start with releases and inside any kind of branch. Okay, so it will get triggered whenever there is change in the file name .js and with .js, and also the branch should be releases. Okay, so for now what I will do, I will try to copy this and I will go ahead and I will paste it. So in here I will just paste it. So as I don't have any releases branch, so that's fine. I will mention it as main. Okay, and the part that I want to use it as star js, that's fine. Now if I will type git branch, so I have feat one. So first I will check out to branch, git checkout main, then git branch hyphen. Okay, first I need to pull the changes because I have merged it on my GitHub. So it was done. Now what I will do, I will use git branch hyphen d and then feat hyphen one. So I have deleted our branch. Now I have only main branch, so it will satisfy this. But also it is asking that it should satisfy this, means there should be something changed in this app test.js and also this app.js. So instead of mentioning the pattern like start.js, I will mention app.js because do not want to change in anything. Okay, I just want to change in app.js. So I will go in here and I will just mention an exclamation mark in here. Means our app.js was changed and also the branch is main. But suppose if I will not go to mention it and I will keep these things as it is. Okay. So there is no change, but we have mentioned that the push on main should trigger this result. So first let's try to trigger that. So I will use git add dot git commit hyphen m pushing to main without modifying app.js. Okay, so I have pushed it. I committed it. Now I will try to push it. So git push origin and then main. So I push the changes. I will go to Google Chrome and I will go to my Actions tab. You can see both of my previous were run. Now I have pushed the changes. If I will go in here, so you can see that I have pushed these changes, pushing to main without modifying app.js, right? But it didn't even trigger the result. So you can see, but this time what I will do, I will try to modify my app.js. I will save it. I will add it to staging area and then I will commit it modified app.js so that it will trigger my workflow, and then I will use git push origin main it. So now this time if I will go ahead and push it, you can see this time it was pushed, right? Modified app.js. Now if I'll go to actions tab, okay, so let me refresh the page. Okay, so in here instead of printing this pattern, so what I can do, I can provide an absolute path. That's why it's not triggering the result. So I can type star and then forward slash and then let's specify star.js means trigger it on any pattern, and I will provide them in the codes. Okay, so it will try to trigger the result in any path inside my directory with the name ends with js. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to first push this one and git commit hyphen m corrected the path. Now I will use git push origin main. and it was pushed to my branch. If I will go in here, if I will go to actions, so now this time you can see the event was triggered because I had the change on my .js project, and also the push was on main branch. So both of them tried to check both of them simultaneously, and then it tried to trigger my workflow. Okay, so that's how you can use activity types and event filter in your workflow so that you can have more control on your workflows. If you want to ignore any changes in your .js project, means if you want to see that if there is no change in this .js, then only try to run and push on the branch. This could be very helpful if someone has tried to modify the JS file by mistake, so you can mention that. So if you will type paths ignore, so what it will try to do, it will try to check with if there should not be any change in any file that's end with JS, then only it will try to trigger the event which is on the main branch. Okay, so that's the use of paths, means it should ask for checking these things. Paths ignore means it should not be changed. Okay, now instead of mentioning one branch, you can also mention multiple branches and also pattern. For example, I can mention main, and then I can also mention like dev hyphen star. Anything that will start with dev hyphen, it should trigger the result on these type of branches. You can also mention releases and then forward slash star, means any branch that start with releases pattern, then you can go ahead and try to execute these things, right? So that's how you can mention multiple parameters and multiple branches using patterns and wildcard characters. And also you can see the use of paths and paths ignore, which are very helpful. For now, I will go ahead and I will undo all my changes. Okay, and I will move ahead. Now let's move ahead and let's understand. So suppose if another, my personal account has forked your repo, right? And they created a pull request, right? They have created a pull request on your repository. So will it trigger the result? Just pause the video and let me know. So did you guess it? You can think of it as, suppose if you have a GitHub repository for any open source project, and there are millions of developers and contributors are currently trying to contribute to that project. But suppose if they will try to create a pull request to your original repository, so it is again going to try a millions of workflow events that you definitely don't want. So here, GitHub will not allow to directly create and trigger the workflow. You will get an option to review or to approve the workflow, and then you can run it. So let's see this in the action. So in here, I will again change it pull request, and I will just mention is that types, and types will be only opened. Okay, means trigger the event whenever it is open. Now I will try to just push the changes, edited my workflow, and then I will try to push it. Okay, so now I have pushed it. Now my changes are here in this one, and if I will go to code, and if I will go to GitHub workflows, and if I will go to test and build YML file, so I have my pull request of types open triggered. So if my account will try to open my pull request, definitely it will get triggered. But suppose this is a project and I am a contributor. So what I will do, I will try to log in to my personal account, and then I will try to fork this repository. So let's me log into my personal account quickly. I am logged into my personal account, and what I will do, I will first get the link of my repository where I am performing all the actions. So I will copy this, and in here I will go to my personal account and I will paste the link. And then before moving forward, I will create a branch protection rule, or let's skip that. And in here, what I will do, I am from my personal account and this is my DevOps channel account. What I will do, I will try to click on fork. Okay. And then I will click on create fork. So I have created a fork, and it will make a full copy of my repository on this personal account, right? Now, what I will try to do, as I don't want to bring the changes on my VS Code from my personal account so that because it will try to automatically authenticate it, I will go to this branches section and I will click on new branch. Means I want to whatever operation I was doing in VS Code, in case of my personal account, I want to do all these things in the browser itself. Okay. And let's give the branch name as feature 1. And you can see from GitHub also you can create a new branch and check it out. So I will click on create new branch. So I have created a new branch and then I will go to the code section. I will go to feature 1 branch and then in here what I will do, I will go to the source page. Then I will go to app.js and then in here I will try to just remove this thing. Okay. Okay. I need to first switch to the editor and then I will try to remove this exclamation mark and I will click on commit changes. So this is the personal account that is doing. I will click on commit changes. So this thing, all these things that I'm doing from my personal account. I will go to the code. Now I will get an option that my feature 1 had recent push 10 seconds ago. So let's go ahead and create compare and pull request. And as per my base project, this will trigger whenever this pull request is open. Means if I'm going to trigger this one, so it should trigger this. So from my personal account of feature 1 branch, I'm going to create pull request to my DevOps channel account on my main branch, right? So the pull request is going on main branch and my personal account, so it should trigger the workflow. So let's go ahead and let's try to click on create pull request. And pull request was created. Workflow is waiting for approval of my main account. So I will go to my DevOps channel. If I will go to the Actions tab, I will see a exclamation mark in here. And this is triggered by my personal account feature 1 branch. And it's saying action required before this will get triggered. So this is a security feature of GitHub. If you are working and contributing to an open source project and that developer or the owner should not get and crashed with multiple mails that is triggering the workflow unnecessary. So that is the way that GitHub protects you. So if you will click on this, you have an option to approve and run, right? Also, if you go to the pull request, you have options to accept the changes and do all the changes. All right. So I'm hoping you have understood how the pull request work in case of forking and how the event filter work in case of forking. Let's move ahead. Now let's understand how you can cancel your workflow and how you can skip any specific runs or jobs in your workflow. For canceling the workflow, it is pretty simple. You can go to the Actions tab and whenever it's executing, you can go ahead in here you can click on approve and run. For example, I am doing this, but whenever it's being running, you will get an option to cancel the workflow. So it is very helpful whenever you have triggered this result by mistake. So you can just click on cancel the workflow. And if you want to run it again, you also get an option to rerun jobs even if you haven't mentioned workflow dispatch event trigger. Okay, so that's how you can cancel the workflow. About skipping the workflow, there are how you can skip any particular workflow or job. So for that, you need to provide a specific pattern while committing the changes in your GitHub repository itself. For example, I will mention it here as push and I will close all these things. Okay. Now I have modified it and whatever I will push, it will try to trigger the result, right? So to skip this run, what you can do, I will use git add then dot, then git commit, then hyphen m, and then in the message you need to you can write anything, but you should provide a pattern like this, and then you can mention skip CI or CI skip or skip action, anything like this. To learn about these kind of things, say I will type skip CI, I will hit enter, and then I will try to push it. So git push origin main. So it was pushed. It should trigger the result, right? It should trigger the workflow. If I will go in here and if I will go to the actions tab, so you can see This was my earlier one, right? But it didn't trigger the next one. There is no commit with the message like whatever we have specified. So while mentioning we have mentioned a pattern and skip CI, so it didn't try to trigger the event or workflow. Okay, so that's how you can escape it. So if you want to learn more about these type of pattern, you can go to web and search for skipping workflow in GitHub Actions, and then you can go to this very first link and you will be able to see that these are the commit pattern that you can mention if you want to skip your workflow. Also, it will tell you if a workflow is skipped due to path filtering, branch filtering, or a commit message, then checks associated with that workflow will remain in the pending state. Okay. Also, a workflow that would otherwise be triggered using this one and this one won't be triggered if you add any following string to the commit message in a push or the head commit of a pull request. So that's how you can skip your workflow. That's how you can cancel your workflow. Using activity types and event filter, you will have more control on your workflow. So that's it for this chapter. Let's meet in the next chapter with job artifacts and how you can use them, how you can print any output, and how you can use the output in your workflow. Till then, take care, everyone.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this chapter on job artifacts and outputs. First, we will go through job artifacts and then we will separately discuss about job outputs. Job outputs are just like a simple output of any file name or folder name that you want to use it further in your workflow. While the job artifact are the files or folders that is produced by a job that you want to save and reuse later. For example, in case of Node or npm, there is a file that is produced called packagelog.json. And also, if you want to have a test environment, then it should also produce a file with some bunch of file like XML or JS. But suppose if you want to use them, these are called artifacts and you can use it to overall in your job in case of GitHub action. In the real world also, you can use them. In case of Maven, it generates something called a jar or war file after running mvn install so that you can reuse it later. GitHub Actions provide you the feature of managing and manipulating job artifacts so that if it produced by any job outputs, you can use it further in another workflow or in another job outputs. So here is the quick overflow and scenario of it. For example, if you are building one job and while building it creates a file and that file cannot be anything, it should be artifact itself, means the file that you want to use it for your purpose, and then that artifact you can use it for testing or deploying environment, and you can also download the artifact. So you will get the option of downloading the artifact whenever you will successfully use it or upload it. Here are the common use cases. If you want to build outputs like your Maven, if you want to have a test report in place, log and debug files, compile front-end assets like dist or build in case of your npm, and also Terraform plan or scan reports can be also treated as job artifacts. So now let's move ahead. I am hoping you are now aware of job artifacts in GitHub Action. Let's go through our demo project first and let's see what it does. Here I have created a very basic Maven project in which I have done all these things, means I have set up the testing and I have defined all the compiler version and clean resources and sure file plugins. Also, I have defined so that it will build an executable jar file and the location of source, and then it will create one more folder whenever we will type mvn. If you want to test it locally, you should have Java and Maven installed. For example, in my case, I have Java installed and I have also Maven installed. Right now, to get on with this, whenever you are running the command, you need to make sure that the pom.xml file should be at the same directory on which you are running this command. The pom.xml is kind of a vein to this maven function. Okay, it has all the dependency and all the instruction mentioned while executing any of the command. Okay, so if I will type mvn clean, so basically it will try to clean up all the previous build. So in our case, I already deleted it. Now I can type mvn test to test the environment. So it will go and check for, it will go to the source and then it will go to the test and it will trigger app test.js. So it's just testing that the answer is true. So of course it's going to pass. And whenever we will type test, so it should generate these things, right? Now in here, if I will type mvn clean package, that means it will try to clean previous package and then it will try to create one more jar file. Now if I will use this, so first it's try to delete it and then it's try to create a jar file that can be treated as an artifact. In maven it is called as artifact itself. So for now I will go ahead and clean it. Okay, so we have deleted it, our previous build, and then we are now left with main and test environment within the source folder. Now to get ready with it, I don't want to first push it to my GitHub repository. I want to create a workflow first. So I will go ahead and I will create file and I will give the file name as GitHub, then workflows. Okay, and then inside it, I will create a file and I can give any file. So let's give it maven ci dot yml. Okay, so I've created one folder .github and okay, it should be workflows, not workflow. So let's make it the quickly workflows. Okay, so I am inside it. The first thing you should mention is the name, and I will give it as Maven GitHub Actions. Actions. Okay. Now in here, I need to provide event trigger, and in here, I need to provide push, and then I want to push it to trigger to the main. Also, I want to have a pull request in place trigger also so that I can have it for my best practices. So if you will look for any standard procedure of event trigger, so in most of the scenario, you will see both of these things, means push on main branch and pull request on main branch. So I will also mention the same main. Now after this, I will create jobs. The first would be the test and I will provide the name run tests for Maven and then it should runs on. This time I'm not using Ubuntu Slim. Let's use Ubuntu latest, means it will use 2404 LTSR version. Then after it we need to provide steps, and first in the Ubuntu latest I will go here and I will go for GitHub hosted runners. I will go to GitHub hosted runners and I will go to GitHub hosted runners reference. And then if I will go on the top, I am using Ubuntu latest. So I will click on this. And once if I will land on this page, I will be able to see all these things. What are the things that is installed? And by default, the Maven is installed on this VM. So I don't need to set up and install Maven, but Maven installs only when the Java is installed. So to be sure, I will also try to set up Java, but it's not necessary because without Java, Maven cannot be installed. So Maven is installed, that means Java is also installed, but I will also make sure I mention Java in folder. Okay, because when we try to run locally, we saw that we need to first check the version of Java and also Maven. So in the steps, first I need to get the source code, means all this code on my Ubuntu latest VM because it's a fresh VM. So get source code and then I will use actions, right? As suggested in previous chapters. So actions, then checkout and currently version as of my recording is V6. Okay. Now in here, I will set up Java. And here also I will use actions called setup-java, and to check for the version, actions setup Java, search for it. And as of my recording, the latest version is v5. You can see what this dependency can do, what this action can do. And currently the GitHub developers are trying to add more features to it. As of now, the version is v5. So I am good with it. And then I need to provide the distribution here. So with for it, we need to provide with keyword. And then after indentation, I need to provide distribution. And then the currently distribution that it is supported is called Tambourine, right? So if you want to see other distribution, you can go ahead. But for now, I am good with it. So I will mention Tambourine and I will provide a version in case of Node.js. So you need to specify node and then hyphen version. But in case of Java, it's different. It's distribution and version. And the Java version. Now, once Maven is already installed, I have also set up my Java manually and I have also got my source code. I can specify finally the test. So name running test, and then I will just run simple command which is called mvn test. Okay. So this was my test job. Then after it, I will copy the same bunch of piece. I will copy this and I will paste this. And in here, instead of test, I will give build, right? Then I will rename it as building Maven, and it will be Ubuntu latest. It will also get the source code. It will also have action setup.java. It will use the same version, and then here it will be like building jar file, and then in here it will use mvn clean, means it will first try to delete earlier dependency and then it will try to create one more package. And we want, if the test failed, it should not go to the build stage. So also let's go ahead and let's mention needs on keyword. Needs, what is the job name? The job name is test. All right. So we are ready. Now I will save it, and on my GitHub, I will go to my GitHub, and in here I will create a new repository called GitHub Action Maven CI. And I will not add README or anything like that. I will just go ahead and click on create repository. I am good with these. Now in here, I will go ahead and I will initialize a Git repository. So it is initialized. Now I will add it to staging area. Then I will make a commit message. First commit, and then I will try to add the URL of my newly created repo. So I will copy it and I will paste it, and then I will use git push origin main. So I need to click on allow and it should authenticate, ask for authentication. I will click on continue and it should authenticate it and it will push it. Now if I'll go in here, if I will refresh the page, so we have just pushed it, right? So it should also trigger the workflow. If I will go to the actions tab, so it's executing our very first commit. Let's first execute it and then let's understand how we can use artifacts. So run test for Maven was done. You can see, right? Now once it's done, then only it will build the Maven. If we haven't specified need, so it will come parallelly, okay, just below. So after run test, it's now on building Maven and it should build the Maven project for us. And it was also done. If I'll click on build Maven, and that's how you can see all the details. So now let's go ahead and let's try to use our artifact concept here. Once we have verified that our code and workflow is completely working, let's go ahead and let's try to use our build artifact. So it's building the artifact at this level, means MVN clean package. So let's try to use and let's try to upload our artifact in here. So what it will do, it will get the package that it just produced, means inside this Ubuntu latest VM, it will produce at target and then the file name would be whatever we have provided in the pom.xml. So it would be GitHub Action Maven.jar file, right? Also, there will be version 1.0.0.jar name. Okay. At this build stage, I will try to add one more step and I will use it upload artifacts. So it will just try to upload the artifact on my GitHub UI. Okay. So that I can use it further. In the next chapter, we will also see how you can use that artifact in another job. And then in here, I will use an action called upload hyphen artifact. To check for the latest version, I will again move to the documentation section and I will go to action upload artifact and then I will go to this first link and in here if I will go I can see that the latest version is version 6. Also, what are the standard uses of it? So you can see it requires a name, a file or directory or wildcard pattern that describe what to upload and the path, the desired behavior if no files are found using the provided path. Okay, so you can specify warn, error, ignore, anything like that. Also, it supported bunch of features and IDs here. For now, I will just go with the basics. And in here, again, if any action has additional property that you need to specify, so you will use with keyword. And then I'll provide a name. The name could be anything, but it is going to be your specific ID of your artifact within your GitHub action. So I will mention it as artifact data. And then I will use path. Now, what could be the path? The path is going to be inside your current folder and inside the target and then the file name. So I will mention it as, so you can see if you have any bunch of folder, so you can go in here and you can specify that path, right? So let's go ahead and let's mention it. So I will mention it as star star, then target, then then star dot jar file means anything, any folder that start with name, go inside it and pick any file that ends with jar. Okay. Also, suppose if you want to specify multiple pattern, so what you can do, you can provide in here a pipe symbol and now it is ready to take multiple files as a path. So you can mention it as like this. But in my case, as I only have only one file that I need to use it as artifact, so I don't need to provide pipe. So this looks fine to me. So instead of this, I can provide this also because it's not a multi-module folder or project. So I am good with it. Now, once if I have done it, how you will verify it? So for now, first let's try to build it and let's see whether it is going to store our data or not, or it is going to upload our artifact or not. So I will again add it to staging area and then I will add it to add a commit and I will add like added step for loading artifact and then I will push it. Okay, git push origin main and it was pushed. If I will go to my code and if I will go to actions tab again, so it should trigger another workflow and we got one error. Okay, invalid workflow file. And in here it is doing something like line 36 column 15, line 36 column 15. Okay, so we need to specify a version which is v6 in our case, right? We forget and I will save it. I will again go to git add dot and then I will again use git commit and then I will use git push origin main. I push the right changes. I will go to actions. It should trigger our workflow. So let's go through it and let it quickly build this project so that it will have our artifact, our jar file as an artifact upload inside my GitHub and inside that Ubuntu latest VM. But of course, whenever it will clean, it will try to release those folders again. But in GitHub action, it will give a option to download the package. Now it's build our main file. Let me go through that. It has completed our job in here. So now if I will go and refresh this page, so I am able to see artifact hyphen data. That is our artifact. And if I will click on it, it will download a file in here as a zip. And if I will open this zip file, so I can see my jar file is now at my local workstation without any directory. Okay, so that's how you can use it. So I am hoping you are clear with it. So uploading data does not mean that it's going to clean your environment completely. It is going to also give you an option to download from GitHub Actions UI itself. Now we had our quick tour to our project. We have also seen how we can run our main project with any workflow. And also we have implemented a action called upload artifact so that we can upload our jar file as an artifact. Now let's go ahead and let's try to use that artifact in another job. For that, I will try to I will try to create one more job in here and it should be at the same indentation level at build. So I will provide that. And here I will just provide a deploy. Okay. And instead of needs test, I'll provide needs build because after it is building the artifact, then only trigger this thing. I don't want to get all the data. I don't want to install anything. I don't want to set up anything. I just want to get the artifact that it has just produces in GitHub Action. So for that, I don't need any of these, right? I just need to get my jar file and show that it can list and we will just list the content so that it will show whether I had my this artifact in my another job or not. Okay, so let's give the name as taking artifacts of Maven, right? And then in the steps, I need to use and get the artifact, right? So for that, let's go ahead and let's see the actions called download artifact. Download artifacts, and then I will go to GitHub Actions, download artifact, and here I am on this page, and looks like the current version that is supported is V7 that we can use it. We can also use V5. So let's go ahead and let's use it. In the steps, I will have only one step and that will be get artifacts data from build job. And then I will use uses keyword because it is going to use actions and then download artifact at the rate. Let's use V7. Okay. Then after it, as it needs additional parameters, so I will use width. Then I will use name and the name is what is the name that you have provided earlier. So it's artifact hyphen data, right? And then I'll provide another step to list my artifact so that I can confirm that I had my that particular artifact in my this VM itself means another job because each job is running another machine and once it will get the list of the data that means we will be understand that hey yes it is getting the data from one job to another. And in here, I will just use simple command of run that is ls. Okay, so this looks fine to me. I will use git add dot git commit hyphen m and I will mark it as getting my artifact data and I will push it quickly and it was pushed. If I will go to my VS code and if I will go to actions tab So it has triggered the result. Now let's wait for it to get complete. And looks like it was completed. All the jobs were completed, and you can see as it was dependent on build, so it was after this, and as it was dependent on run, so it was after it. If I will go to this job, and if I will go to list my artifact job, means just ls command, so you can see yes, it has got this GitHub Actions Maven jar file from my previous job. Okay, so that's how you can get the job from any another job. With it, let's move ahead. Now let's understand what are job outputs. So these are just a small piece of data, means any file name or folder name that you want to use it for any another job, and you can mention it. Also allow you to export values like strings, numbers and flags that can downstream job, and also they can be consumed by another job. So here is the workflow. Suppose you have job A and it's set up to give in as an output of any particular folder name or file name. Now this job exposes your output, means makes ready your output to use it for another job. And all of these, how it will happen? It will happen with the help of actions that is being developed by GitHub developer. We will also create our own custom actions in the upcoming chapters. Now, where it is useful and what can be. So it can be your string, any number, any file name, folder name, any JSON format of your data, but it cannot be files or folders because you can use artifact instead. If you are just getting files and folders, you cannot do that via output. They are just for the file name, folder name, or any specific data. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's understand it. For understanding job output also, I will use the same project. Now inside the build page, what I will do, I will use another step. Okay, and in the step, I will give the name as get the name of the output file. Okay, whatever the output of file of my war file. And then I will use it and achieve it via simple run command. I will use find because this is the command that is used for finding, right? And then I will use target because it's in the target. Then a star dot jar or war file. So in my case, it's jar file. Then what is the type? The type is file. So a small f. And then I will use exec dir. Then echo. Then what would be the file name? So whatever it will get, it will try to print it inside it. Mean whatever it will get from here, it will try to just put it inside these quotes. And then I need to provide, I need to end my this string. Okay. Also, while using it, I need to provide a ID in here. So how I can assign it? The ID I can assign it by just providing a ID, and let's provide the RD name as artifact dot hyphen data. Okay, so I have also assigned, or let's give it as artifact name. Okay, that's fine to me. So we have assigned artifact name. Now in here, instead of providing a exact echo and I'm just assigning it to an empty directory, let's assign to a name also. So I will assign it as a name as file name, and then I'll provide double quotes so that I can assign it to this one. Okay, and also once it's done, how the GitHub knows that it is going to store this data to any output value field inside GitHub, because it's going to just print out all these things inside your value inside this Ubuntu latest VM, right? But we don't want that. We want GitHub to interact with it. So for that, we can output this value to dollar GitHub underscore output environment variable. Okay, so that it will keep track of that value. If you will not provide it, it's just going to keep it inside this VM, and it's going to assign the name or whatever you are fetching from here with the name of artifact data. Okay, so once we are done here, we also need to get the details to this outputs data so that it will store it to the outputs. Okay, so we have provided artifact data. Now we need to provide a pattern that we have learned earlier, and it would be steps, then dot, and here you need to provide the ID. Now we have provided the ID of my this work, which is artifact hyphen name. So let's provide that artifact hyphen name. You need to use outputs, that is the output of your GitHub underscore output, and then the file name, which in my case the same like as this one. So artifact hyphen data. Okay. So what it will do, it will try to store my data inside my output field. Okay. So I am good with it. Now let's go ahead. Let's quickly add it, and let's use git commit hyphen m added output job, and let's use git push origin main. Once it will get pushed, it will again try to execute it and trigger my workflow. Let's wait for it to get completed so that we can verify our output. And it was completed. I will go to this job and it should produce at my build maven stage, right? Now looks like it was completed and it got the data inside our environment variable. So let's go ahead and let's use that job output in my other job so that I can have the name outputted to it. For that, I will again go in here, VS Code, and I will maximize the window. And then in here, in my deploy job, I will use add another steps here. That is called getting output file name, or let's give it as getting artifact file name. Then I will use run, and in here you need to again provide a pattern called needs keyword, then dot, then what is the stage? The stage on the top was build, and then you need to provide outputs, and then what is the file name? The file name is artifact hyphen data. Okay, I will save it, and then I will again try to add it, getting output data, and then I will use git push origin main. Now once it will get pushed, it should again trigger the result. I will go in here and I will again wait for it to get completed, and my workflow was completed. I will click on it and I will click on taking artifacts from maven, and I will click on this step getting artifact file name, and you can see that I have what it did, it tried to replace whatever the thing was in here to the expected. So yes, it did try to output our artifact name. So that's how you can output any file name or any output to your workflow. Now let's move ahead. Now let's understand about managing the data, and this is one of the aspects that you should consider while working on any project that relates and that involves dependency. In case of node also, whenever we use to run npm install, so it tries to install dependency. In our previous chapter, we have seen in each job it needs to run install dependency for npm, and it was trying to take almost 1 to 2 minutes just for downloading and installing dependency in your each job, means in each VM that you have defined. Okay, earlier it was Ubuntu Slim, now we are using Ubuntu latest. But don't you think there should be a way so that it should not install dependency again and again, and it should take the data of whatever dependency is there from my GitHub itself? Means there should be a central repository kind of thing which stores our dependency as cache, and then it should take the dependency or whatever steps mentioned for installing the dependency, it should take from there instead of installing dependency again. Okay, so for that, the GitHub Actions provided a feature called dependency caching. If I will go to my VS Code, we can see that it is going to again try to install these things again and again. Means in my test environment, It got the source code. It again tried to set up the Java. In my build also, it got the source code. That's fine. But it's again try to set up the Java. So what I can do, I can use a caching mechanism provided by GitHub Action itself so that it will store this installation at a particular location and it should trigger from there and it should not take the result. If I will go to my actions tab and if I will go to any job like this added output job, so you can see it is taking 22 seconds, 18 seconds, right? And if I will go to a particular job, so I can see the running test is taking 16 seconds because it could have a dependency inside involved in it, right? So you can see running ambient test and it's trying to download and extract all the dependency again and again. Similar for my building Maven, if it is goes to build jar file, so again it's going to take the same time. So let's provide a specific pattern so that we can have these things as a caching. Okay, so we will use the dependency step whenever it's going to try to build the dependency for the first time. In the test environment also it is trying to build it, so let's try to add one step before it. Okay, I will call it as caching the dependency. In here, actually, it's not dependency, it's trying to install all the plugins and all the modules again and again. But if you are using an project on Node.js, so you can use these things. Okay. And then in here, I will use a action called cache. And what is the version? So for that, for getting the latest version, you can go ahead and check for action cache in GitHub Actions. So you can go to cache dependencies and build outputs. And in here, you will land to this page. The latest version is V5. And if you want to see the use cases of it, you can go in here. So here also there are multiple example of it. And in here, if we can go to Java-Maven, okay, and you can see how you can use a cache in here. So inside your home directory, inside your Ubuntu latest VM, inside your .m2, it will land to this page repository and it will try to cache these things inside that. Also, why we are using hash files? Because whenever it will try to build this thing, it will try to generate a hash, random hash value based on this file that you have produced here so that it should not have a conflict with a file that is existing earlier. Okay, so you can provide any key that you want, but of course you need to provide a unique key whenever it will try to run the cache. Okay, so for now I am good with this exact thing. Okay, I will copy this. I will go in here and instead of this thing, I will just paste all these things in here. Okay, so name and then I will quickly just go with the dependency. Okay, so I have quickly copied it in case of Maven. So this is in case of Maven. In case of Node npm, so you can go ahead and you can see that this is the here. Okay, so if you want to cache using bash shell, so here it is. Also, if you want to have a look for another kind of thing, for example, if you'll go to node npm, so you are getting options for here. Okay, for now for m21 for my maven, I am good with it because whatever the files and folders metadata that it is going to store, it is going to store in home directory, then m2 and then repository. You can also verify this in your local environment. Okay, for now I am good with it. I will save it. Now let's try to use git add dot git commit hyphen m caching dependency, and now I will use git push origin main. For the first time, yes, it will try to trigger and build all these things for the first time. Yes, of course, inside the test environment. So it's going to take time for the first time. Once it will do these things, it will try to store in the cache. Okay. Now, after that, If you will run any workflow, it will be much faster than any of my workflow. For example, you can see the difference between this workflow and this workflow. We try to trigger it and it got triggered in 1 minute. It was in 55 seconds. Each of the workflow is taking almost 1 minute. So let me first try to build this dependency workflow, and then after it I will try to make some change, and then I will try to trigger the workflow again. So the cache dependency was done in 52 seconds. All these things were done. If I will go to actions tab, if I will go to cache, you can see that my Linux Maven cache was cached. I can also delete it, but I will not delete it. This unique ID that it has provided, it was provided due to my this function has files. Okay. Now let me go ahead and quickly try to modify something. Okay. For example, I will just change the name of building jar artifact file. I just changed something. Okay. And then I will again use git add dot git commit hyphen m modified some stuff, and then I will use git push origin main. Now I have pushed the changes. If I will go to Google Chrome and if I will go to Actions tab, so now it has triggered this result, right? All these things are taking 1 minute 52 seconds. Now let's see whether we have any changes, because yes, we can see that it has make one cache. Okay, so for our test environment, it did in 15 seconds, right? And for this one also it was 23 seconds, because we are not creating a cache for this one. But if I will go to the overall actions tab, you can see it was pretty fast. So it did take our dependency for our run task, and it tried to do this in just 15 seconds. If you want to create a cache of your build artifact, also means creating a jar file while mentioning whenever it's trying to trigger mvn clean package, you can also create the caching for that also. Okay, so try to create it and let me know if you found any difference between the earlier build time and the new build time. Okay, so that's it for all the data management related to GitHub Action. We have seen how you can create artifact, how you can use it, how you can get and retrieve data of output like any file name or folder name, then how you can use it, and also we have seen how you can use cache dependency management in GitHub Action. In our case, I know it didn't make any big difference, it's just 20 seconds and 50 seconds, but in case of npm like folder structure or project structure in which you need to again install all the npm dependency again and again, you can mention these cache dependency and it will make your life very easier. Okay, so that's it for this chapter. Now let's meet in the next chapter with environment variable and secrets, because you should always hard code your secrets or password like data inside your project. So till then, take care everyone. Let's meet soon. Hey everyone, and welcome to this chapter on environment variables and secrets. In this chapter, we will see how we can use environment variables in your code, in your source code, and also how we can use secret so that we can hard code our sensitive information in our projects. So first, let's understand what is environment variable. So they are just like key value pair used to store and reuse data, and they work similar like your variables in your programming languages, but they are specific to your environment. Also, the secrets are embedded and sometimes they are also referred as a type of environment variable. We will discuss secrets separately in a bit. Now, why environment variables are used? So there are various information, various type of example that you can see. For example, if you want to store any configuration like environment, region or port, then you can define it as environment variable and you can use it throughout your project using env keyword. If you want to pass data between steps, if you want to pass data between job, so you need to define on the workflow level. So we'll discuss how these leveling works. Also, if you want to control behavior of a script, for example, suppose if you have provided credential for your different environment, like for prod, you have different username and password, and for DR, you have some different username and password. So that's how you can use it. As we are not going to write our username and password and again, and we are just mentioning as them environment variable, so they keep workflows within the dry principle. Now, here is the example of it. First one is the built-in environment variable that we can use. So if you will just type $GitHub underscore workflow means, of course, you need to use the proper syntax like dollar and then curly braces, two curly braces, and then your GitHub workflow and then two curly braces. So it will give you the workflow name. If you want to learn about default type of environment variable in GitHub, you can definitely go ahead and search on the web. So in here, I will search for GitHub default environment variable. And if I will go inside here, so here there are various type of environment variable that it has provided. For example, there is GitHub underscore n folder, then there is a GitHub event path, then GitHub head ref. Also there is a GitHub output, GitHub job. So it will give you the job ID of your current job. Okay. So these are the default GitHub environment variable. Now next comes your custom environment variable that is very helpful and they are used to define on three level. First one is at your workflow level, means whenever you are defining the job name, your workflow name, and after it you just define this keyword, that means this environment variable is going to be accessible to each job and each step. Then second comes the job level. Now they are only limited within that job. If you have defined like this jobs build environment then node env production, then you cannot use this in another job. Similarly for steps, and it is only related to that steps only. So this step level environment variable is minimal used, but the workflow level and job level are mostly used. And obviously the workflow level will be used because you don't want to mention them in all of the job. Okay. The next, so I am hoping you have understood about there are also various type of environment variable, but they try to embed in these two types of environment variable. Now let's go ahead. I have already a MongoDB project already there and I have created a demo workflow that I would like you to go through and I will illustrate you as it's not a MongoDB course. So we'll just have a basic what our project does and also we will set up our MongoDB server, our cluster with the free tier with our account so that we can get the cluster info username and password and we can authenticate it in our demo project. Okay, I have one git mongodb ci workflow and in here just it's using a database in the background to connect to it. If you will go to the mongodb documentation, so they uses these kind of environment variable for their own purpose. So whenever we are just typing process.env, so it will take the value of mongodb cluster address for my mongodb. Okay, so that's how we can use it. Now it's going to try to connect and then it's going to try to connect to my MongoDB server with the username and password and cluster address. If it's good, then it will try to connect to your DB. If it is connected, then it will give you like connected to your DB server. If it has error, then it will tell you connection failed. If you have chosen your client, then it will tell you that see you soon connection is closed. Okay. Now also I have defined one more variable called database and it will take the name of my DB. Okay. So this DB, which is this one, the MongoDB name. So I have this one, then I have my app.js is just routing it to my event.js folder. So if you'll go inside here, so it's just bunch of file. Okay, and it's just trying to create some event. So there is much to discuss about. It's just a simple Node Express app, and we have integrated it with MongoDB. Also, we have Playwright config.js that is just used for testing purpose in the background. Then we have package.json which define the dependency in here so that whenever we will run npm install, so it will try to download and get all these dependency in the background. We have this our main file map.js. Okay, so now whenever it will get started, it will log into this port of localhost so we can access it also. So for accessing this locally, you should have MongoDB CLI installed, but in my case, I don't have it. Now, in order to access it, you can go ahead and try to use npm install and npm run build. So it will be accessible. And I will go ahead and I will log in to MongoDB. I will click on get started and then I will quickly authenticate it. And here, so whenever you will try to create your first account, it will create your Atlas account. Okay. So I will quickly go ahead and log in with my credential and I will sign up. Now in here, to create a database, first of all, you need to create a cluster. Now, if definitely you can create a cluster in higher tier and your dedicated host and dedicated resources. But for now, for illustration purpose, I can go ahead and create a shared resource with the free tier. Okay, and I will give the name as cluster 0. That's okay to me. And I will click on create deployment. Okay, so I have given username and password for my own, and I will copy this password and I will click on create database user. So I have created and my current IP address was added to enable local connectivity so that I can connect it. Then also I have created a database user and by default it will be your Atlas administrator because it was first. Now I will go ahead and click on choose a connection method and I will click on yes, that's fine. Now on the next page, I will go ahead. I will set up these things and I don't need to worry about these things currently because it is trying to give you all the illustration and all the steps so that you can connect to your MongoDB using your CLI itself inside your node project. For now, I will click on done. Now, once you are done, I will go to my cluster and currently it's trying to deploy and loading my sample datasets. So let's it get created. Also, if I will go to database and network access, I can click on this IP access list and by default I will go ahead and I will click on allow access from anywhere for now. But you should not do this in your production environment. For now, as I want to access it from my server and from my project, so that's why I am allowing it. Okay, so now I have these two sets in my place. If I will go to database users, so I have my database user in place. Now, if I will go to cluster, so my cluster is up and running. So now you should also verify that your cluster should be up and running and you can go ahead and click and create a free shared database. Okay, so in here we are on the workflow and let's quickly go through this workflow. First one is the name. I have provided the name of my workflow and here I have provided two triggers, which is a standard one, means whenever there is a push on my main branch or pull request on my main branch, it will get triggered. I have created two jobs. First one is testing and another one is deploy. In the testing job, I have provided Ubuntu latest and then I have provided bunch of steps. The first step is to get the code. Then the second one is to cache the dependency. We have seen it right in our previous chapter, but it was not working well as expected because it was trying to install my Maven inside my Ubuntu VM. So it cannot be stored as dependency because this is not actually a dependency. Dependency is like whenever we will try to run npm install, it will try to run all the dependency, right? So that's how we can enable cache with our npm install. Then we will install dependency and it should be npm install. Then we will try to install dependency just after this caching the dependency. Then we will try to run our server using npm start or npm x wait because wait until we are reachable to this host. Now we'll come to this part later because we need to append it to our pod. Then we are also going to test it. So npm run test. And then we are just outputting some information. So for now we don't need it, but I will keep this as it is. The next job is to deploy. And here it needs test to be successful first, and then it's running on Ubuntu latest. And here I'm just outputting echo three dots. We will try to replace it with our environment variable that we will use it at workflow level or job level. Okay, so for now we are good with it. Now if I will go to my database.js project, we can see I have these things in place, but how we are going to use it? So for now what I will do, I will go to database and network access, and then I will click and create a new database user. I will just provide a username, so let's give it as DevOps 23, and I will give the password. Let's auto generate a password and I will copy it. Okay. Now I need to select a built-in role and let's give it as Atlas admin. Okay. And I don't want to restrict it and I don't want to be it as temporary user. I will click on add user. Okay. Now in here, as I have copied the password in my clipboard, for temporary purpose, I will go in my path.txt and I will try to paste it in the next column. Okay, my password. Now I need to get this thing, get the values of this so that I can use them as an environment variable. Here, it is trying to get the environment variable. It is trying to get the environment variable from process.env, means it will try to run the process, and whatever the value that is being passed here, it will be passed to this variable called dbuser dbpassword. Now to use these variables and password, I will go ahead and I will use env keyword at the workflow level. So I'm not going to use them at job level. I'm going to use them as a workflow level so that I can use one environment variable at all of my job. Now, what is the environment variable that should be accessible for each job? So it should be this one, the MongoDB name. So I will go ahead and I will do this. Now, what is the MongoDB name? Now for getting the database name, you need to click on connect in here. So whenever you will try to click on connect, go to drivers, then I will select this node.js, right? And then this is my database name and password that I need to give. And this is my cluster information, cluster 0 dot this name. So this is my cluster name. Now I will provide MongoDB name as Mongo and then DB. Okay. Now I have provided my MongoDB name as an workflow environment. Now at the job level, I need to specify my Mongo cluster address, then my MongoDB username, password, and port. Okay, so let's specify here. So I will use env inside at my job level, and whatever environment variable that I will be using here, it will not be accessible at the deploy job. So let's go ahead and let's mention env, and then I will use all these four things like cluster address. This one is the cluster address, and I will mention this afterwards. Then I also need to take MongoDB username and MongoDB password. Now the string that it is going to use, it is going to use this one, which is the syntax of connecting via Node.js driver. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on deploy.yml and let's quickly paste all these things. So the MongoDB cluster address will be cluster that we will get it from here, which is cluster 0 dot this and this. So I will paste this. Then the username is, so if we'll go to the user, I will click on go back, I will click on close. And if I'll go to database and network access, so I have this user in place, DevOps 23. And for password, I need to provide the password that I have copied in my text editor that was early generated. So I will go ahead and I will quickly paste it. Okay. Now to get the values, let's try to print the values in my deploy job and also in my test job itself, so that I can verify whether my database name was able to get it inside this test job, and whether we were able to use the MongoDB username inside my test job. And also I will try to paste both of the value at my deploy job also. Okay, so I will take the echo to the next level, and here I will use a pipe symbol so that I can have multi-line. Then I will provide MongoDB underscore username, and then I will use dollar, then curly braces, and then I will get the environment variable, so env dot MongoDB username. Okay, the same thing that I would like to use at here itself. Similarly, I will try to print my DB name, and here I will provide DB name, and let's try to copy this whole and let's try to paste it. So this username in the test job should give the value because it was defined inside the test job itself, and the MongoDB database name should definitely be provided because it was defined at workflow level, so it is accessible to all the job. In the deploy job, it should not give the output of MongoDB username because it is defined in another job, in another machine. But the MongoDB DB name should be given here. Okay. So we are done with it. Now we are left with one more thing, that is this one. So here it should be using a port. So let's specify a port environment variable in here. So I will use port and then let's take it as 8080. Okay. And here, how I will recall it? I will recall is at dollar port. Okay. Now let's go to database.js project and let's see all these things are correct or not. So this looks fine to me, and all these things are correct. Now what I will do on my GitHub, I will try to create one repository and I will call it as node.js-mongodb ci. Okay, and I will not add all these things. I will click on create repository and I am on this page. Now at here, I will go ahead and click on terminal and I will use new terminal. Now in here, I will initialize my Git repository first. Then I will add all the file to the staging area, and I have my .gitignore file so that package log.json and all the necessary data that should not be published. Then I will use git commit -m first commit of node node.js mongo project. Now once it's done, I need to add the URL for it. Now I will add the URL and then I will try to push it. As I am not going to use multiple branch, so I will set up an upstream branch so that I can just use git push and it will push the changes. So I will use push and it was pushed to my branch. It should also trigger my actions. So if I will go to the actions tab, now let's wait for it to get trigger, and we will also verify whether we had our output showed by different steps as expected or not. Okay, so this should show both username and DB name, but it should not show the username, it should only show the DB name. Okay, so looks like due to my dependency caching, it was quickly done. If I will go to the testing one, and if I will go to the tab called output information, so you can see it has given my username and it is also given my DB name. Now, if I will go to my another job, that is deploy, if I will go to the output information, so you can see my username is blank because it was defined at test job level, but the MongoDB DB name was defined at workflow level. That's why it's showing here. Okay. So this is what we expected and wanted to achieve using environment variable and to understand about environment variable. Now we have seen how we can add environment variable, and also we have seen how we can use them in our project. So for using in your project, whatever the way you have defined either from job level or workflow level, you can just access them using env dot. Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about secret management in our workflows. So we were able to access our environment variables in our workflow using env keyword. But if I will go in here, we can see that password and username is still not hard coded. It's just a plain text and anyone can read it. But that's not a good practice, right? So let's try to use secret management provided by GitHub itself. To use secret management, if you have an organization account, you can go to the settings on your account level or on your organization level, and then you can enable secret management. But in my case, as it's just a personal account, so I won't be able to add any secrets here. But I will have access to adding secrets at my repository levels. So let's go through them. If I will go at my project level, if I will go to settings at my project level, here, if we will go to security and if I will go to secrets and variables, so here we can see that we have various options for creating secrets based on actions, code spaces, and depend about. So as I want to use it in my action, I can click on creating on secrets. Now here are two options to create. So the first one is we will discuss in a bit. First, let's try to focus on repository secret. In my case, I will click on new repository secret and I will give the secret name here. The secret name is going, let's take it as this one, MongoDB itself, so that I can use it globally. And then the secret would be the value. So in my case, it's DevOps 23. I will click on add secret. I will add another secret called new repository and I will give the name as MongoDB password. Okay. So I will give it as it is and also I will take the password from here and I will provide this as a secret inside my GitHub secret. I will click on add secret. So I have provided two things. If you want, you can just add the username and password instead of this one, right? But let's keep them as it is. So once we have done, how we can access this secret value inside my code. So for that, you will again use a pattern and the pattern would be dollar and then in here you will use secrets dot whatever you have provided. So in my case, I have provided MongoDB username and I will again go ahead and copy the same thing. And here it will be MongoDB password. Okay. So that's how you can pass your secrets in here. So let's go ahead. Let's try to add it and let's try to verify it again. So git add dot, then git commit hyphen m, second commit in my repo. Now it was done. I just need to type git push because I have provided hyphen u as an upstream. So now once if I will push it, it should trigger an actions here. Here we go. And this time we haven't provided any value here. We are just using secrets directly from our GitHub. And looks like it was completed. If I will click on this workflow, both of my code was done and not sure why it takes so much time for my dependency installing dependency. But if I will go to output information, so this time it is not going to show you your username. In the deploy also, earlier it was not even showing the username because it didn't have access, but for MongoDB it did show. If you want to bypass it and make it as secret, you can also make it. In here, there is one more thing that we can just discuss about it. Like we have defined the code it as. So if I will go to my dependency, so in here we have defined that go ahead and store anything inside this .npm folder as a cache dependency and give it the name as npm deps then hyphen then the hash file value of package log.json. But in case of the dependencies are same, so it's not going to change anything in package log.json and then it is also not going to change anything in the hash file value. So Whenever it's going to check whether if the key is same, then it's not going to create another cache. Okay, so the caching hit occurred and it's not saving another cache, it's using the same one because there was no change. Okay, so that's how you can use secret management. Now let's understand a feature called GitHub repository environment. While starting this chapter, I told you that what if you have different credential for your different account. For example, in your prod environment, you might have a different PIM or privilege account. In your dev, you can have different environment. So how you will achieve that? For that, you need to first go to the setting at your repository level. Then you can go to secrets and variable, and then you can go to the actions because of course we are going to use it as in our actions. But before moving forward, and before creating any environment secret, you need to create a environment first. So let's go ahead and let's try to create an environment and let's give the environment as testing. I will click on configure environment. Once the environment is done, I don't want to create any protection rule, but yes, I want to use another username and password for my this environment. So I will click here and let's use the same MongoDB underscore user, and this time I will provide the username as DevOps channel 23. I will click on add secret. Okay. So now this time I have uses the environment called testing, and inside that testing environment I have provided another user. I will quickly go ahead and I will also add the password for my DevOps channel 23 account, my another account, my main account. So if I will go to database and network access, so I will add my this account also as an environment variable and secret here. So let's go ahead and let's quickly add my password also. So I'll quickly add it. Now I have created one more username and password for my main account, and earlier I was using another account. I will try to use this username and password as an environment variable from my secrets. Let's remove it from the secrets so that we can read it. I will go to my Google Chrome. I will go to my this thing and I will go to secrets and management, then actions. And let's try to delete these secrets here. The demo secrets that we have done so far. So I will click on delete the secret. I need to quickly provide my password and let's keep the username as it is as a secret. So it looks like there is some issue with my account and I should use this account itself. So I am using this one. And what I did, I tried to delete all the secrets. If I will go to secrets and variable and if I will go to actions, so I will delete this secret too, and I have only secrets remaining with the environment secret means specific to my environment. So in here I have provided a environment as testing and then I have my username and password in place. So this time whatever it will take the secret, it will take to my environment specific that is testing. Here I will add value showing from repo environment secret. Okay. And I will save it. I will go ahead and quickly add it. And then I will use git commit hyphen m github repo environment. And then I will use git push. And let us go through this one. Let's go to actions tab. It should trigger our result. For now, I will go to it and I will click on my environment. And looks like we are facing some issue and my user info section was is going as an empty. It is not getting my user info from my database, and we are getting this error because in here we have created mongodb underscore user. So either you can go ahead and change this one to user secrets dot user, or else what you can do, you can go ahead and just rename it to username, right? So that's why it was getting the empty string. So I will save it and then I will quickly add it, git add dot, and then git commit hyphen m corrected user name, and then I will use git push. So I will go in here and I will go to Actions tab, cancel run, and then I will go to this corrected username workflow. And if I will go in here, this time it was connected successfully. So you are doing mistake. It was on our environment secret label. We have provided the secret as MongoDB underscore user, but in our code, we were providing username. So make sure to just verify this. So that's it for this chapter. It was very quick, but it was needed if you want to deploy something in environment and make it safe and reliable using environment variable and secrets. Now let's move ahead with the next chapter in which we will learn about more on controlling workflows and jobs with the help of conditions. Okay, so till then, take care everyone. Hey everyone, and welcome to this chapter on controlling workflows and jobs with condition. In this chapter, we will learn how you can control your execution of workflow, jobs, and even steps using if condition and some special functions built in right into your GitHub. So let's see the use of it. Why do we need condition? In here, I have one demo project and it's the same like the earlier one. And in here, it's just a simple React.js application that will be showing you mastering GitHub action with DevOps channel on the web whenever you will try to run it. Also, I have one test setup in place and it will just set up these things in here. Now, I already have prepared one workflows and let's quickly go through that workflows again. The first one I have given the name of my workflow. Then I am giving two triggers in here. First one is pushing on main branch and the another one is pulling on main branch. Then I have bunch of jobs. I have also integrated the lint testing scenario. And here I am first getting the code and I am performing all these things on Ubuntu latest VM. So first I am getting the code, then I am getting the cache and I have assigned one ID so that I can refer it and so that I can use this step further. And then I am using it with the path .npm. So whenever you will try to install any dependency, it will try to store it at your home location and .npm folder. So we trying to make all the cache for this particular folder. And the cache name would be deps-node-module and then hash file value of the name present at this location. After this, if it is found, then that's good. If it is not found, then it will check and it will install the dependency as required. And then finally, it will try to lint the code. Then after it, we have one test scenario in which we are first getting the code. And you can see I have defined that it is not a needs on, means it's just running parallelly to this test one. But my build one needs test, means first my test will be executed, then only it will run build phase. But the lint job is running parallelly with my test one. In here also I'm getting the code, then I am using the dependency if it is cached, and I am using the same hash file value name. Okay, then I am installing the dependency and then I am testing the code using npm run test. Also I am trying to upload the artifact with the name specified at test report and the file name is test.json that it will produce. If you want to have it, you can test it locally. Okay, now I have one more build job and this needs test to be completed, then only it will come to this one. Here also I am getting the code, then caching the dependency, right? Then I am installing the dependency. Then I am building the website using npm run build. And then I am also again trying to upload the artifact. And then I have one deploy phase which comes after build. I'm running it on Ubuntu latest. It will get the builded artifact from here, right? And then it will also try to list the content and it will just give you a echo called deploying. Now in here, what is the case and what is the use of conditional? Where should we add it? So suppose if you don't want to test it, in our case,
it's getting execution of the next phase means my build job is getting executed whenever my test is getting succeeded. But suppose I don't want a artifact to produce whenever it is getting succeeded, or I want that whenever my test is getting failed, then only give me the artifact and the reports or log to me. So how you can achieve that? So for that and for those kind of scenario, you can implement a conditions in your workflow level or job level or steps level. Now on this test job, before trying to execute it and whenever it is trying to upload the report with the name of test.js, I want that hey, it should also upload the test report whenever it is getting failed. But suppose if I will try to run now and if I will try to fail the test, so it will not get executed. It will not give me the this test.json file, right? So let's see it's working. So in here, I have my main content.test.js inside the component. So in here, to fail the test, just for testing purpose, I will just provide not in here. Okay. And I have save it. And then I will go to my workflow in here and I haven't done anything here, right? So it should fail our test. Now for publishing it to my GitHub, I also need one GitHub repository. So let me quickly go through it. Let me quickly create one repository here. So I will provide the repository name as React.js workflow condition. And then I will simply create this repository and once it's trying to create, I will go to my terminal. I will click on new terminal and then I will initialize one git repository quickly and then I will add all these files quickly and then I will commit it. First commit with failed test and then I will quickly grab these URL and I will quickly paste them and I will use git push hyphen u origin and then main. So it was pushed. Now it should trigger one execution on my actions tab. So let's go it and let's wait for it to get failed because we have intentionally tried to fail our test. Now you can see the test build and deploy is coming sequentially, but lint is running parallelly independent of either of these. So that's how it also show you the graphical way. Now in case of lint it was successful, but in case of test it was failed and it exited. So if I will go to the test one, so this was failed and it was stopped right here. Okay. After failing the test, it didn't even go and upload the test report. But suppose if I want to test it for logging purpose, so how I can achieve that? So for that, you can use if condition for adding one more executions or workflow. So I will search for if conditions GitHub Actions. So in the GitHub action, you have various contact means you can use these kind of thing like job, wheres, steps, runners, and secrets. Also, it support various type of operator in here, double or double and, so that you can use them in your conditional workflows. Now, if you will go to the steps context on the same page, you will be able to see that we have various type of property that you can use to control your execution. For example, you can have steps, then a step ID and then output. So the set of output defined for the step. If you have conclusion, it basically possible values are success, failure, cancelled or skip. Also, you have an option called outcome, means whatever outcome of this step is success, failure, cancelled, or skip. Then, based on this, you can define your execution of the flow. And also, even from outputs dot output name, if you want to control it via any value, also, then also you can try to control it. In my case, I will try to control it with the outcome, right? So how I will use steps dot my step ID, then outcome dot failure equal to true or outcome equal to failure, then I will try to get the logs. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's quickly implement it. So job, in my test job, on on uploading my test report, I will try to add one condition and I will use if here. And within if, so what is the name of my test? So test code, the npm run test, I haven't provided any id here, right? So I need to provide one id so that I can reference here. So I will provide id and then let's give it npm tests. Now I am ready to use this id as reference. So I will use if steps dot npm hyphen tests dot outcome equal to failure, then only try to action and upload my result. Else, if it is succeeded, then I don't want the report, right? So earlier, what it was doing, it was trying to just cancel and it even didn't go to the upload and test report, right? But this time, we have implemented our execution using our control and we have provided steps dot id dot outcome equal to failure. So this execution will go true and it will definitely try to run these things. So let's quickly go through it and let's try to run it. So I will add them to staging area and then I will add it to getting logs event test fails and then I will use git push. Now once it's pushed, it will try to create a trigger. I will go to the actions and I will wait for it to complete. Our test was failed, means our execution was failed due to this one test. Of course, it was failed because my build phase needs test. Now, if I will go in here, it will tell you that JSON report written to this. Okay, so looks like we are facing some issue, and actually, in my case, I haven't set up just up and running, so that's why it will give you the same output, but you can add conditions like this. Now let's go ahead and let's try to understand some special type of function in our GitHub. The first one is success. So you just need to type success and it will run only if all previous steps succeeded, which is by default behavior, right? But you have one another one, so it will run only if a previous step failed. Okay, so in your case, if you are trying to fail your test by intention, so we can specify failure. In my case, my jest was not working and it was not generating the report, so that's why we face the issue. Her type of special function is always, even if the report are success or failure or even cancelled, it will just try to run the next step. And the fourth one is cancelled, so it will run only if the workflow was cancelled. Now, in my case, I had my run test failed. So let's try to use if always condition in my workflow. So in here, I will just remove these things and I will provide always. Okay. Now I will just quickly go through it and then I will provide a commit message, special, special function, and then I will use git push and it will again try to trigger the result, and this time even my test fail or even if my test pass, that's not matter, it will just try to upload my test.json file. So let's quickly go through it and let's wait for it to get this executed. Now this time, even if we pass the test, it did try to upload our test report. You can see that it tried to upload our test report. If I will go to my actions tab of my this workflow in here, so I will be able to see the artifacts here. But earlier, whenever the test was getting failed, it was not trying to run even this test report and it was completely missing. So even my test failed, it did try to give me my artifact, right? Now with it, you can also mention failure because in our case, we were ensuring that this was getting failed.
right? So of course, whenever it will get failed, you can provide failure and it will definitely try to pass on this one. But if it is getting succeeded and if you are mentioning failure here, so it will not upload the test report and it will get failed at here itself. Okay, so that's why you need to specify always, even if the test fail or pass, that does not matter, it will try to give you your artifact. Now with it, let's move ahead and let's understand condition on job level. Conditions are not limited to your steps or workflow level. You can always have them for your workflow or even on the job level. Now suppose in deploy phase, in deploy job, we have specified that it needs a build, right? It needs a build. Now what if it is getting fail in build, but still you want to pass this job? Okay, means you want to execute this job even if the build fails. Or suppose if you have failed in test job, but it should execute the build phase, just like we did in previous one. In here, you know that this test will get failed, right? And also this build will get failed, right? Because the test will get failed, so build it will not come to this build job. But if you want to still execute it without test report, so you can specify if and then failure or always function, so that even if the test fail, just try to execute build, right? Also, if you want that if it is failing build also, then try to deploy it, but you do not need it to deploy on any web server without being building. So let's give as it is. So at my job level, I have provided one conditions here. So if the test is getting failed also or pass also, it does not matter. It is always going to try to execute build. So now it will be parallel also. Same like your lint job. Okay. So that's look fine to me and let's quickly go through it. Added condition at job level and then I will use git push. So after this, it should trigger a workflow. It's trying to trigger and as expected, it will fail our test, right? But after failing the test, you can see the test was failed. Now it didn't even try to stop the build. So we know the test was failed, but still it go to the build stage. Similarly, if you want that if the build stage also failed and you want to deploy it, so you can try to mention if and always at the job level. Okay, so that's how you can control your jobs also. And the if is not limited to only to your steps, you can also mention at your job level. In here you can see my build was done, but my deploy was dependent on build, so it didn't even go to this deploy one, so it got failed and my test was also failed. Okay, now we have seen how you can use condition on job level using various functions like failure or success or always, right? You can also implement them with one or two of these special function with the and or operator, so that you can have more granular control on your workflow execution. Now let's understand what is continue on error field. To understand continue on error, here it is trying to upload my test report even if my test fails, right? So for now, I will remove this if or always. What will happen if I will try to push my code? So my test will get failed and it will not generate the report. Okay. But here there is one more workflow control stuff that you can use. That is the keyword called continue on error. And here I will set it to true. So what it will try to do, and here I need to mention them in the string. Okay. Now here what it will try to do, even if you are getting any error in this code, it will try to execute the next step and the next job. Here in my build phase also I have mentioned if always, right? But let's try to remove it so that we can see the working of continue on error. Okay, so we have provide continue an error and my test will definitely get failed because of this not word in here. So it should If we are not specifying anything, it should fail my and it should not upload my test report. It should not go on the build test itself. But in here we have specified continue on error. So let's go ahead and let's try to add it to staging area. Git add dot and then git commit hyphen m continue on error illustration, and then I will use git push. This time I haven't used any if operator, it's just continue on error within my test tab. So let's go to Google Chrome and I will click on Actions tab again. Okay, so this time I got some error, and let's go to this one. What is the annotation workflow? Okay, in here we are getting some issue and selling unexpected value true. Okay, so earlier we trying to embed in the single quotes. So it will treat it as a string instead of boolean that we don't want. And let's go through it and push it quickly. And let's go ahead and let's again try to analyze our workflow. I know our repository looks not so much good because all of our execution is failing, but these things we are doing intentionally, right? So I will also show you means whenever I will pass the test, it will also try to execute all the way. So I will upload this repository on my GitHub so that you can have it and you can use it for testing purpose. Okay. Now in here, I will go on continue and add an illustration and I will not wait for much, but you can see my test was failed, right? But still, it did try to execute it. If I will go to test code, so it will give you that test was failed, but still you are next ahead. So it's try to giving you all the phase test, build and deploy. Now all the execution and job were ran successfully and first time we got one green check. But still our test was not good because here we have specified a not. Okay. So that's how you can use it. For now, I will just try to remove this thing and I will go to base workflow and I will remove this so that I can show you that this code is working fine and you can use it for your testing purpose. So I will use git add dot and then I will use git commit hyphen m fix the testing finally, and then I will use git push. This time I am not using any if or any continue on error or any special function. So if I will go to the actions tab, so it should completely give us our green go ahead. And our workflow was successfully passed and all the jobs were ran successfully with the test also fixed. Now, and let's move ahead. Now we have seen the example and the use case of continue on error field and we have set it to true so that whenever if the current step or execution is getting failed, just don't stop my workflow. Try to execute my next workflow. So this is very helpful. Now let's go ahead and let's try to understand a feature called matrix strategies. Matrix strategies allow you to run the same workflow across different parameters. For example, if you want to run on multiple VMs or multiple runners, or if you want to run these things on different node versions. To illustrate you, in here I will create a new file with the help of matrix example .yml. Now in here I will quickly try to create one workflow, basic workflow matrix example, and I will give it as on push and I will provide jobs. I will just provide build runs on Ubuntu latest steps, get the code. Then I will use uses because I'm going to use actions, action checkout, checkout at the rate v6, and it will be actions, not action. Then after getting the code, I will install node.js, and for this I will use another action which is actions. Then setup hyphen node at the rate v5, and then with I want to use a specific version. Let's say as node version equal to 18. Let's see what is the current node version that it has set up node. So if I'll go in here, actions, setup node, I will search for this and I will go to this link for GitHub and I will check what is the latest version. Currently, they are having v6 version and I can specify any node version. Okay, so for now, I am good. I can provide node version and I'll provide 18. Now, after this, I will try to also install the dependency. So, install dependencies and then I will just run bash command, which is npm install. And then after it, I will also build the project. So, build the project and I will run npm run build. Okay, so here I just try to build these things, just build my project. Now what if you want to test this function or test your project on different environment, for example on another VM like Ubuntu Slim, or even on another OS type like Windows latest, and also with different OS you also want to test it on different node versions like 14, 12 or 16. So how do you achieve that? So for that, on your job level, you can specify a strategy. And then at strategy, you can define something called matrix. Now in matrix, you can specify node version that you want to use it for your testing overall through this version. So I will use 12 and 14 means I want to also test it for node version 12 and node version 14. And also I want to use operating system with Ubuntu Slim, and also I want to use it for Windows latest. Okay, so what it will do, it will try to execute total four workflow. First one will be for Ubuntu Slim with 12 node version, then will be Windows latest for 12 node version, then Ubuntu Slim with 14 version, and then Windows latest for 14 version. Right, so are you ready to see this? Let's go ahead and let's try to run it. So git add dot git commit hyphen m added matrix workflow, and I will use git push. So with base workflow, it will also execute my matrix example workflow. Let's go to my GitHub and I will refresh my page. I will go to the actions tab and this time it did try to execute my matrix workflow, and the first one will be for my test and build workflow, right? And this one is the metric example. So I am worried about this metric example, and you can see four jobs are currently running. So first one is for 12 Ubuntu Slim, second one is for 12 Ubuntu Windows latest, another one is for 14 Ubuntu Slim, and another one is for 14 Ubuntu latest. Now suppose you have thousands of jobs and metrics you have provided in here. Okay, you might have a bigger development environment and you want to test it with different case scenario. Now how you can include a specific or how you can exclude it? So for that, what you can do, you can even specify a include keyword and exclude keyword. For example, in here you can specify include means, hey, go ahead and try to include these two inside your matrix, and I want to include node version also, node version, and then I want to have 16 also, 16, and I want to exclude, and I don't want to run it for my operating system of Ubuntu Slim because I am already running it on my Ubuntu latest. I don't want to test it, but I want to test it on Windows latest. So let's remove Ubuntu Slim. Okay, I am good with it. Now let's go ahead and let's try to add it to staging area quickly and let's try to commit it. I will use including and excluding matrix, right? And then I will use git push. So what do you think? What should be the next total number of job? So total number of jobs will be 3 because one more node version is included, but one operating system was excluded. So I will go to Google Chrome and I will go to Actions tab. I will go to this metric example again And this time you can see I have three jobs with Windows latest 12, Windows latest 14, and it will be 16. Means just trying to run with 16, because whatever pair you will provide, you need to provide it together. So you need to also provide with here with the operating system version. Okay. So I'm hoping you have seen the working of this metric example. Now let's move ahead. Now, after covering metric strategies, let's move ahead and let's learn about all about reusable workflows. As the name suggests, you can reuse a workflow in another workflow. And what do I mean by reuse? Suppose you have a workflow called matrix example and you are producing any output or even a value in that workflow. So you don't need to get and use another stuff to get this value. You can directly refer to your earlier workflow in your main workflow and get those value or output those value. So let's see how that works. For creating a reusable workflow, I will create a workflow named reuse.yml. Now within this, I'll provide the name reuse workflow example, and in here I will have a trigger and the trigger will be workflow underscore call, not workflow dispatch because it will be manual. It will have a specific event trigger called workflow call, so that in any of my workflow call, if I will refer to this YML, my configuration file as a reference, so it will try to trigger this workflow. Okay. Now after this, let's use our jobs and let's use deploy for now. I'll provide runs on and let's provide it at Ubuntu-Slim, and then I will use steps. Let's provide the name as output data, and then I'll provide a simple echo message, and I'll provide a simple message, hello from reusable workflow. Okay. Now once done, I will try to copy my base workflow one more time. So I will copy it and I will try to paste it again inside here. Okay, and I will rename it so that I can distinguish it. And I will rename it as reusing my usable workflow. Okay, so I provided the long name, that does not matter, so that I can refer my reuse module and I can use it inside my reuse my usable workflow. Now how I can refer it? So I will go to the deploy job at the end in which we are just having some output printed. And in here, what I will do, I will try to delete all kind of things in here. And let's provide the name as reusable fetch. And then I will use uses keyword here. And then I will provide the reference of my workflow, this reuse workflow file. And where it is, so it will be at dot github, then workflows, and then it will be at reuse.yml. Okay, so this is the absolute path of my this module. So what it will do, it will try to trigger this workflow and it will also try to print this. So I am good with it for my illustration for the very basic. So let's try to add it to staging area and let me try to add it basic reuse of workflows, and I will use git push. Now once if I will push it, so it should trigger my this workflow. Let's go ahead it. Let's click on actions, and actually it try to trigger three workflow. First one is test and build workflow. That is the same name of my reusable workflow, right? This one. So we will try to change this later. Reusable workflow. Okay, we will change it in the next commit. For now, let's check that. And I need to check for the build phase here. I am worried about the build phase, and the matrix was done. Okay, so it looks like this one was our stuff and this one got failed. if I will go to the deploy one, so it's telling cannot find action.yml, and by mistake it's trying to look for actions.yml or action.yml, and it is thinking that it's a predefined action because we are defining it inside the step. But whenever you are using uses for referring to your reusable workflow, you need to define directly at the job level. So I need to cancel this and I can just close these things. Okay, and I will save it. I have also tried to change the name to reusable workflow. And also I will be needing to delete these runs on Ubuntu latest because I have already provided where to run my reusable workflow. So I don't need this one also. I am good with needs. If you want, you can also skip this. So I will go ahead and I will quickly add it. I will quickly commit it. Reusable workflow. And then I will use git push. Now, if I'll go to Actions tab, one workflow that I am concerned about is workflow, reusable workflow. So basically, I have also tried to change the name of my workflow. So let's quickly go on it. And I am worried about its deploy job, this job. And why it's telling deploy slash deploy, because this is the name from my base module and this is the name from my usable module in which I have defined deploy. So if you will change the name of this one to deploy from another one, so it will also change it inside here. Okay. And it was completed successfully. If I will click on it, if I will go to output data, so I should be able to see the printed work. And I am not printing it from my another job, right? So I am showing these things in my reuse module. If you want to directly see, so you can go ahead and look for this one. But I have used that workflow and I am seeing the workflow from my usable module. Now, there is one more feature of reusable workflow, that is inputs. We can pass input inside our caller workflow and use it inside the receiver workflow. So let's see how we can implement that. In our reuse workflow, at workflow call level, I can add a property called input. And then in the input, I can provide any name like whatever input name. So for now, I will provide artifact name. And then in here, provide a description name. And here you can provide name of the artifact. Okay. Then in here, you need to provide whether it is a required input or not required. So you can provide false or true. For now, I am providing false. Then you can also provide a default value, and the default value for now I am providing a dist, means this is the artifact name that I want to use it. What is the type of this artifact name? So of course the name is always on a string, so I will use it type equals to string. Now once done, you also need to modify something in the deploys so that you can have it for your own. Now, instead of adding and printing simple data, what you can do, we can also add steps to get the artifact. So get artifact, I will use an action of download hyphen artifact. Now with it, I will use with keyword to provide additional properties. Then I will provide a name, and for getting the name, I will go with the pattern and I will have input, and it should be inputs, not input. So inputs dot artifact hyphen name. Okay, so it will get the artifact name from here and the default value is dist. Now, if you want to list it or if you want to call it, so you can go ahead and here you can type print artifact name, and then in here I can print it. This is your artifact file name. In here, I can just use list artifact name or list current content directory, and I will just use run to ls so that it will list our artifact name because we have downloaded our artifact. Now, From where it will get the data? It knows that default name is going to be dist, but from where it is going to use? So we need to go to the caller workflow, the workflow that is calling, and then in our job from where we are trying to call it, means the deploy one, I need to add with keyword so that we can provide an artifact name. So artifact hyphen name, and it will be dist hyphen files. Okay, because if you will go to the artifact name, so we have provided the artifact name as dist file and the path is dist, right? So that's why we need to provide the artifact name in here and it will pick up the default name. So for getting the input, I am good with it. Let's quickly go ahead and let's quickly add it to staging area and quickly commit it. Input reusable workflow. I will use git push and let's wait for our execution to get successfully completed. Now, once your workflow is complete, you can go to your inputs reusable workflow. Then I can go to deploy. And then if I'll go to list artifact name, so I am getting all the artifact name that I had gone gone it there, means whatever inside the dist folder. Okay, so you can see I have these files inside my VM. Also, if I will list the artifact, so it will try to download the artifact and it will get the artifact. Okay, so that's how you can use it for getting the artifact name as an input. Now the next thing is you can also create a secret for using inside your reusable module. So within at the same indentation level of input, you can provide secrets and then you can have any secret name like password, right? And then you can provide any value or first you need to get whether it is required or not. So for now, I will tell it as true. Okay. Now how you can use it inside your caller module. So in caller module, you can use it as at the same indentation level of with you need to provide secrets and then you need to provide password and then you can call it as the same way that you call it from GitHub secrets. So secrets dot password. So you can print it and you can do whatever you want. For me, as it was not set up, so I will try to comment them. Similarly, for my this one, I will try to comment them. Now we have discussed input, how you can use them, then secrets. Now let's discuss about outputs also. How you can generate output from your workflow and then you can use it to get the data from your caller workflow. To show it at the same indentation level of my inputs, I will create outputs. And then in here, I'll provide any output name like result. Then same like your input, you need to provide a description. And let's give the description name as your result name. Then you need to provide a value to it. And the value is going to be whatever you will provide inside your job. Okay. So let's go to the job and let's add one more step. Let's give the name as set the output and let's store any just dummy word inside your GitHub output environment variable. So I will use echo and set step result equal to success and let's write it to dollar GitHub underscore output. Now in the jobs deploy also you need to create one outputs outputs field and you need to define one outcome, means whatever the name that you want to define of that output inside this job so that I can call it to this one. Okay, so that I can just reference the jobs deploy and then outcome so that it will get it. Now how I will call this thing whatever that it has stored to my this output. So I have stored it in something called step result, right? So let's store the step result in my outcome variable and then I will reference my outcome variable to my this workflow. Okay. So let's provide an pattern again. So I will provide colon, then dollar, and I will use steps dot set hyphen result, then dot outputs. Then what is the name? So it is a step hyphen result. So we are getting to these steps, then set result. So if you want to get the context of these steps dot set, so you can refer to your browser and go to the context a step in GitHub Actions, go to context reference, and if you will go to steps, so you can click on steps reference, steps context, and in here, so you need to provide the audio of it. So steps dot step ID, then the output. Okay, and then you have the output name. So I need to provide a step ID also because I haven't provided any ID yet, right? So let's provide any ID here also, and the ID where here it will be set result. Okay, and then outputs and then the step result. So whatever I am trying to print here means success will get stored inside it, and then I can reference this one. So how I can reference it? So for that you can go ahead and take the reference of jobs. So here I am a job, so you need to provide job, then the job name. Instead of ID you can have job name also, ID or name, and then you can also have outputs and then what is the output name. So let's quickly go through it. So I'll provide jobs dot deploy jobs dot deploy dot outputs dot outcome. Okay, and I will save it. I will save it. Now once I have set up my outputs in here itself, I can go to my reusable workflow and then I can create another job at deploy level, and let's give it print output, and then I can provide needs deploy means just above workflow, this one, and then I don't need to provide runs on, and then I can provide a steps, then I can provide runs on because I'm going to provide a steps additionally, and I will provide for now Ubuntu Slim, and then I will provide steps. I'll provide a very smaller step getting output, and then in here I will just run the below command. So run, and then I will use echo, and in here I will use needs dot deploy deploy dot output dot result. Okay, and here I have given result because I have used my output name as a result. So now I am good with it. I will quickly go ahead and I will quickly commit it. Output reusable workflow, and I will use git push. After git push, it should trigger my workflow. I will go to my outputs reusable workflow and I will wait for this workflow to complete so that I can check all the workflow output. And my workflow was completed. If I will go to my workflow and if I will go to print output job, and if I will go to getting output job, so I should be able to see, and we are getting empty string here because in here it should be in my reusable or my caller workflow, it should be outputs, not output. So I will save it and I will quickly add it again, and I will commit it and I will push it again. Now I will again wait for my actions to get completed and I will come back, and my reusable workflow was completed. If I will click on it, and if I will go to print output job, if I will go to getting output and then run echo success, so it got success as an output. But from where we were getting this, we were getting from my reuse reuse.yml workflow, right? So we first print out to my GitHub output environment variable, and I try to fetch it to my outputs inside my deploy job. Then I reference my deploy job to my outputs at my workflow level and store it something called result, and then it is stored result equal to success. Then I went to my caller workflow, and then in here I just specify needs.deploy and then outputs dot result. Okay, so make sure you also check the spellings. If it is output, then it will return null. So that's it for the lecture on reusable module and all about controlling workflows using condition. Let's meet in the next chapter with GitHub Action and Docker. Till then, take care everyone. Hey everyone, and welcome to this chapter on GitHub Action with Docker and containers. Till now, we were running our GitHub Action on one base OS like Ubuntu latest or Ubuntu Slim, that is our GitHub hosted runner. You can also have even your self-hosted runner that you can configure so that your local workstation can reach to that self-hosted runner and you can mention it in your workflow. Alternatively, the other way is, suppose if you have defined your Docker containers and you have created your image, your own image, then you can also mention to use that image to create a container and to run all the steps that you have defined in that job within that container. If you are not from Docker background, let's quickly go through it. What are Docker containers and what are containers? So Docker is a containerization technology that you can use to create and deploy your apps in isolated environment. Okay, so they provide an environment so that you can use and deploy your app in the separate environment. Now you will say, what is containerization? So containerization is the process of bundling an application code together with its all required tools, libraries, and all the setting into isolated environment called container. Okay, so the process of creating container and building all the apps together is called containerization, and Docker is the tool for that. Now, what is the container? So container is a lightweight, standalone and executable software environment that includes everything needed to run an application: code, the runtime, system tool, libraries, and settings. But let's understand why you should use container. Till now, we were using runners. So if you are defining runner, whenever you are going through all the steps, you are defining all the steps like setting up dependency, if any plugins is needed. You are also defining OS specific environment, like if it is a Windows latest, then if your app is having any environment, then you need to define. Also, if you want to use any OS specific utility, then you also need to define that. Also, you need to check what are the pre-installed apps, whether if you wanted or not. If it is not in the pre-installed GitHub hosted runner, then you need to additionally install it also. In case of container, the things are changed. Here, you have your image with pre-configured setup. For example, if you are going to deploy a Node.js application, so you have all the configuration related to Node and you have created an image for it. Now, once you have that image with you, of course, you need to first place it on any Docker Hub or private registry so that other or your team member can use it. Now, once it is ready, you can hand it over to any environment and it will successfully be run. While case of runner, they are specific to your environment. Sometimes those apps with the particular dependency run, sometimes they don't. So that's why more companies prefer to run application or test application in first containers. So let's go ahead and let's try to understand our demo project setup. It is not that much special. It's just our previous project. So here is our previous project, which is for MongoDB, and you might have remembered that we created our MongoDB cluster here, right? And we created our database. Now to connect with it, we have all the things defined here. So if I'll go to data and database.js, so I have this string for connecting to my URI. So, okay, I will say this one. Now, if it is connected successfully, It will try to give you connected to your DB server. If it is not, then connection failed. And if you have closed the client, it will tell you see you soon, connection closed, right? So with it, let's understand and let's go ahead. So this is our demo. Now, if I will try to run it, I haven't done any changes in here, right? So I will just use git push. Check if I am able to run this or not in my existing one. So if I will go to this one and if I will go to my repository, if I will go to Node.js MongoDB repository and if I will go to actions, so I have corrected the username and I can go to this one and I can click on rerun all jobs and I can click on rerun all jobs. So now it will rerun. So let's wait for it to get run successfully and successfully ran. And our workflow was completed as expected. And I want to run so that I can see whether if all the things are running successfully or not. Okay. So if I will go to run server, so you can see that hang on and it connected to my DB server. Okay. So that's how I verified it. Now let's move ahead. Now let's move ahead and let's try to add our containers in our job. Till now, if I will go to my jobs with the test environment, so it was running on Ubuntu latest. That is the GitHub hosted runner. Now within below, you can provide containers to mention that you are going to mention containers here. With containers, you can just provide name of the image, or the best practice would be to go ahead and provide them as properties of this container. It will be very helpful if any image is having some specific thing and some specific configuration needed, so you can specify within this below line as a properties. But if you will specify the image name at here itself, so you won't be able to provide any additional properties. So for that, I will go to containers and in here I will provide property called image. And with image, I will just use node and I will go with the specific version of 18. Okay. Now after this, if it has supported environment, then you can go ahead and mention environment and you can type anything you want. But for now, I don't have any environment related to node. So I will cancel this. Now how it is going to execute? Why we have still mentioned Ubuntu latest? Because the overall job or the overall working of container is not directly on the container. It's just provide the image. Now, whenever this execution will be triggered, so it will try to create container on this environment, okay, on this hosted runner, and then whatever operation that here it is mentioned, it will try to do all these things within this container. Okay, so if you have any design or any specific that you are depending that it should be already installed on your hosted runner, so this time it will not work because this time it is going to be run in container. Okay, so be very careful about that. If your steps have any dependent app and you are not installing it because you are showing that that app is already installed on a hosted runner, so after mentioning container the things gets changed. So all the steps now look inside this container. Okay, now this container is specific to node, so definitely my node or npm will be definitely installed. To learn about all various type of images, you can definitely go to Docker Hub and then you can search for node. So we land on this official image, Docker official image of node, and you can see there are various versions that you can mention it. Okay, so that's how you can mention it. Now once it's done, I will save it and I will try to trigger a workflow now. So git add dot git commit hyphen m added container to my test job and I will use git push. Okay, so it was pushed. Now if I will go and if I will go to actions tab, and looks like we are facing some issue, and it will be not containers, it will be container, because you need to specify only container. And let's quickly go ahead and let's push it again. And if I will go to actions tab, so it should trigger our workflow. Now I will wait for it to get complete my workflow. and looks like it was completed. And if I will go to my test job in which I have introduced my container, so you can see the second step of this job was to initialize first container. So it did initialize my container and it's checking Docker version inside my Ubuntu latest. Then it also tried to clean up resources from previous job. Then it created a local container network because definitely it needs a network to connect to other job. Then it started a job container and it waited for all services to be ready. If I will go to run servers again, so you can see it tried to deploy all these things. Earlier, it didn't give these things because it was running on our Ubuntu latest, but this time it's giving these things because it was on our container. And but finally, after some warning, we were able to connect it to our DB server using our container itself. Okay, so that's how you can use your container if you have predefined container on Docker Hub, so you can go ahead, you can make it public if you want, or if you want to authenticate it, you can go ahead and mention this in here and you can also provide credential while passing it. Okay, that's how you can use Docker container inside your workflow to make your workflow and job more efficient and more quick to run on the specific environment for a specific job or a specific apps. Okay, now let's move ahead and let's understand about service container. And actually, if you have worked with Docker and Docker Compose, this might not be new to you. But if you are not aware of Docker or Docker Compose, then this thing might be new to you. Service container are same like whenever you are trying to define services in your Docker Compose configuration file. Basically, they are just supporting containers that run alongside your job to provide an external services your application needs during CI. So they are connected to each other so that they can connect to each other. In the background, they will create a common network so that they can be connected. Now, why service container exists? So here are some example. Most of the application depends on services like database like MySQL, PostgreSQL, and MongoDB. So you can use services to run jobs of any of these DB server in the parallelly as an external service using containers. Also, you can integrate it with your cache, Redis, or if you have any queues in place in your app. So instead of using real cloud resources, GitHub Actions spins these up as service container just for your job. Now how these work? So they run in parallel with your job and similar like your Docker Compose, they also share a network. I have one beginner to advanced level Docker course on my YouTube channel, so if you want to learn about Docker, Kubernetes, Git and GitHub or any DevOps tool, please go ahead and navigate to my YouTube channel playlist. You will be able to find those full courses in my playlist. Okay. Now our job accesses them using service name as host name. Okay. So you will provide one ID to it, one identification to it, and with that identification name you will be able to access those services or connect those services to your job. And definitely similar like your GitHub hosted runner, they will be also destroyed once the job completes. Now let's see the illustration of service container in our example. To understand about service container, I will create another repository in here and I will give the name as github action service containers. Okay, and I will create this repository. To add this new repository URL inside my existing repository, I will add the same URL, but instead of origin, because the origin referring to my earlier repository, I will copy this command and instead of origin, I can provide any other name. For example, I can provide it as origin 2 or any name that I like. So here I will provide origin 2 for now. After this, I need to first push my changes. So I will not push it because I will first have understanding of service container. Now, what are service container? If you have worked on Docker or Docker Compose, you are already aware of it.
So service containers provide a way to interlink your containers inside and within your app. For me, till now I was relying on my MongoDB server on cloud, which was Atlantis, and I was authenticating from that and I was getting the username and password from there. But for now, I will create another container with the help of services. And as I am already using container for my Node.js app, so what service will do? Service will try to interlink my this container and my service container to each other. Also, I would need to change my cluster IP address and all these username and password. So let's start writing our service container. So for mentioning service container, you need to specify services. Now it's plural because you can have one or more services. Then after it, you would need to mention a service name. So in my case, I will mention MongoDB. Then after it, you need to specify a image and I can mention Mongo. Now to learn about this image reference, you can go ahead, search on Google MongoDB Docker image, and you can go to the official image. Now once you land on this page, so here you will be able to see one example of using it in Docker Compose. So you can use it. Now this is the same configuration that we are going to use inside our GitHub Actions file. Okay. So after mentioning Mongo, so it will fetch our latest image. After this, it also needs an additional parameter which is called env key to mention a required environment variable, and in our case it is these two. Mongo init root username and Mongo init root password. Now keep in mind that these are not the same that we try to set up on our web, right? Using mongodb.com and we try to create our username and password via Atlantis. So that is not this one. So it will try to create a MongoDB container inside your app and it will provide, for now you have provided a root username and password to authenticate to this MongoDB. Now once you have changed it, this credential will also needs to match this one. Okay, so this one is your client side, means it will be inside your MongoDB container, but for authenticating via app, so the reference that you have provided in here for connecting to your app, so you need to also change the password and username. So for me, as I'm doing it for testing purpose, so I can just mention this in the plain text. Okay, so I have mentioned example. Now what is the cluster address? Earlier we were having our own cluster on Atlantis, so we provided the cluster name. Now what's the cluster in here? In your environment on your GitHub Action and Ubuntu latest, it try to create one container node with node image on which your app is running, and also it tries to create one another container with Mongo as an image, and we have provided the name as MongoDB as host name. So on this host, it will be running your MongoDB container. So you need to provide this name, the service name that you have provided in your cluster address. So I will just close this one and I will just close this one, right? Additionally, you can also mention MongoDB connection underscore protocol. So this is also MongoDB as per MongoDB official website. Now we are done with it. So if you are using container as an image to run your app, so this is the things that you need. Additionally, on our database.js, we are referring our constant URI to MongoDB plus server. So it is trying to authenticate on MongoDB server on Atlantis website that we created earlier. But we don't need that, right? So for now, I will just remove this plus SRV because this is my local service name that I am going to use. So it should match to your this word. All right. If you want, you can also mention this as cluster address with the help of this string interpolation. So I will save this one and I will also save this one. Now, first time, let's go ahead. Let's try to add it and let's try to commit it. Added MongoDB service container. And I will use git push -u and then origin to and then main, because this one is my new URL of my new repository that I have added. And now I will hit enter. So it was pushed, and with pushing also it might have triggered the workflow. So I will go to the actions tab, and if I will go to added MongoDB service container, and if I will go to this test one, so we are only looking for this run server job. So it has initialized our container and it's now trying to install our dependencies. If it is found in cache, so it will try to install, else it will try to install. And in here on our run server, you can see we are successfully connected to our DB. Now this time it is not the DB on the MongoDB website that we created earlier. It is on our local MongoDB container. Okay. So that's how you can create container. You can create services. Suppose if there is additional app that is needed to run for your application, you can create another services in here. Now the question arises, suppose if you don't want to use container to run your apps. Okay. So I will just comment them out. Now how you can add or refer your jobs to this container running this service, because earlier it was very easy. You just need to mention container, and by default GitHub Action was trying to connect this container to this container with the help of services. So in the background it will try to create a network automatically, and then it will try to integrate it. So by how, so that's why it was able to resolve this DNS name and the host name for my these services. Now what if you want to install and configure or node.js step on this Ubuntu latest machine, and still you want to configure your MongoDB service? So for that, now in the cluster address, it will be localhost, because here you want to run it, or you can mention 127.0.0.1, and then also you need to specify the port on which the MongoDB is running. And by default on this Ubuntu latest, the MongoDB will be running at 27017 port, because by default this is the port for it. Okay. Additionally, you also need to specify port on your this service. So here I will go ahead and I will mention ports, and there I will provide it as list because there could be multiple ports you can mention. Okay. So if you are not using container, you need to specify local host in here with the port name on which you are running the services. You need to find out for MongoDB what is the default port. So for all the official image on Docker Hub, you will be definitely see what is the appropriate port for it. Okay. So if I will search for 270, so you can see the MongoDB server in the image listen on the standard MongoDB port, which is 27017. Okay. So that's how you can figure out what is the default port for the image that you are using. Now with it, I will just quickly go ahead, and this time I'm not using any container to running my Node.js application. It will run on Ubuntu latest, and GitHub action will not create a network because I'm not using container. Earlier I was using container, so that's why it created a network in the background, but here it's just service that running our container. So to connect to our services, you need to provide a reference which is localhost and then 27017. Because inside this Ubuntu latest, this Docker service will be running at port 27017. All right. So with it, let's quickly go ahead and let's try to add it to staging area. And I will use git commit -m service container without base container. And now I will use git push origin to and then main. Okay, with it, it was pushed. If I will go to my workflow and if I will go to the actions tab, so it will trigger our result, and this time it is not using container to run my Node.js application. It is running on, it is installing my Node.js and all the app on my Ubuntu latest. Okay.
Okay, so in here you can see on the run server steps, it's again connected to my DB server. So that's how you can use service container for your app, and that's how you can connect multiple service container in your app. So that's it for this lecture. Now let's meet in the next chapter in which we will create our own custom action for our jobs and steps. Till then, take care everyone. Hey again everyone, and welcome to this very important chapter on custom action in GitHub. Till now, we were using predefined action from GitHub Marketplace to deploy or to mention in our steps for achieving any particular step. For example, this action was for getting the code from your repository. This action was for caching the dependency with some additional properties and inputs. Also, there were some additional action which was for uploading the artifact, and also there was some for downloading the artifact. Now how I got these? To look for any suitable action, so if I will go on the marketplace, GitHub marketplace, and inside the action section I will be able to see thousands of action that is predefined and developed by GitHub developer, and also with the third party community that they have posted on marketplace. But what if your need is not on your marketplace, and whatever you want to achieve it, it is not on the marketplace? So that is what the custom actions for. In this chapter, we will talk about how we can create our custom action. We will see how many types actions are there, and also how you can define additional parameter like inputs or output in your custom action. Now the question is, why do you need custom action? So as I specified, if you didn't find any relevant action on your GitHub marketplace for your job or for your workflow, so then you would need to create your custom action. Or if you have same set of repetitive steps in your jobs or workflow, so you are just writing them again and again. So that does not follow do not repeat yourself principle, right? So to also achieve that, to also achieve DRY principle, you will need to create custom action and to optimize the code. For example, I have one demo project with the same demo project that we used in earlier chapter, which is simple React.js application in which whenever it will start, it will just print GitHub action from DevOps channel. I also have provided a deploy.yml a configuration file in here. And if you will check in all the steps, like I have a job named lint, then test, and then also build and then deploy. In all the code, I am just repeating these same steps like getting the code, then caching the dependency, and installing the dependency. Same with my test job. I am getting the code, I am caching the dependency with the same steps, and also I am installing the dependency with the same steps. Similarly, in my build also, right? So what if there should be a way to create a custom action to combine all this together so that we don't need to write this again and again in our YML file, and we just write one action and it will embed all these three steps in it. In this case, we definitely need custom action. Now let's understand how many types of custom actions are there. So currently there are total three types of custom action. First one is JavaScript action. So in this action, you would need to write a JavaScript file with preset configuration and instruction. So you need to write a JS file with whatever you want to achieve in the JavaScript format. Now to achieve JavaScript action, you need to aware about JavaScript language. The second type of custom action you can create is Docker container action. So in which you create a Docker file with your instruction and configuration. And in this case also you should be aware of Docker. So if you want to learn about Docker, so I have one beginner to advanced level Docker course on my YouTube channel. So please navigate to it. I will also try to provide a description of that course on my channel. And the next one is composite action, in which you don't need to learn any language or any configuration here.
This action is just about combining your usual step used in your workflow and create a workflow from it. This is very simple and it is most used action in GitHub. So now let's move ahead and let's understand how we can create our custom action, especially composite action. So first we will learn about composite action in here. To create composite action, I have this demo project and I will also provide the link of this repository and all the repository on my GitHub in my description itself. So you can pick these codes from there. Now I have this working example and working workflow for my this project in which I'm just achieving the linting with the help of npm run lint after getting my code and if checking whether dependency was found or not. If not, then try to install the dependencies, right? Similarly, I have one test in which I am just trying to run npm run test, and if it is failure, then it will try to create a test.json, right? Similarly, on the build job, I am just writing npm run build, and it will try to upload the artifact at this directory. And at last, I am trying to just deploy this and just I am printing echo deploying. Okay, so I'm just trying to print deploying here. It will also get the download artifact and it will list the contents for you. Okay, so for achieving this, I will try to create one repository on my GitHub and I will try to push it. So here I will give the name as Node.js custom actions, and I will leave all these things as it is and I will click on create repository. So I need to copy this URL and I will go in here and I will open terminal from here itself and I will first initialize an empty directory and then I will add all of them to staging area and then I will commit all of them. First commit for GitHub custom actions. Now once it's done, I will also try to add one URL. So git remote add origin and this, and then I will use git push hyphen u origin main. Okay, so it will push our project to GitHub in this repository. So if I will refresh the page, so it will have my all the code and it will also trigger actions here. Okay, so I will wait for it to get complete. So make sure that I do not have any error in here. Okay, so my job was completely ran successfully without any issue and without any error. So make sure you also run all your jobs without any issue. And here you can see my test job, build job, deploy job, and build job is dependent on test and my deploy job is dependent on build, but my lint job is additional, means it is running parallelly. It is not dependent on any of these workflow or job. Okay. So with it, let's move ahead and let's try to create our custom workflow. So for creating a custom workflow, I will create a folder inside my GitHub and I will give the folder name as you can give any name you like because you are going to create the reference of this folder. Okay, so you can create any folder. Now here I have created a folder called actions, but in here I don't want to get the code in this step. I just want to cache the dependency and if it is not found, then install the dependency. So for that, I will create a particular folder inside my action because I could have multiple action in my GitHub for achieving different thing. For in here, it is installing caching depths. Okay, now within this folder or any folder you create, many folder you can create, but whenever you will refer this folder inside your code, so it will look for a specific file called action.yml. Now this might look similar to you because whenever we were passing our workflow from a workflow call, means whenever we were using a reusable workflow earlier, so by mistaken, first of all we try to pass that workflow in our steps, right? And whenever we passed on the steps, not on the job level, so it gave that it was looking for one action.yml. So that concept we are trying to achieve from here itself. So we will try to mention our created action.yml inside our steps also. So within actions and installing cache depths folder, I will create a file and it should be strictly named as it is. So action.yml. In whatever directory or folder you create this strict this name action.yml. If you will not create this name, it will not detect any custom action in your repository, even you provide a relevant and absolute path. Okay. Again, for achieving custom action, and if you don't want to create custom action, of course you have way to use reusable workflow so that you can create and refer. You can first create the workflow for only these two or three steps, and then you can recall it from this main workflow. So you can achieve it by that way also, but custom actions makes your code more professional and more efficient. Now, first of all, you would need to provide the name of your action. So in here, I will provide installing and caching dependencies. Now, after this, you need to provide a description. Why do you need description? Because if you will go on the marketplace also, so for all of the action that is either developed by GitHub developer or by third party vendors, so you will find a description in the bottom. So it definitely needed. Okay. So here you will provide the description like installing the dependencies via npm and if found cache them. Okay, so this was my description. Now in here, this action.yml does not need any on keyword. Okay, so this is similar like your reusable workflow in which you are not mentioning on in your workflow the one you were calling. So on that workflow you have already specified on keyword. In case of action, you are going to use inside the steps, so you don't need to mention runs on or on triggers. Okay, so you don't need to mention any workflow trigger or any runners. Now in here you need to specify what it should do, so it should runs, and then after indentation you will specify using what is the type of this action, so it is composite. Now at this same indentation level you will specify steps and what is the step you want to embed into it. So I will copy the same stuff that I used for caching the dependency and installing the dependency, and I will just paste it inside in here. So in here you can see I have also embedded already existing action in our custom action. So that does not matter. You can embed any number of predefined action in from GitHub Marketplace in your custom action. So that will not create any issue. Now there is one more thing that you should remember, that whenever you are using a shell command like in here, we are using run npm install. So additionally, you would need to define a shell type. So it would be bash in my case, right? So this thing you need to define additionally in composite action whenever you are using run command. So with it, our action.yml is now ready and our composite action is ready to use as a action. In our previous chapter, we have created our very first custom action. Let's go ahead and let's see how you can use our custom action in our workflow. To use our custom action, and in my case, I am trying to replace this thing means caching the dependency and installing the dependency here in my all of my job, my lint test and my build job, right? So in here, I will close all these things and I will refer my actions in here. So first, I will give the name using my custom action for install and cache depths. Now after this, you will specify the same keyword that you use to define action, which is uses keyword. And within uses, as it's a local action, you haven't pushed it on your or any GitHub marketplace, so you cannot use actions directly. So once if you will push it, then only you will be able to use actions. But as it's a GitHub local action, means within your repository. So you need to provide an absolute path in here. So for providing an absolute path, you will define an absolute path in here. So dot forward slash dot GitHub, then actions, and then installing caching depths. That's it. You do not need to provide actions.yml in here because by default it will go inside my GitHub workflow runner will go inside this directory and it will try to look for action.yml by default. Similarly, at this repository itself, if I will go to marketplace and if I will go to let's go for action checkout GitHub action. If I will go to the GitHub repository, so in here it's using v6. Now if I will go to the home directory here, so I will be able to see action.yml file right on this directory. So by default, it will check and use for this action and this action.yml itself. If this developer will try to delete this action.yml from here itself, so my code will get an error. So always it will try to look for on your parent directory structure that you will specify. And with it, our work is done. For 8 or 9 lines of code, I have just replaced it with 2 lines of code. Similarly, as I have same bunch of line in my earlier code, so I will just try to copy paste the same bunch of stuff in here. So for installing and for caching the dependency and for installing and caching the dependency. Okay, and I will save it. I have used my custom action. Let's go ahead. Let's try to add it to staging area and let's try to commit it, pushing the updates after composite action. And then I will use git push. Now the workflow will be very similar. There will be no differences at all, right? But the execution process will get changed. So we will see all of these things inside whenever it will get triggered. And my workflow, my this workflow was also completed. But if I will go to the test job, so you can see this time it tried to trigger my using my custom action for installing and caching the diff. And it tried to download and action my repository cache v5 with the sha1 value this one. So it tried to assign this sha1 value to my this local action, and if my cache was found, so it was restored successfully and it didn't even go and try to install my dependency additionally. Okay, so that's how you can use your custom action in your workflow. So we try to create it and then we provided reference to it. Be very careful about providing the absolute path. You don't need to provide action.yml in here. Okay, with it, let's move ahead. Now let's move ahead and let's understand how you can add inputs or properties in your custom action. Now, what do I mean by using properties or custom? So here is an example of it. In here, we have seen that we are using a predefined action from our GitHub marketplace to upload the artifact. Now, if you will see right here, it supports a with keyword. That means it's trying to take an input and we have provided the input name of dist file and the path it will look for dist. Now, what the working of it? The working of it is it will provide the name of that artifact as dist file within your GitHub, and whatever it inside the dist folder, it will try to pick that and it will upload as an artifact. So in the background, the working of this action was set to create an artifact with this name and upload it on your GitHub. Similarly, for download artifact also, there was a predefined input or parameter that was defined. It will look for a folder name dist file and it will go inside this dist file. So that is the action that you have defined. Similarly, let's go ahead and let's try to define one more action. Define inputs in your action.yml, your composite action.yml, and then you will refer it from this workflow. So at the same indentation level of description, I will provide keyword called inputs. And it could be inputs plural because there could be multiple inputs or I would say properties that you can define in here. So within the input, you would need to define how the things should behave. So the input name that I would like to provide the name as, let's give the name as caching. And again, you need to provide a description in here. And the description would be whether to cache dependencies or not. I'll put them in the single quote. Now after this, I need to provide whether it's a required field or not. So of course, I don't need to make it as required. And also, what is the value? So I will specify the value as true because I want to use my cache if it is found. If it is not, then it's okay. Go ahead and install it. Now I have defined one inputs. Now how I achieve the trigger of it means, suppose if it is having the value of false, so it should also install the dependency, right? So how do I achieve that? So for that, inside my caching dependency workflow, in which I am specifying and caching the dependency, I will specify a if keyword in here, and I will use if caching means this input. Sorry, it would be inputs. First, I need to refer it. So if inputs dot caching means this value equal to true, then try to refer and go ahead and do the caching check for these things. Okay. Also, within the install dependency section, I need to check if the cache hit. If it is not found, then try to install the dependency, right? Additionally, or I can also implement that whether inputs dot caching equal to not true. Okay, means if I am specifying it as false, means don't use caching dependency. So it should also try to install our dependency. So that's why I have mentioned or. If I will mention and, so it will try to implement both of these together. That is not possible, means it will first try to check for that this should not hit, and it will also check that this should be false. So at both of time, this could be not possible. So I have tried to implement my condition in my both of my functions or both of my steps. Okay, so with it I am good. Now how I can use it inside my deploy.yml. So within my jobs in here, what I will do, I will remove this lint job. I will just keep test, build and deploy. Now in the test job, I will try to implement that option. I will try to use my input in my test job, but in my build or deploy, I won't use it because I want to see the difference. Now, wherever I have defined my action, my composite action, I will use a keyword called with. Now it is ready to take a input in here. Now, what was the input name? So the input name we defined was caching, and what you are going to provide. Suppose if you want to take it as false. Okay. Now what it will do in here, the default value is true, means for my build test, I have not defined the with keyword in here. So it will get passed with true. Now once it will get true, so it will come in this caching dependency, and if it will found, then it will try to use caching. Also for my build page, it will try to check for this one, and inside it's not false, so it will not trigger this workflow. But in case of test in which I have provided an additional input and I have set caching to false, so what it will try to do, it will try to execute my this action, and in here it will go to caching dependency, and it will only trigger if my cache inputs dot caching equal to true. But in my case, I have defined it as false, so it will not execute this step. It will skip this. Now it will come to installing dependency, and this one will be not executed because there will be no cache hit, and it will also be not executed because it's false. So it will not check this one because there will be no cache hit. Now it will come to this one, and this one will be true, means my input dot caching equal to not true means it's false. So yes, this one will be true and it will come in here and it will run additionally.
Okay, so in my build phase, it will use my cache, but in my test job, it will not use cache, it will try to use npm install. So let's save both of them. Let's try to push it and let's try to observe all the changes together. So git add dot git commit hyphen m composite action with inputs, and I will use git push, and I will wait for my action to get complete, and I will show you what are all the things that get changed in the background. And it was completed, and you can see the difference in the time. It took 10 seconds more, and it will be because of our test job. So if I will go to test job, you can see that test job took 27 seconds, while the build and deploy is one was very quick. Build one took only 12 seconds, but the test one took 27 seconds. If I will go inside my test job, so if I will go to my using my custom action for install and cache diffs, so it try to trigger run npm install because there were no cache hit, and also my input was set to false, and it try to trigger run npm install. While in case of build one, in which I haven't defined with keyword, so if I will go in here, so there will be a cache hit, right? So it didn't try to trigger run npm install. See, up to date. It just stored my cache. So that's how you can mention inputs with additional parameter that you can specify to control your workflow. Now let's move ahead. After adding inputs to your custom action and to refer or call them from your main workflow, let's understand how we can display output from our custom action. That means, suppose if I want to use or print any particular output related to any of my steps, and I want to print that output in my workflow. So for that also, for using output, at the same indentation level of your name, description or inputs, I can provide an outputs here. Now here could be outputs because there could be one or more outputs in here. After indentation, I'll provide the output name. This could be anything. So I'll provide whether it was used cache or not in any of my job. Okay. And then I will again need to provide a description. And here I will use the same description like whether the cache was used or not. Then I need to provide a value that I will be referring from my this workflow to this action. So I need to provide the value here. Now the value would be dollar, the same way that we try to execute our outputs earlier from our earlier chapter. So it would be like a steps dot the step ID, and in my case I think we haven't provide any ID to our install dependency, so let's provide ID to it. So let's provide the ID as install so that I can refer here. So steps dot step ID, and what I am writing here, so it is the steps context on GitHub Action. If you want to learn about it, just go as step context in GitHub Action, go inside here, and here you will see the steps context. Okay, so here you can define a step id dot outputs. Okay, so first we need to define outputs inside my step, and then I can define the output value from my main overall workflow on the top. Okay, steps dot what is a step id that we have provided, it is install, then dot what is the value here, so I will be using outputs. Now we haven't provided any value in here, so let's provide that. So at this level, I will try to use two commands. So dot, I will use two commands in here. So first one will be npm install, and additionally, I will be using echo. And what is the output value that I want to use? I want to use store my output in cache one. Okay, and then I will put them in single quotes, then dollar, then if inputs dot caching. So I want to store this value. So if it is true, so caching will be true. So if it is true, so inputs dot caching, whatever the value it will be here, it will be stored at my caching. And now where I want to print it, so I want to print it inside my GitHub output environment variable. So it will be GitHub underscore output. That's it. Okay. So it will get the value of input caching. It will store it in the cache value, and then it will also try to export this value inside my GitHub output environment variable. That is the standard environment variable for my output. Now after defining in here, I need to just refer here again. So outputs, and then what is the output value? So it is cache. So I will define dot cache. Okay. So I have defined one value. Now how I will refer it? So let's go through it quickly again. So I have just defined one variable called cache, and I have stored the value of this inputs dot caching, that in my case it's false or true, whatever it is. So it will try to store it in this value, and then it will try to store it inside $GitHub output, means it will throw the value of it in here. Now in here, whatever the value that was stored in here, I am just calling the reference using this context. Now once you are done, how we can refer it from my caller variable? So I will use inside here itself where we have used inputs, and here I will provide an additional step, output info, and then in here I will use a keyword called run, and in the run keyword I will use echo. Then I will ask cache used, and let's provide dollar, then I will call the context in here. So it will be steps dot. Now what is the id we have provided to our installing and caching dependency in here? So for this id we haven't provided any id, right? So let's provide any id here, and let's provide any id with cache hyphen deps, and then I will provide, and I will take the reference from here, cache hyphen deps, then dot. Now whenever you will type dot, it is ready to take the id of this action. So I can take outputs, and then dot, what is the name of this output inside here? So it will be used cache, right? So it will tell you true or false whenever it will try to. First we needed to define one id in here for my wherever I am using my action, and then I try to reference it inside my additional steps. Okay, with it we are done for using our output also. Let's quickly go through it, and first I will add it to staging area, and then I will commit it quickly. Composite action with outputs. So suppose if you want to get any particular code, so you can just refer to my this repository and check out any particular commit using get checkout and then commit id 4 character, and then it will check out to that particular commit so that you can use it for your learning purpose. Okay, so composite action with outputs, I will commit it, and then I will use git push. It was pushed. Now inside my test job, it should show whether my cache was used or not. So in this case, it is false. So from this step, from my workflow, it will fetch the details in my actions tab, and then it is trying to pass that output to my this additional step inside my workflow. Okay, so it has triggered our workflow. Let's wait for it to get complete, and it was completed. If I will go to my workflow, if I will go to test, I have deleted my lint job, and if I will go to output info, so you can see cache used, it was triggered to false because in my case it was false. Okay, so that's how you can display outputs to your custom action. So we have seen how you can use composite action, how you can pass inputs so that you can use it using with keyword, similar like your predefined action by GitHub developer. And also we have seen how you can define or pass outputs of any value inside your workflow from your actions. Okay, now let's move ahead and let's learn how you can create custom action of JavaScript type. As this is not a JavaScript course, and I will only cover JavaScript basics because you don't want to go in depth about JavaScript because this is all about GitHub Actions course. Unlike the other two custom action like your composite action and Docker action, you can also create JavaScript action and you can integrate it with various services like Azure or AWS to deploy your code. You can integrate any API or any trigger within your JavaScript file or your JavaScript action to trigger the workflow. But in here, I will just use a simple JavaScript action so that I can call it from my main workflow. So in here inside the actions tab, I will create a new folder and I will call it as JS custom action. And within this JS custom action, I will create a new file called action.yml. Alright, in here you would need to provide a name and let's give the name as JS custom action. After this, you need to define one description and I will define it as a simple JS custom action example. It will be right. Now, after this, you would need to define a runs keyword just like the other one. And in here, you would need to define another thing that is called using. Here, you need to define what is the runtime that you will use to create a JavaScript action. In my case, I will be using Node 20. So you need to check on the website what is the current version of the JavaScript runtime that in my case Node and what is its version. So as of my current recording it's 20. Okay. So if you want to learn about and to figure out what is the current version of JS runtime you have currently, you can always navigate to web and search for custom JavaScript action. Okay, and you will land to this very first page. And in here, so it's telling the prerequisite. If you want, you can go ahead and use Node 20. That is the latest version. And in here also, it's telling that this is the version you are using. Okay, so you should use this one. Additionally, for installing Node.js or for using JavaScript, you need to have Node.js installed on your local workstation so that you can initialize some repository. Here is the action toolkit that you should use to refer of whatever action that you will get to install and to provide function for your npm packages. For example, I can use npm install at the rate action score. It basically provides function for inputs, output, results, logging, secrets, and variable. So this is very helpful if you are going to use input outputs for your JavaScript action. So you definitely need to install this. Okay, so we'll see this in a bit. So with this version, now the next thing come and here you can specify anything and here I will give main. Now what is this main? If you will go at the bottom, so you will be able to see that this is the function that it will use to trigger your workflow and this should be exactly your JavaScript file. Now this could be any file, any name, but this should be main. Okay. So in here it is main and at the same level of repository, I will create main.js. You can have any name like index or react.js. That does not matter. So I will save it and I am done with my JavaScript action. Now this action, whenever we will recall it, it will go and trigger this main.js. So let's quickly go and let's try to quickly add our main.js. So at this location, I will right click on it and I will create a file called main.js that my action will trigger. Now, before moving forward, you must have first initialize your npm module and also you need to install the dependency so that we can use some function inside our JavaScript file. Okay, so you need to first navigate inside it. So you need to cd then dot github And inside you need to go to actions, and then you need to go to JS custom action. Okay. So if I will list, I should have my action.yml and main.js. Now within my local PC, I have my npm installed, so I can just use my npm. And here you need to use init-y. Now what this will do, this will create a package.json file at my this repository. Okay. So you can see it has created package.json with whatever definition that it needs, and it has detected that there is main.js file that it should execute. Now after this, we need to install the dependency, and for specifying the dependency, again you can go to the website of Actions Toolkit inside GitHub, and you can use any dependency that you would like. For me, the basics one are core and exec, and the core will done all the work, like if you want to use inputs, outputs, or result for your JavaScript action. Okay, so and also I will also install this one, the GitHub one. So if you want to interact with GitHub environment using npm, so you should use this one also, and you should install this dependency also. So let's quickly go ahead and let's try to install npm install. Then I will mention at the rate actions, and then first I will use core, then at the rate actions, then I will use exec, and then I will use at the rate actions, then I will use GitHub. All right, and I will hit enter. So it will install all the dependencies related to whatever defined within these actions. So if you want to learn about what are inside these things, so you can always go to this link, you can open it and you can learn about any of these things. Okay. So in the core, you are defined with these things. Here is the use cases. For example, if you want to get input, so you can get it using get input function. Here is the input name, whatever the input name you were defined in your YML file. If you want to get multi-line input, then there is a function that you can use. So to use any input or output, you definitely need to install this dependency at your actions level repository, right? Okay, so it was done. And using npm install, it will also create package log.json and node underscore modules folder. All right. Now, once we are done, we are ready to write our main.js file. Now in here, I will define three kind of variable that I will use to refer to my packages or modules that are stored at the rate actions and core. Constant, and I will use core, and I will use require at the rate actions and core. Similarly, I will copy all these things and I will paste it thrice. And the next one will be for exec, and here also it will be exec. Here it will be for GitHub, although I will not use them because I don't want to make it more complex. But in case if you want to use functions related to this one, GitHub or exec, then you can definitely need it. For example, the exec is for executing any command inside it. For GitHub related options or feature, you should use this one. In case of core, so this will allow us for flexibility for printing anything or getting input, getting output, all the things that we have just shown in here. Okay. For example, in at the rate action core, it has functionality for getting input using get input function, for get boolean input. So you can get the input boolean using this function. Again, if you want to learn about exec dependency, you can open the documentation and you can learn about what are the functions that it has supported. So if you want to execute anything, execute one command, so you cannot just type run npm install, right? Because this is a JavaScript file. So for that, you need to use this package so that you can use these functions like exec dot execute means exec, and then what is the action and what is the parameter. So this will try to execute node space index.js. Okay, so that's how you can execute it. So there are various functions supported for it. If you want to learn about it, you can definitely go to this website and go to this different type of dependencies in here. Okay, now after this, I will create a function and then I will recall a function. So I will create a function and let's give the function name as exec or execute, because exec might be a reserved word in here. And I will also call this execute. Now within the function of execute, I will use the function provided by core. So I will use core dot, and to print something on the screen for our bash it was echo. If you want to print it inside JS, so you need to use this one. And here you need to use notice. Okay, still, if you still want to learn about it, you can go to this documentation, and in here, if I will search for notice, so this is a message that will be emit an annotation. Okay, so that's how you can print a message similar like your echo keyword in the bash. Okay, core notice, and here I will just provide a simple message like hooray, I have successfully created JS custom actions. Okay, now after this you need to end the line, and with it your JavaScript file is ready to execute. Okay, now how you will refer this to your deploy.yml file. So I have one deploy.yml, and in here I'm just printing some stuff here, right? So instead of printing, let's go ahead and let's use like name output info from JS custom action. And then in here I already have got my code. But if you are going to create an another job with another hosted runner, then you need to provide this again, because this is a local action. So what I'm saying, currently I'm using already a job that is being already being running on Ubuntu latest, and I already have this code. But suppose if you are going to define an another job and another runner, so you cannot just directly define this action. You need to first get the code, and then you can try to execute my JS custom action, because this is your local custom action. So it should have all these code inside it. That's why it will be able to refer the next thing. For example, I will use uses keyword and provide the absolute path. So dot GitHub, then actions, and then what is the folder name? So it would be js hyphen custom hyphen actions. Okay, so that's how I have referred to it. With it, there is one more thing to discuss. So in my .gitignore file, I have these things in here. And in here, you can see that it is only trying to ignore the node underscore modules folder at my parent level, means at this level. So if you are just mentioning node underscore modules folder, so it will be wrong. It will try to ignore all the node underscore modules folder inside your subdirectories also. And in our this case, it will get failed, because to run our custom action, my Java custom action, it needs node underscore module folder. So make sure you provide this. And also I will check whether I have other things also, so that it should not ignore. Okay, and the other things looks good. It should not ignore any other things. And all the things I have done, I have also created my action, and I have also tried to refer it in my main.js. It will just print, hooray, I have successfully created JS custom action. I have tried to modify it in my deploy job with an another tabs. Okay, so let's quickly go ahead. Let's try to add it to staging area, and let's commit it. Okay, so I need to be in the parent repository where my repository is created. Okay. Now in here, I would need to add it to staging area and then I will commit it. A simple JS custom action. And once done, I will use git push. So I have pushed the changes and it should trigger a workflow. Now I will wait for this workflow to complete. And the one thing I am concerned about is with this deploy job at the last step, it should print our message of this one. Okay. And it will prove that we have successfully used our JS custom action in our workflow. And my deploy job was also done. And as this was an annotation within my JavaScript. So you will get the message at the annotation level at your workflow level itself in your GitHub. Okay, so you can see I got the message. If you still want to verify, so you can go to the deploy and you can go to this step and you will see that it did fetch the things from my custom action. Okay, so it kind of a notice. All right, so that's how you can use GitHub custom action in your workflow. And I don't want to get in complex for JavaScript, but if you are aware of JavaScript, just go ahead, try to implement one inputs in here and try to get the value inside this JavaScript file and using with keyword, try to get the input from my workflow file. Okay. So that's it for the illustration on JavaScript custom action. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about Docker custom actions. To implement Docker custom action, you should be also aware of Docker. In case of JavaScript custom action, this was a very basic example here, just to print the message. But of course, you can go ahead, use inputs or outputs that I have showed in the composite action an example. To illustrate Docker custom action, I will try to create another folder and I will give the name as Docker custom and action. All right. So I have done that. Now inside here, you need to create. So in here also, I will create just bunch of steps and I will just print a simple message from my entry point.sh. So you need to create some stuff. So you need to create one action.pyml. That is the default that you definitely need to create. Additionally, you also need to create a file called Docker file. So this is a special file that you will use to create a Docker file image. And with it, I also want to create a new file called entry point.sh. So this is a simple script in which I just want to print some message. In my main.js also, I have tried to print some message. So using shell script, I will try to refer it in my Docker file and then I will try to create a action from that. Okay. So let's close the unnecessary tabs. So in my entry point.sh, the script file, so the first line for writing any script is cbang line. So if you want to learn about scripting, especially bash scripting, you can always navigate to my course, bash mastery course, which is on my YouTube playlist, which you can refer, in which I have covered the bash concept in from basics to advanced. Now here I will use cbang line. Then after it, I will provide a parameter. Then I am creating a variable called name and I am telling that whatever first argument that will be provided at the time of execution, pass it to the variable called name. Okay. And then I'm just printing a simple echo message and it will be hello. And then I am using my variable to call here name. So whatever the first argument that will be passed while executing this script means suppose if I will execute the script like entry point.sh and after this whatever I will provide it will be passed to the name. Okay. Now for $2 it will be the second one. For $3 it will be second, third one. For $0 it goes with a different meaning. So to learn about more of these bash scripting tricks, you can always navigate to my course. And also I will print one more message. Hello from Docker custom actions. With it, I will save it. And now I will start writing my Docker file. Now, if you are not from Docker background, you don't need to worry about that. I will quickly write my Docker file, but it's just a set of instruction that you use to mention to create a image. And what is that image? The image is that you will use to create a running instance of your app that is called a container. Okay. Now the very first line for any Docker file is from keyword and it will be the base image. So for me, I will take a very lightweight base image, which is Alpine. And as of my recording, 3.19 is good. Now, if your image needs a file, so you definitely need to copy that. So I will use entry point.sh means from my current path, try to copy entry point.sh to the current working directory inside this image. So entry point.sh. Now after this, once you get this entry point.sh, if you are on Ubuntu like as a system, so Alpine is based on Ubuntu based system or Unix based system. So if you are on Unix based system and if you create one script file, so you cannot directly run it. You need to make it executable first. So I'll provide the command here to make it executable first. So chmod plus x entry point.sh. And then after it, I will provide another value entry point. And here you need to provide executable here. So it will be entry point.sh. Okay, so it will try to execute it. Now we are done with my script and the Docker file that will execute this script. So now let's go ahead and let's try to create one action using Docker file and let's use one input here to provide the name. So that name will be passed at this entry point and that name will be passed at here. Okay, so I will create one input also in my Docker custom example. So let's quickly go ahead and let's try to create it. So I will give the name Docker custom action. I'll provide a description quickly, a simple Docker custom action for a script. Now with it, I will provide inputs. Now before inputs, let's define the basic stuff like runs, and then you need to define using keyword, and then you need to define Docker here. Now, what is the image? So in my case, I'm just defining Docker file. So it will take the image using this Docker file. But if you want to provide an pre-existing image, so you can define here also. Means if you want to take it from Docker Hub, you can go ahead, look for the required image and provide it inside here. Okay. Now with it, let me now provide the inputs here. So inputs, and here it will be name. The input name I am using is name. Then here it's a description, and here the description would be name to greet, and I will provide the required parameters as false, and the default value I would like to take it as world, so that if you will not provide any name, so it will try to paste world here, so it will be just print hello world. But in case if you will provide any input using with keyword and any name, so it will replace after hello, right? So with it, you also need to provide and runs, because in providing inputs directly here won't work. So here you need to provide an args, because the Docker file take args to provide any parameter just after executing it. Now in the args, you can have multiple args. That's why it's args. And then I will use string interpolation. And here I will use inputs dot name. Okay, and I will save it. Now what it will do, let's quickly go through it again. I have created one simple script. So if you will try to run currently at this location while moving to it, and if you will just use entry point.sh and let's say you specify John, so it will print hello John and also hello from Docker custom action. Now I have created one Docker file. I have taken a base image from Alpine. I have tried to copy my script inside my this container. Then I have make it executable inside this container. And then I am trying to execute it, right? Without any parameter. But using git custom action while executing my Docker file, I am providing one argument and the argument is name. While running this image, if you will provide an argument, so it will be passed directly here. Now at action.yml, I have taken this name, right? So it is false, but you can specify while passing inside your from your main workflow. Now with it, let's quickly go through my next one and let's try to again add one more step and let's provide getting info from Docker custom action. And here I will use uses keyword and then I will use the same path like this. Inside of J's custom action, it will be Docker hyphen custom hyphen action. Now after this, you also need to specify with. You don't need to specify because the required is false. So if you will not specify, it will just by default, it will try to replace world. So it will just paste hello world and hello from Docker custom action. If you will provide any name with using with keyword, so let's provide name and let's give any name like John. So what it will do, it will try to pass it as an argument. Now I will save it and I will quickly add it to staging area. I will make a commit Docker custom actions with input and then I will use git push. Now I have pushed my changes. Again, it will try to execute one workflow and one job I am concerned about is the deploy and I am concerned about the last step. So let's wait for it to trigger successfully. And my deploy job was completed successfully. And if I will go to getting info from Docker custom action, and if I will expand this one, okay, so it got and it tried to execute all this string and here, okay, so by default I have provided wrong info, but that's not worry. But here it did finally print hello John and hello from Docker custom action. So if you are also aware of Docker, just go ahead and try to use outputs and try to print anything and try to get the value from this Docker custom action and use this or print this inside your current workflow or in your current job. Okay, so that's it for illustration about composite custom action, JavaScript custom action, and Docker custom action. Try to implement inputs and outputs in both JavaScript custom action and Docker custom action. Now let's move ahead and let's see how we can push our custom action to GitHub. Now, why do we want to push it to GitHub? Because if I want to use another job, suppose if I will try to create another job at the same indentation level, let's suppose output hyphen info, then let's specify runs hyphen on, and then let's provide it as Ubuntu hyphen slim because I'm not using a complex thing. It will be just print. So I'm using Ubuntu slim. So to use this variable, you are going to provide an absolute path, right? From your current repository. But what if your colleague want to use this action for their repository? So will you provide the absolute path at their workstation? No. So that's why you should push your custom action at your GitHub public repository or at GitHub Marketplace. So first let's see how we can push to GitHub repository. For pushing GitHub repository, so I will create a separate directory for my GitHub action and I want to push Docker custom action at my repository on my GitHub so that I don't need to provide a absolute path. So for that, I will open my repository on which my GitHub custom action is there.
because I don't want to create it again. And in here, I will copy all the relevant file that is needed for my action to work. Only action.yml will not work. And once I will created it, so it has already opened, I will go ahead and I will paste it. Now inside it, you should have your action file and the relevant file inside, and make sure that at your parent location, the action.yml file should be there, else it will not work. So I will right click on it and I will click on open in terminal, and I will open VS Code here. For pushing your action.yml and to make it to publish on GitHub Marketplace also, you should add a author here. And in here I will add a author, DevOps channel, and also additionally you need to provide something called branding. And within the branding you need to provide an icon, and let's provide the icon as JAP, and you need to also give the color, and let's give the color name as blue. With it I will save it. Then I will go to my repository and I will go to my main account. I will create a new repository. I will give the name Docker Custom Actions, and also I can create a readme file, but I will not create that. I will create in here itself. So let's go ahead and create a file. Let's first give a heading GitHub Custom Actions, and let's provide what your project does. This is the GitHub action, GitHub Docker custom action that you can use to provide an input with your name, and it will print the message using entry point.sh script file. Okay, so I have provided readme.md file also. Now looks like my repository was also created. So in here, I will go ahead and open one terminal. And in here, if I will list, so I am inside here, and all the relevant file related to my action are here. Now in here, I also need to remove these thing because this is not needed, and I will save it. Now in here, I will initialize my Git repository and then I will quickly add it to staging area. Then I will make a commit Docker custom actions. Now, once my commit is done, I need to add the remote URL, and I will add it with using this command. So I copied it and I will paste it. So I have added my remote URL also. After adding a remote URL, you also need to add now tags. If you don't want to use tags, that's okay. But in case if you want to use your action using any other workflow from any other workflow, so you need to specify your tags. So that's why tagging this repository to a tag is mandatory. So let's use git tag hyphen a, and then I will also provide a message to it. Let's give the description like my first release, and let's give the tag name as v1. Again, if you want to learn about what are these options, parameter, what git tag does, so it's just tagging my repository. But still, if you want to learn more about it in depth, please navigate to my Git and GitHub, the complete guide course, in which I have talked about all about Git and GitHub in depth. So I have tagged it. Now after this, I will use git push origin main, and it should push all the changes. After this, I also need to push my tags additionally. So git push origin and then hyphen hyphen tags. And my tags was also put with v1 tag. So now if I will go to my repository and if I will go and refresh my page, so I will land to this page. As it's a action.yml, you can see that it already detected that this is an action.yml, and you can see that you can publish this to GitHub Marketplace also. Also, I have one tags, and the tags is called v1. Now, how you can use this?
So for using this should be public repository. And as I have pushed it, I don't need this. I can close this one. And in here, inside my deploy.yml file, what I can do, instead of now referring to my local repository, I can just refer to my this GitHub action. So I will use my username and then my repository and then just v1. So let's go ahead and let's use DevOps channel 23, then Docker custom actions at the rate v1. So now if I will go ahead, I have saved it. You can see I am not referring to my Docker custom action. And also I need to remove my this SEF-E. Okay, and I will go and I will add it to staging area and I will commit it. So GitHub Actions after pushing to GitHub. And now I will use git push. So it should trigger my workflow and I will again wait for it to verify. So I'm not concerned about this one. I will open a duplicate tab and I will go to my previous workflow, which is Node.js custom action. And in here, if I'll go to actions, so this is the deployment that currently it is in progress. Okay, and looks like we got some issue and it's saying Docker DevOps channel 23 Docker custom action repository not found. So yes, it will not found because I have missed S in here. So let's use S and I will save it and I will again quickly go ahead, add it to staging area, commit it and I will push it. Now I will go to Actions tab. I will go to Actions tab again and again I will wait for all the execution to get complete. Okay, so if I will go to my deploy jobs and if I will go to getting info from my Docker custom action, so in my case in here you can see this time I am referring to my repository, not my absolute path to my local repository. This time I am referring to my repository. So if I will go in here, you can see that hello John and hello from Docker custom action. So that means it is proving that I have successfully pushed my custom action to my repository. Now let's move ahead. Now we have pushed our custom action to our GitHub and we can provide our link to that repository to any of my colleague or team member who want to use this custom action. But to make it more professionally, let's try to use it and let's try to publish on GitHub Marketplace so that it can be available to everyone all around the world. So I will go to my this actions repository which I have pushed and in here you will see the pop-up to you can publish this action to the GitHub Marketplace. If you are not seeing this, that means this repository or your account is managed by an organization and you are lacking of some privilege. In my case, it's saying this, so I will click on draft or release. Now, first you need to select a tag. In my case, it's V1. Then what is the title? The title is mandatory. So I'll provide title Docker custom action cell because it's just a cell. So this should be unique. And if you want to describe your release, so you can describe. In my case, I don't want it. I will click on publish release and it was done. Now it was published to my marketplace and now it should be available. But sometime GitHub Marketplace took time from 30 minutes to 24 hours depending on what is the type of action that you have created. And in the backend, GitHub developer will verify it. And if they want it and if everything is good, they will publish on the marketplace after verifying. So it will take around 30 minutes to 24 hours to listen. As of now, when I searched, there were no published yet. So you can also publish your action on the GitHub Marketplace and you can allow other developer around the world to use it. Okay.
So that's it for this chapter. Now let's meet in the next chapter with security and permission and how you can have more control on your workflow using this. Till then, take care everyone.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this last chapter on the course of GitHub Action. So we have learned various chapter, all the related concept in GitHub concept, but let's understand a very important aspect and very important topic that we should not forget whenever we are deploying any code or playing with our code, and that is called security and permission. Security and permission plays a very important role whenever you are trying to deploy your application anywhere in the world. So, in this chapter, we will see how we can secure and control our workflows and also what are GitHub token with permissions. If I will talk about security parameter in our GitHub action or GitHub workflow, I will recommend three ways so that you can secure your workflows. First one is script injection. It is a security vulnerability where untrusted input from user or pull request or commit message or issue title is executed as a cell code inside a workflow. Now this could be intentional or unintentional, but it will completely break your code. Also, if you are trying to use these kind of steps like bash and then C shell or pwsh, and if you are providing expression like this within your double quotes, so it will try to replace them. So we'll see the example of these. So if you directly insert untrusted value into the cell command, the cell may interpret them as executable code and it will completely broke your code. The second type of recommendation is don't use malicious third party action. It will cause a compromise of your CI CD pipeline, secrets, and even cloud infrastructure. So, this is kind of a supply chain attack risk in your GitHub action. We will understand this how you can secure your workflow or action instead of using malicious third party actions. Suppose if you are using this kind of thing, we are also trying to print our GitHub token. You can see we will learn about GitHub token in a bit. And also, we are just trying to send a post request to any attacker.com, means any malicious website. And we are trying to export our AWS secret access key at this website, right? So suppose if you are using any action and this function is embedded in that action, so you should not use it, right? So here this GitHub security is leaked and also my account are compromised. The third type of concern you should check is using permission. So always use least privilege principle to provide access to any contributor or any developer inside your repository. Now, these permissions are related to something called GitHub underscore token, and we will talk about this in a bit. It's a just short-lived token that is used to authenticate to your repository from your workflow using API. So by default, the permissions are write hyphen all, but you can mention additional parameter like permissions hyphen read all. So it will have permission for all issues, your repository for all, right? Now we can also change our default permission using our GitHub repository. So we will also see that. Now let's move ahead and let's understand about script injection in our code. For explaining about the security thing, I have two workflows and a very simple repository in here, and I will provide this repository on my GitHub definitely. And I have one README file also that is just having some basic stuff. Now in the script injection, I am providing a name and then I am defining a event trigger whenever any issue is open. Then try to trigger this workflow. Now here is the job and I have only one job that will run on Ubuntu latest. I can also mention it as Ubuntu Slim. Then I am defining a steps and I only have one steps. Now what is the steps doing here? I have in here defined multi-line comment, means I am trying to write a script here. In here is giving that it is assigning a variable issue title, and it is assigning whenever I will create the issue and assign any title. That is mandatory, of course, whenever you will try to create a issue. So this title will be assigned to this variable called issue title. Now my if block is not related to my workflow, it's different if inside your bash. So this if is checking if this issue title is containing bug keyword inside it, then it will print that issue is about a bug, else it will print that issue is not about a bug. Okay, so that is the code. So let's see the example of it. So I will go ahead and first I will try to create a repository in here, and I will call it as GitHub Action Security Permissions. Okay, then I will click on create repository. Also in here I will open a terminal, and first of all I need to initialize one empty git repository. Then I will add all of these to staging area. I will use git commit, and I will provide a message like GitHub security script injection explain. And now I need to add the URL, so I will add the URL quickly, and then I will use git push hyphen u origin main. So it will get pushed, and it will not trigger our result because this time. So you can see I have two examples, two workflows in here, and this one we will first discuss. And it will get trigger whenever any issue will get created. So let's create a issue. The issue is just related to your project code in which you just define any bug fixes or improvement that you want to create. I will create a new issue, and I will give the title name as this is not working, right? And now this is not having a bug in the title name. So what it will print? It will print this issue is not about a bug, right? So I have given that. I will click on create a issue. So now the issue is created, and now it will also trigger my workflow. You can see both of my workflow was triggered. Now only thing I am concerned about is a script injection example. As expected, it will print issue is not about a bug, right? Now let's go ahead and let's try to provide a message, and let's create another issue. Now in the issue, what I will do, I will create a new issue, and here I will give another syntax. For example, I will give like not working, and at the same time I am putting them in the quotes with the message. Let's give echo, and let's give any pattern. Means suppose if this is my xvzp 43nc, this is my password, right? And by mistake I have given in this way, or your any developer or any hacker has tried to create a new issue. So if this is a public repository, anyone can create it, right? If they have access to it. Now once if I will create it, it will also create a new issue, right? It will trigger a new issue. But once if I will go in here, and once if I will go to script injection example, and if I will go to this title issue, it was completed. Now if I'll go to assign label, so it just try to print my password inside my workflow, which is not recommended at all. Now how these things working? So how it worked here? So my issue title was replaced within this code. So this double quote, this first double quote, and the first double quote at this level try to close my double quotes. Now whatever is after this, it try to print exact the same thing, right? So what is the resolution here? So the resolution here is to create a environment variable instead whenever we are using GitHub context to provide the values, right? So let's go ahead and let's provide a environment key in here, and I will use env, and I will use environment key like title. And then I will try to replace this thing inside here itself, right? Now, once it's done, I don't need to mention this one. And instead of issue title, now I can mention title, right? So here I have used environment variable so that I don't need to refer it. So now I will save it and I will again try to quickly add it and quickly commit it, and I will use git push. So it's done. It will get pushed definitely if I'll go to code. So it was pushed, right? So you can see there is two commits total. Now I will go to issues, and in here I will just try to delete these previous issue, mark as completed, and it was marked as completed. Now in here I will go and create a new issue, and similar like earlier I will create a issue not working, and then I'll provide double quotes so that in the code there is any double quotes it will try to replace that. And in here I will use echo my password. Suppose this is my password 123, right? Now if I will click on create, so this title will be checked against my if loop. So this title will be checked against my if loop, and if I will go in here and looks like my issue was created, if I will go to my actions tab, so it will trigger it. It was just created, and if I will go to my security injection example, script injection example, and if I will go to title issues, so this time if I will go in here, it will not print any of my value inside here. You can see that it even didn't print. It's just giving that it was replaced inside my code, but at the output level, it didn't even print, right? But if I will go to my earlier one, so if I'll go to the script example here, if I will go in here itself at the assign level job, so you can see at the output level, it has tried to print my output, it has exported my password, and also it has tried to give in the else loop output, right? So that is the example of script injection, and that's how you can ignore or try to resolve your script injection here. You should always use environment variable to assign values to any GitHub context or steps context if you want to embed it inside your workflow. So we have seen how script injection fails your code. It might lead to expose your password or any URL that was never intended, right? Now let's understand about avoiding malicious third party action. Now, the very first thing, if you want a very secure environment, now I cannot illustrate the example of because it's totally depend on your use, but you should be very careful about using any actions in here. For example, the most secure way of using action is to use your own action because you have made it and you already have implemented it, so you know what your each line does, right? Now, the next recommendation way to implement action is to use only verified one. So you can see there is a blue tick in here. That means it was verified by GitHub developer that it is working as expected and there are many contributors here. But still it cannot be make as safe because it might not be used as dependent on your code, right? Now, till now, we were using actions checkout, right? So this is the verified action that we were using currently. And the least secure way to implement action is to use any other developer third party actions here. For example, this action is not verified or this action is not verified. You can see there is no blue tick in here. So if you want to use it, very carefully read about this action, what it does, how it does, right? And then try to implement it or embed it into your workflow. So be very careful whenever you are using an action. Make sure that you first, if you want to have a high level of security, you should use your own custom actions. If not, if you are still dependent on predefined action that is developed or verified by GitHub developer. So you should use only the verified ones. For example, we were using checkout version and you can see here it is a tag of verified. But you should be very careful while using these third party. It may come on depend on your use, right? For example, if you are searching for any feature, for example, I'm searching for a feature like Node.js Mongo. Okay, so I have searched for this one. Okay, there is no one. But suppose if I want to search for a Node.js action related, and you are thinking that this is the Node GitHub action Node.js template that you want to use it. So you will not go and directly try to use this one as so you are using action checkout and then you just use this one. So it is not recommended at all because this is not a verified one, and also, before implementing this, you should read and learn what this course does. Is it exposing your password? Is it exposing your environment variable? Is it fetching any details? Right? So that's how you can, and you should never use third party action, and you should be very careful while using any third party action. Right? Now, let's move ahead and let's learn about permissions issue. Permission issue is like by default, if I am going to my workflow, now in this workflow, I am assigned with write all permission. But suppose if you have any contributor and you don't want to provide any access to it, means you only want to provide access to implement anything in the issue. You don't want him to write anything in your main code. So here is the example of it in which it will also get triggered whenever any issue is open. I provide a name of the job like assign label, and in here it's telling if my issue title is containing bug inside the title, then it will assign a label called bug to my that issue. And also it's sending a post http request using my GitHub API, and you can see that here it is trying to take all the environment context of my GitHub, like my repository name, then my issue number. So basically, whatever issue you will create, it will get assigned to a number. You can see that this is a number, #1 or #2, that you can refer it, right? Now, how it is authorizing? Whenever you will pass this to, it will use something called a GitHub token, which we will discuss in a bit. So basically, this is a very short-lived token that is used to authenticate. Now, in our case, as there is no permission defined, so if you have provided this to any contributor in your project or in your organization, so they will have unnecessary access. Even if you want to trigger it using issues, right? They can also try to implement or change anything in the code, which you don't want that. To learn more about it, you can go to and search for GitHub Action permission GitHub underscore token. Now, if you'll go to use GitHub token for authentication in workflows, this one. So in here, you will be able to see what is the permission that you can provide in here, right? And also, here is example of calling the REST API using GitHub token. Now, if you will go to workflow syntax for GitHub action on the same page here, and if you will scroll a bit, so here is all the context. So here you can set the permission related to any of the specific feature or action in your GitHub repository, right? Now, if you will go at the bottom here, you can see all the available permissions are here. By default, current permissions are here is so current permissions are write all. So these are the permission that is currently here. Also, you can change it to read all. How? So if you will go to the settings of your any repository, and in here, if you will go to the actions tab and general, now here is the workflow permission, and by default it is set to read repository content and package permission. But if you want to assign it to read and write permissions to all, so you can select that one. but for now it only have read permission as setup. Okay, and you can see that choose the default permission granted to GitHub underscore token. So be very careful while selecting this one. Now, there is also one check. Choose whether GitHub action can create pull request or submit approving pull request review. So it will just bypass any reviews. Okay. So it will allow GitHub action to create and approve pull request automatically without any approval. So make sure to check all these security related options in here. You also have an action for action permission. Here it is allow all action and reusable workflows, means any action or reusable workflow can be used regardless of who authored it or where it is defined. So if you want to use, in our previous demo we have seen how we should not use a third party action. From this setting also you can restrict it. You can also select allow only my account actions and reuse workflow. Here you can allow only my account and select non this account to actions and reusable workflow. So there are various options. For now I have selected allow all action and reusable workflow. If you want to disable all the action, you just need to select this one. Okay, so that's how you can control action to be used in your workflow, and that's how you can have workflow permission set, default permission set for your GitHub underscore token. Okay, and these are the permission that you are getting here currently. By default it could be either read all using this setting, or it could be write all using this setting. But if you want to make it specific and restrictive using least privilege principle, so you can just assign issue, read, write, or none. Okay. So in my case, yes, I want it to assign a specific permission. So at this level, at the same indentation level of my runs, I will assign permissions. So I will assign permissions. I can here use like issue or read or write, but instead of providing in here you can provide like here like issue and only read. So what will happen, instead of write all or read all access to this GitHub token, now only permission of issue read will be assigned to this short-lived Git token. Okay, so I'm hoping you have understood about it. So instead of using issue to read, let's assign it to write. This workflow should be able to just use and open this issue itself. With it, I will save my code and I will just use git add dot and git commit hyphen m fixed permission for issue in permission hyphen label dot yml file. And now I will use git push. It will only get triggered whenever we will try to create one issue. So let's quickly go ahead and I will go to the issues tab and I will mark this as loop completed for now. I will create a new issue in here and let's give the issue name as my bug. Okay, and I will click on create new issue. There will be nothing change. It was just for providing unnecessary permission, and you should not provide any unnecessary permission. So you can see the permission was failed. Now looks like okay, so we are getting some issue and it is calling unexpected value issue, and it will be not issue, it will be issues. Okay, because I can have write and also read permissions to it. Okay, so with it I will just quickly add it to staging area and commit it and then I will push it. So make sure you also provide plural of issue. It's not issue, it's issues. Now with it I again need to create one issue to figure it. This this created a new bug and I will click on create. It will trigger a workflow, both workflow, and I am concerned about permission issue, label issue, and it was completed. And also, it will try to add a label to my bug as bug. Okay, so you can see the description and all these things were done. This is the data for my post HTTP request. This is a node ID that it has assigned. So if I will go to issues, so you can see the label was assigned it as bug, right? Because my issue title was containing bug and it assigned a label to bug using this way. Okay, so that's how you can implement permission at your either job level or even at your workflow level to control the workflow and to use least privilege principle to assign granular control to other developer or a group of people. Now, what are GitHub token? So GitHub token is an automatically generated. We haven't defined it, right? So we haven't defined secrets.github token. So if I'll go in here, you can see that this is secrets.github. But if I will go to my repository and if I will go to settings and in here, if I will go to secrets and variable and action, so I haven't defined any secrets, you can see, but it's still using this one because this is automatically generated by GitHub. Okay, and this is very short lived. Why it is short lived? Whenever any workflow will completed, this token will be destroyed. Okay, now it allows a GitHub action workflow to authenticate via GitHub API, the same like we did, and the repository without you creating or storing a personal access token. Now let's understand about some key characteristics like it is auto created and it is destroyed whenever the job will finish, and now this will be scoped to your repository. It is not going to affect your another repository. Permissions are completely configurable, same like we did for the issues equal to right, and it is not usable outside the GitHub action. Means you cannot use your account to authenticate and follow any repository creation or modification in your repository. Okay, so these are the characteristics of GitHub token. Again, if you want to change the default behavior of GitHub token, so you have the settings in here. So if you'll go to the actions and if you will go to general, so at the very bottom here is the default behavior that you can change for your GitHub token. Okay, so currently it's only for read repository content and package permission. So it have, so my GitHub token has currently this permission, read all. But if it is selected with this one, so currently it will have this permission. But if you want to restrict it, you need to embed these things in your code. For example, for pull request, you should have, if you want to specify that your GitHub underscore action should have only pull request read action, so you need to define this piece of code either at your job level or at your workflow level. All right. So this is the working of GitHub token and you should be very careful while using it. Now let's move ahead and let's understand how third party permissions works and what is OpenID Connect. In my case, I haven't used any third party connection yet, but I will tell you in case of AWS, so it uses something like AWS underscore secret key, right? And also it uses AWS underscore secret underscore access key, right? So it uses this one and this one. If you want to deploy resources on Azure, so you just define env keyword and you define AWS access key or AWS secret key ID, and then it will fetch the details. If you want, you can also embed and create a secret inside here. So in here, you might go ahead, create a secret for your AWS secret key ID or AWS secret access key. And you can define it within your code with the help of string interpolation like secret and dot, and then you can define it as this one, right? So this is in case of AWS. Similarly for Azure, you need to define something called client ID, then subscription ID, and all the environment variable related to Azure, right? So you need to define these in case of Azure. Again, if you want to use Azure, you can define secret in here for all these things, and you can again use this using this secret dot keyword in your code, right? But do you think it is a secure way of it? Suppose in your workflow itself, you are Passing the data means you are curling, you are sending a HTTP request to any website. And in case of in here, it's a GitHub token, so that's okay. But you are sending the curl request to anywhere, like suppose you are sending like curl -x and post and hacker website.com, and you are sending a data of your mistakenly, of course, secret dot aws underscore access underscore key, right? So do you think it will not expose it to this website? So you don't know the working of this website, right? What if this parameter will take the input from this value and it will pass to this website? So you are completely exposed here, right? Now to overcome this, instead of using these direct passwords, you should use an OpenID Connect authentication way. Now what is OpenID Connect? I will use OpenID Connect for GitHub Actions. And if you will go to this OpenID Connect website, so here is the example of it. Now here is the benefit of using our OIDC. You don't need to provide any cloud secret. Authentication and authorization management will be definitely provided to you, and also you have option to rotate your credential with OIDC. Here is the working of it. First one, you need to define your cloud provider with OIDC trust. Then you need to define the GitHub OIDC provider. Then JSON Web Token Cloud Role ID will be provided to your cloud provider, and then cloud provider will reply with the access token. Okay. So here is the example of it. If you want to implement it, if I will go to security hardening your deployments, and if I will go to OIDC in Azure, so you will be able to see how you can use OIDC in your Azure. So first you need to create an service principal with client secret, client ID or tenant ID and subscription ID. Then you need to add federated credential for your intra-ID application, and then you need to create a GitHub secret for storing Azure configuration. And here are the steps how you need to modify your GitHub action to use OIDC here. Okay, here is a very basic example for using OIDC. All the authentication is done by OIDC token that you will get. So in case of, for example, in this step, you can see I am using a action here, which is called Azure / and then login at the rate OIDC token. Okay, so this is very long topic, and for all of the cloud resources you have your OpenID Connect method different configured. So go ahead, navigate to it. I will provide also the link of all these relevant link related to your GitHub security in my PPT or in my description box. Okay, so I have given you a brief while navigating to GitHub security website, how you can hardening your deployment, how you can use OpenID to authenticate to cloud providers. Here are some general website for GitHub best security practices. I will try to also provide these links on my description box. Okay. So with it, we are into this chapter, and I am hoping you also enjoyed learning this course the same way I enjoyed while creating it and while illustrating you the demos. So thank you all for being with me. If you like my sharing and my contents, please subscribe my channel. For more courses, you can navigate to my playlist. There are more various courses related to DevOps tools in my playlist. Thank you all and best of luck for your DevOps journey.